Muy feliz viernes. Buenos días para todos ustedes, bola de calientes. Espero que estén teniendo una excelente mañana de viernes, que le estén pasando a toda madre. Bienvenidos al Casino del Tío Salo. Ya saben que ahorita vamos a checar, analizar los precios para poder darles algunos trades para que se lleven alguna lanita a casa, si todo sale bien. Oigan, si Dios quiere, como dicen las abuelas, ¿no? Básicamente, pues bienvenidos al Casino del Tío Salo y como siempre, antes quiero platicar rápido con ustedes. Para empezar, quiero decir dos cosas. Perdón que llegué tarde. Mi mujer me hizo sacar la basura en la mañana. En realidad fui yo por huevón ayer. Y la segunda cosa, ya están ofreciendo descuentos en el Lucid Gravity, el coche que Lucid acaba de sacar hace 2 meses. Ya están ofreciendo literalmente descuentos en un coche nuevo. Nada mal, honestamente. La paciencia le va a pagar a todos ustedes, los pacientes, se los prometo. Uno de los pacientes más grandes, y no soy paciente de hospital, les dice eso, sobre todo en estos momentos donde ya no necesito paciencia, ya simplemente ser. Que es buenísimo. No tienes prisa de nada, no quieres nada. Si se da, se da, y lo que viene, viene. Y va a venir. Va a venir todo en nuestra cara. Pero en fin. Más allá de eso, tenía que contarles el día de hoy, la Reserva Federal está tendiendo la trampa para todos, para todos, para todos. Esto es excelentes noticias, excelentes noticias. Y ahora, lo mejor de todo y por qué son tan buenas estas noticias, es porque estamos en el punto de inflexión, estamos muy cerca del punto de inflexión, donde o voy a estar mal o voy a estar, no voy a decir bien, pero vamos por buen camino, es lo que voy a decir. ¿Por qué? Porque en este momento, y para mucha gente que me pregunta, güey, ¿cómo sabes esto si no estás viendo las noticias? Porque yo no tengo que ver las noticias, me meto a X 2 veces al día para ver qué les están haciendo pensar a todos ustedes. Y cuando veo que todo el mundo está de un lado, me doy cuenta de lo que les están haciendo pensar y me doy cuenta de dónde viene esa información. Y ahorita hay varias cosas en común que les están haciendo pensar a todos ustedes. Uno, acuérdense, el gobierno está completamente en shutdown, ¿no? Que está completamente apagado. Uno, nadie en este mundo. Si le pregunté a mi mujer ayer, güey, ¿sabías que el gobierno está cerrado? Y me dice, ¿de qué? Para que vean para qué sirve el gobierno, ¿no? Esa es una. Eh, con el gobierno cerrado no los están dando, bueno, a sus pacos favoritos y a las noticias, no les están dando datos económicos, ¿no? Porque la gente no puede trabajar. Qué problema tan grande. Pero eso sí, les dieron el dato de inflación el día de hoy y buenas noticias, va de acuerdo a lo que todo el mundo espera. Que vayan a bajar tipos. ¡Ah! Van a bajar tipos. ¡Qué chido! ¿Sabes lo que quiere decir esto? Que todos los pacos van a decirte que... Y aparte, espérame, ¿van a bajar tipos? Güey, dime por favor que van a hacer QE, que van a detener QT. ¿Van a detener QT? ¿Van a empezar a hacer QE? ¡Ah! No han dicho que van a hacer QE, pero van a detener QE y todos estamos asumiendo que van a hacer QE. ¡Ah! ¡Wow! Güey, no hay forma. Es que, vean, los números son perfectos para que puedan bajar los tipos y también para que pueda continuar toda la fiesta para arriba. Y esto es lo que todos los pacos te están diciendo. Entonces, en este momento puedes tomar la decisión y está en tus manos, hijo de tu querida madre, de tomar esta decisión. Voy a hacerle caso a lo que todos los pacos me están diciendo en este momento, que es que van a bajar los tipos, que van a hacer QE, que van a detener QT y que esto va a hacer que ahora sí que no pare este desmadre y nos vayamos para arriba. Eso es lo que todos ellos piensan. Y estás en el punto donde puedes tomar esa decisión. Si sí, güey, Bitcoin está en descuento de máximos históricos. El oro está en descuento de máximos históricos. La bolsa está por ahí de máximos históricos, pero hay varias acciones que han caído hasta 40% como Oclo, que puedes comprar ahorita. Rivian está castigada, güey, van a bajar los tipos, compra Tesla, compra Lucid de una vez, de una vez. Y recuerda, normalmente el mercado se adelanta 6 meses para adelante para que baje o para que suba. Eso quiere decir que si esto está pasando hoy, eso ya estaba apreciado en el mercado. Solamente para que lo sepas. Entonces estamos en un punto pivotal, un punto muy importante, donde toda la paquete te está diciendo, güey, ve lo inteligente que soy, viene QE. La última vez que hubo QE, ¿qué ocurrió? Quiero que se acuerden de una cosa rapidísimo, porque es muy divertido esto para mí. Y es más, ¿saben qué? Déjenme ver si encuentro alguna noticia. Is the FDIC window part of QE? Ok, déjenme. Estoy preguntando. Is the easy window considered? Perdón. Ok. Un segundo, un segundo. ¿No se acuerdan ustedes? Y voy a compartir esto. Con la crisis de los bancos, quiero que vean el escenario que les están pintando a todos ustedes. Les están diciendo que hay una crisis de bancos, ¿no? Cuando abrieron el FDIC window, dijeron, esto no es parte de QE, ¿ok? Y eso hizo que el mercado reventara, ¿se acuerdan? Pero la Reserva Federal, cuando iba a tener QE oficial, literalmente lo iba a hacer con esto, porque fue lo que fue QE. Todo el mundo, y incluyéndome a mí, estábamos de, ¿va a contar o no? Porque esta liquidez no llega al sistema. ¿Se acuerdan de eso o no? Bien. ¿Y qué hizo? Hizo que todo subiera. En este momento te están diciendo que viene la crisis de los bancos. ¿Y qué es el análisis que te dan? Va a subir todo igualito que en el 2023, carnal. Entonces tienes la crisis bancaria que te va a ayudar a hacer a que todo suba. También tienes que van a bajar los tipos como en el 2020, igualito, y va a hacer que todo vuelva a subir. Y también van a hacer QE, van a comprar bonos ellos, ya que no tienen que, pero ahora los van a comprar otra vez, porque recuerda, no importa nada de las leyes que han cambiado ni de cómo va a funcionar el sistema financiero para adelante. Y aquí estás. Has llegado al punto más importante de todo esto, donde todas las cosas que te prometieron para que el mercado vuelva a subir como loco y se vaya a otros niveles, está aquí. Y aquí está. Todos ustedes tienen la posibilidad de escuchar eso o de tal vez, no estoy garantizándole a nadie, sea una trampa y que todo el mundo tenga la misma deducción de todo, sea básicamente la señal de que todo eso está mal. ¿Ustedes qué creen que sea? ¿Alguien tiene por acá alguna de estas preguntas acerca de esto? Es muy importante poder entender esto, porque toda la idea de dinero fácil te la vendieron. Pero si la inflación está bajando, ¿no? Esto es lo que todos te están haciendo pensar. Y ahorita bajamos tipos, la inflación va a reiniciar y eso que hizo, hacer que todos los precios de todo suba. ¿Ok? Y una vez más, no les voy a dar yo mi lado, se los he dado 1000 veces, cabrones. Me he repetido 1 trillón de veces. Y a este punto no entienden cómo veo las cosas. No creo que hay mucho que les pueda explicar. No soy buen maestro, entonces no puedo. Literal, lo estaba pensando el otro día, cómo les estaba explicando cómo funciona el nuevo sistema financiero, cómo funciona, cómo lo estamos haciendo, cómo lo estamos moviendo, qué es lo que va a pasar, cómo funciona la deuda. Y hay literalmente una gran cantidad de gente que nada más no lo entiende. Y según yo, porque todo lo explico como pendejo, el pendejo que soy, para entenderlo tengo que tener información pendeja, que es, según yo, bastante fácil de entender. Aquí hay de dos sopas. Una, ustedes son mucho más inteligentes que yo y saben que no le tienen que hacer caso a un pendejo que no se viste de trajecito para darle sus presentaciones y que dice puras pendejadas, mamadas, groserías y además creen extraterrestres y todas estas cosas, que muy respetable. Si yo estuviera viendo algo así, yo también diría, uff, carnal, no lo creo. Y la otra es que literalmente no lo puedo explicar. No sé, no hay, simplemente no lo puedo explicar. Entonces me cansé ya de darles el mismo de uno del otro. Simplemente vamos ahora a hacer un poco de lo contrario. Vamos a hacer lo que todo el mundo nos dice. Se viene y va a continuar esta fiesta de inflación. Van a bajar los tipos. Viene QE. Las bolsas van a subir como locas. Ve a comprar Bitcoin de una vez que está en descuento. Ve a comprar oro de una vez que está en descuento. Porque acuérdate, el dólar está a punto de irse a cero. A cero. Estados Unidos prefiere Bitcoin, algo que no controlan ellos, en vez de tener al dólar que ellos pueden imprimir a su placer. Entonces, ya estamos ahí. Estás a nada. Salte del dólar, compra pesos, compra euros, compra el yen, compra todas las monedas. Eso es lo que está a punto de pasar porque vamos a devaluar la moneda. Y nuestros intereses van a bajar, pero después van a tener que volver a subir. Muy, muy cabrón, porque pues, güey, vamos a tener más de inflación. Si esto sí lo entienden porque es lo que les dicen los pacos, bien. ¿Ok? Entonces lo que tienes que hacer es muy claro. Compra la bolsa, compra Bitcoin, compra oro, corto en bonos, corto en el dólar, salte del dólar, compra euros, compra pesos, compra yen, compra libra. Ahí lo tienen. Así de fácil. Si todos ustedes ven que ya les van a bajar tipos otra vez, que les están diciendo que la inflación va para abajo, que la fiesta va a continuar, pues tíos, es hora de comprar. Y si no, ¿no? Listo. Vámonos a los análisis de todo lo que vamos a ver el día de hoy, damas y caballeros. Los quiero traer, por supuesto, a Elite Trading Academy conmigo para que caigan a nuestro Discord y puedan ustedes degustar de... no les enseñé la página que había sacado con las noticias del FDIC. Excelente. De la ventana de liquidez. Voy a cerrarla. Aquí tienen nuestro Discord simplificado, damas y caballeros, esta vez. Todo esto es absolutamente gratis. Acá Alex y Farhan mandan todas las señales de todos los trades, les dan trades gratis a todos los miembros del Discord. Esos son los de Farhan, estos son los de Alex para que los vean también. Tenemos también las alertas de todos los, ¿cómo se dice? Tenemos las alertas de todos los trades que ponemos en el servicio de alertas acá para que te llegue el mensaje instantáneamente directo. Tenemos también, tristemente, mis tristes análisis, donde el dólar se pone loco. También puedes venir y checar rápidamente los básicos, acá los videos oficiales de Bluffing y de cómo usar Bitunix, que son los exchanges que usamos. También puedes venir y darte grasa con los enlaces de nuestros socios. Todo esto ya, como somos nosotros los únicos que pueden poner cosas, no hay enlaces malos, no hay cosas malas acá, no hay gente que... Ahora, si te mandan un mensaje privado y te dicen, güey, únete al Discord de Salovisa o eso, te están a punto de escamear. No tengo un Discord, no quiero ver comentarios de gente yo personalmente, por eso no tengo un Discord. No me interesa ver qué es lo que piensan de todas mis pendejadas. No, simplemente no. Lo siento muchísimo a todos ustedes. Con eso dicho, si hay muchos de ustedes que son unos degenerados, vengan a nuestro sitio. Por cierto, les dejé esto tal cual, no tienen que meterse aquí a todo el sitio. Simplemente en Tutos, en nuestra página, que de nuevo está aquí abajo, te pone cómo tradear en Bitunix, cómo tradear en Bluffing. Estos dos son exchanges de criptos. Vamos a estar agregando esta semana BTCC acá para que también lo puedan ver, que es donde tienen acciones tokenizadas también. En Bitunix te puedes apalancar hasta 125x, en Bluffing 150. Eso quiere decir que con $1,000 puedes abrir un trade acá de 125, acá de $150,000. Y el mejor video para aprender cómo usar todos los exchanges en este momento es el de Bitunix de 11 minutos. Lo acabo de hacer. Te enseño cómo abrir tu cuenta, cómo mandar dinero a tu cuenta, cómo mover el dinero dentro de tu cuenta, cómo operar en futuros, cómo encontrar el setup para asegurarte que lo estés haciendo bien, cómo abrir un corto, cómo abrir un largo, cómo poner un take profit, un stop loss, cómo hacer apalancamiento cruzado, cómo hacerlo aislado. Todo lo que necesitas, cómo sacar tu dinero, aquí está en un video de 11 minutitos completamente gratis y el enlace acá para que te unas a nuestra comunidad y también entres en todas las dinámicas que vamos a hacer, que estamos a punto de hacer un nuevo torneito pronto para que lo sepan. Y pues también tienes ahí la de Bluffing, así que ahí lo tienen todos ustedes. Guten morning, boys. How you motherfuckers doing?
Buenos dias, muchachos. Back in land of Mexico. Viva Mexico!
How did China treat you?
It was shit. I hated China. It was the worst. By far, out of all the places I went to, it was the worst one. The food was terrible. The food was terrible. The city was dirty. All the buildings were run down. It was just god awful.
China.
So when are you going back?
Next week.
Man, you're making me want to go there, Farn. Eat some Chinese food.
I took the first bite of real Chinese food I had. I was like, "There's no flavor in this, and it's all bones." Second bite of a bone, I no longer had any appetite.
Oh man, what a bummer. We all know that the authentic Chinese cuisine it can be found only at PF Chang's. Everybody,
you gotta have
not even
you gotta
China.
have a dude named Joaquin in the kitchen making it.
Absolutely, that's the secret to great Chinese food. Mexicans have to make it. Everybody knows this. It's just crazy that in China they don't know this themselves.
I had to try to tell them. I was like, "Where are your Mexicans in the kitchen? All I see is squinty-eyed motherfuckers."
Boys, throw me that chart. Let me see what the Bitcoin is about to do. Because, guys, did I tell you the good news?
What?
The CPI came in lower. The Federal Reserve is about to end QT. So that means QE instantly. Forget about the in-between. It's instant. It's happening right now. The rates are coming down. Like the next week, Federal Reserve's coming down. You know what that means? Everything is going to go up. Bitcoin right now, it's at a great discount, guys. So tell me, why should I not buy Bitcoin? Like right now, it's the perfect time, no? Especially if I'm reading all the news. This seems to be the right moment to do it. So Alex, tell me, why should I buy and long Bitcoin right now with all of my soul and heart? Wait, it's at 110 already?
I sure did it at 111.3.
That's, yeah. Fuck. My joke couldn't even fucking make it to the show. 20 minutes. Bitcoin, 20 minutes, piece of shit.
Yeah, I mean, just simply long with Scott and the boys. That's all I can offer you. It's very
Oh,
easy.
great. No tailwinds. And I say, by the way, guys, no tailwinds at all. And yeah, you want to sell your gold to buy Bitcoin. There's people lined up outside of the stores for gold. And definitely, they're all showing us this video because it's just a coincidence that no one expected and not just a trap.
Thank you, Scott. I agree.
Yeah, of course. I'm going to go eat dick now. Thank you.
All right, cool. Enjoy that. We'll look at this coin. So really, to me, Bitcoin, nothing's really changed except one thing. Just one little thing. You got back above the SMA 200, but this isn't a new environment. This just breeds chop. It to me. You're chopping around the daily SMA 200. Nothing new there. I mean, you lost it, reclaimed it, lost it, reclaimed it. Are you going to hold the throwback or are you going to lose it? Very often you will throw this back. It's better for bulls to do it quickly rather than later. Sooner rather than later, of course, because if you just keep moving up, then you smack down, it needs to retest. You got a nice loss of support. SMA 200 provided us a daily SMA 200 short, understanding, though, that it's aggressive. You could go up to 109.3s, break 109.3s, you move up to the $112,000 range. No changes there either. We broke out. Daily SMA 200 shorters didn't get an easy trade. It's okay. It just happens. Sometimes you will. Sometimes you won't. Most often you won't. But it's still a setup nevertheless. And that's why risk is very key. Using essentially, what was it? It was Wednesday's high. If you're going to short that daily SMA 200, was the right risk parameters, in my opinion. This is what I posted on the Discord. Green Dildo took us out perfectly fine, got back above the 109.3, brewing a $112,000 short setup. Again, no changes. I even think the Academy Fund, you can correct me if I'm wrong, still has that short setup from $112,000.
Yep.
So really, this was just a simple add zone to your
stop is at that wick high right there.
Yeah, the last major lower high at 116 could be cheeky and use this one. But, I know this environment's very predatory to shorts, but I also know I want to be short in this environment. 116 is a good stop loss if you're really going for low leverage swing shorts here. For me, didn't change anything. You went to 112. It was a big spot. 112 still a major zone. And we are now rejecting it. The daily has 10 hours to go. This could start turning pretty nasty. I will say the last 2 days over the weekend, or not even over the weekend, I don't know what day it is, Friday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So the last 3 days here, really, when we lost the daily SMA 200, really was gauging a major move down from here. Honestly, it really was. We didn't get that, got a short squeeze, perfectly okay. But now I just have to use that logic here and have it here. I'm really gauging a major move down on Bitcoin very soon. I have to look at what we're seeing on the daily is nothing more than just a middle finger to shorts trying to get us out. Are we so back? Are we about to bottom? And are we about to go up to that 121 region on Bitcoin? Personally, I'm not convinced. And I have to look at this as just per the daily silver cross that we talked about. Actually, Farn talked about it. We freshly crossed. We've been trailing the 9. We were watching this dumbola to possibly get started from the daily 9. Went a little above it, perfectly fine. But notice that, again, the 21 stopped us. The 21 has stopped us today. And you're not even that far now from losing the daily 9, specifically 109.300. 109.300 is a big spot. Under it, losing the daily SMA 200, like what we had here, is a capitulation scenario for me. We just didn't capitulate, unfortunately. But that's perfectly okay. Maybe it's just delayed a bit. Maybe we're going to do that possibly over the weekend, today. And why am I so convinced we're about to just majorly nuke? Well, I have to look at the 5-day. And the 5-day does not look good to me. This looks majorly concerning to me, actually. If you are being a Bitcoin bull, you absolutely unequivocally, without a question or doubt, need $112,000 to get reclaimed. The fact that on the daily, it's just simply rejecting, this isn't a promising sign to bulls, not at all. Their hopium now, just per the daily, is this. You're going to reject. You're going to come down. You're going to retest the SMA 200. This will give you another potential higher low, maybe. But remember, this is still in a downtrend. So can we even talk about higher low potentials? No, it's questionable, and that's all bulls have. While bears just have, oh yeah, lower high, lower high, lower high. Let's get the lower low break, go down to the $100,000 flat. Really, a lot easier to short this. But bulls simply are gauging a daily SMA 200 throwback. Would make a lot of sense. You reclaimed it, went up, came back for the throwback, didn't hold. You reclaimed it, you went up. We should come back down for the throwback anywhere around this region. If we're bullish, really honestly, if we're bullish, this should just act as a spring. And you'll fill this wick out. You'll break 114. That'll be my first sign of, okay, maybe we are going to potentially squeeze up, maybe test that $121,000 region. We're not so back if we do, but that just will be a really big sign for me that bulls are trying to put footing here. They're trying to, grow a spine, do something here. And you would expect it, because remember last stream, we talked about the 5-day closing. The 5-day was closing. This was a big sign for me because, well, firstly, and Farn will talk about this more in detail, but we needed to stay under that 106K level. We actually got the close at 107,600. Barely closed above it. That's why then seeing the next 5-day closing or next 5-day candle and where that pivot opens, momentum stochastic pivot is very important. Believe it shifted to 116. I think, Farn, you can correct me if I'm wrong. That's a bearish sign.
Yeah, 116.5.
That's a very bearish sign. You really, right here, bulls had the opportunity to flip the 5-day momentum pivot back in their favor while ever so slightly brewing a volatility setup. This would just make the perfect base case for a massive short squeeze out of here, similar to here, where we I remember this, Dom, because me and Farn were max short here, bricked up for 69K, but we were noticing the 73s were holding, and volatility really wasn't doing what we wanted. It wasn't expanding. It just was going down. Look at this. Boom. And then bulls quickly, right, just on the cusp of breaking out, giving us volatility setup, quickly flipped it in favor. And then we broke out, made a new high, and now here we're in the range. So that's really what bulls were needing to do on, what was it, Monday? No, Wednesday. It's Friday today. And unfortunately, they didn't do it. You didn't get the pivot back above price. It's actually, it's way higher now. 116 is a major shift. Because why is that important? Well, because if you go to your daily and you know what 116 means, that means that really, technically speaking now, in order to flip this 5-day momentum pivot back in favor of bulls and get the combusting action green dildo party back up, you literally have to come up and take the last major daily lower high out. That's really a really big sign for me because we're already using 116 as the gauge for the academy. Now we have the 5-day pivot right there, but you can just see it's pretty hard. I mean, you can't even get back above 112, let alone just the daily 21. How are we going to do right here at the 34? How are we going to do at 114? And even if it wants to be dirty, what if we ever so slightly just reject 116? There's a lot of things that have to happen for that 5-day to flip up. If you're on the camp that this 5-day is going to expand in favor of bulls, that's just statistically not right. It's not right. And all 2-day, 5-day, weekly, 2-week are all pointed down. That's a major thing. When you have all momentum pivots pointed down, all while you're brewing massive volatility setups on the 5-day, weekly, 2-week, and so forth, all while going to the 2-week here, you can see you have an extreme low read, and the monthly is at the lowest volatility read ever recorded on Bitcoin's history. This is where the momentum pivots are your friend. Because it's like, well, are we so back? Do I along with the boys here, Scott, Sailor, and the boys? I don't know. Gut says it's going to dump, but I just don't know. Well, this is where statistics are your friend. And you're like, no, I actually know. 5-day is bearish under 116. That was the last major daily lower high. And so anywhere in this region's a mega 3,000 block short zone. Really, it is. It's just more what levels are we going to reject first? So we play what we know, right? 5-day did lose the 9, rejected, but you also lost the 21. So really all you've done on this new 5-day is rallied up and hit the 21. Now, I will say this because I've been trading. And I've been mentally noting this for a few months now. And I've been wanting to talk about it. Whenever you put an inverted hammerhead here, I don't know why, even on lower time frames, maybe you boys have noticed this. Bitcoin likes to rally up after these. Very often, more than not, it does rally. Even on like an hourly inverted hammerhead, it often rallies up. It's what you got here. So you're filling some of that wick out, but this is why the EMAs are important. Nothing. You would have been gauging a rally up to the 21 here. Just based on the loss of support. You rejected it, so it's resistance. Any move into that region, still resistance to you. It doesn't change. The reason I bring up the inverted hammerhead is because often you do pump from those. Here's one. Pump. It's not the best one, but you did green dildo. Here's one. You pumped. Because these aren't fun, actually. It's like when you're getting a sell-off, you're so back in your short, and then it doesn't close red, and then you just go up. Just something I wanted to bring up on stream, because even like on a 4-hour, it works, actually, surprisingly. So here, it went down slightly, and then you started to move up. Give me one more example so I can at least show this. No, this isn't good. Here. Even like the 4-hour. That's why I like these candles when you get a sell-off. Preferably flip red. But that's just a side note. Just something to watch in your own time. For me, right now, all eyes on today. Really, all eyes on today. If you're wanting to short, if you really are wanting to short and play the downside moves, 112,000 your spot. You're going to add at 113.5. So, that's interesting. Exactly what the Academy has posted. And if you really want to be conservative, maybe size up here and be conservative with a tighter stop than 116, because I understand it's a little wide, specifically with some degens here. 2.9% could be liquidation for some of us using 120, 125x. I wouldn't know anything about that. I trade off 5x only. No, I'm just kidding. You could do something like this if you want. You can start scaling off the 34, have less than 1% risk, target here. People will see setups like this. It's a valid setup. It really is a valid setup. Betting on October 21st being the next major lower high. This is a free trade, really. Throw $1,000 in, lose $90, or I make $1,040. That's pretty good. It's good risk right there. It's not bad. That's a setup that I'm potentially looking for. If you're not in the Academy, just view this as kind of like a freebie. If you want a conservative, low leverage swing trade setup, just do this. Just scale in low leverage and wait. Because we know what's brewing on the 5-day. This is conservative. Technically speaking, that 5-day starts expanding. We comfortably, I'll say this again, comfortably can get a move to here. That 80K region. Well, what do you mean 80K region? How does that work? Well, let's just view the setups here. Okay, so we're at the 34. The weekly just rallied right up to that 9. Not bullish. Rejecting it. So imagine in 2 days, this weekly starts flipping red, starts expanding off the 34, which has already been hit 3 times. Your next target would be the weekly EMA 100 sitting at $84,000. Interesting. Okay. What about the 5-day? This is better. This is a way better example because you are in a 5-day sell trigger. Yeah, you're rallying up, but you're just retesting resistance again. Retesting resistance. Look at this visually, right? So you just see support, bounce, support, tried to bounce, lost it, came down, bottomed around here, held within this range, broke out, came down, 109K still held, broke out, and now okay, are we in a breakdown question mark? Okay, resistance. Has this 5-day changed anything? No, it has not. And Farn has talked about this. So if 5-day EMA 9, people use the 5. I like the 9. Gets lost, often just can give you an easy bias on a short. In trending markets, you will lose the 5. the 5-day EMA 9, and you'll reject the 9, reject the 9, reject the 9, reject the 9, and then dump. You'll rally up, you'll reject the 9, and then dump. You'll rally up, reject the 9, and then dump. Rally up, reject the 9, and then dump. You see the point? Trending markets down. To the upside, you'll reclaim the 9, throw it back, it holds, breakout. Throw it back, it holds, breakout. Even here in the chop zone, look at that. Major move down. 14%. Okay, great, but 5-day setup still allows for a long. You comfortably got a 7% move. Close the long. Okay, whatever. We'll see. Maybe a short didn't work. And this is where it's choppy, right? When you're in chop environment, it's not the best. It's not the best for this example. But when you're in trending markets, this was amazing. This was just like, okay, let me just short every major spot comfortably and let me long every major spot comfortably. Why am I talking about this? Well, again, the 5-day really kind of ties into what we're saying, which is nothing's changed, actually. You filled out some of this wick, but really it's primed to go down, and you're really not that far away from the 1093. Bitcoin 2-day could get under 1093. Visually, this would start looking really heavy. Volatility would just start expanding freshly from this point, not confirmed yet. But then if we get confirmation with volatility expanding, and then November is next week, in a week and a half, that just gives me great confluence of the 69K in November. Imagine it starts expanding here. Average, you get about 30 to 35%. And look at that. And the idea is on this 5-day volatility expansion, since we have so many setups compressed, so many setups at extreme lows, and so much chop, it's been really in this range for months. This is going to be a really aggressive move down, in my opinion. It's going to be very fast if it does break to the downside. And we can't act like we haven't seen these become very aggressive before. Look at this. You would just consistently, look at this, ready? You'd make a 8% green dildo, and then you would make a 0.36% close, a 0.5% close, boom, another 4% green dildo, and then another 1%. So finally, after 5, 10, 15, 20 days, you get a 1% pullback, leading to then a 15% green dildo, to then a 13% green dildo, to then a 3% green dildo, only giving you again another 1% pullback. This is why when we have these setups, you as a trader need to watch, because these are like some of the best financial opportunity times you'll ever find in any market. But the market also knows that. So they're going to try to chop you out of your longs, chop you out of your shorts before the easy money. Imagine just longing 5 grand on some money here, and you're just comfortably like 2xing your portfolio almost every day. This is what markets don't want. They don't want you to catch something like this, make life-changing money in under, 3 months? It's insane. 73% in 3 months is crazy. 75 days, actually. Oh, maybe that's not, a good scenario. What about before? Well, even here, look at volatility fired off. You then had a 10% green dildo leading to a 9%. So that's 19%. And then you had a less than 0.1% red candle, another 0.3% red candle leading to a 18% move, 4% move, 8% move. When volatility fires off on the 5-day, this is often just the beginnings of the moves. This is why we've been saying for a while, you really have not seen any kind of volatility move at all, actually, truly. This was nothing. This was nothing, honestly. Because what I've shown you in the past is you can get one 5-day candle 15%, one 5-day candle 10%. Like this alone was 10% off of contracting volatility. So yeah, we absolutely haven't seen anything. In 2 candles, you went down 15%. It's cool. It's cheeky, but again, nothing. You've seen nothing. Because this is all just the 5-day. Remember, you still have the weekly, 2-week, monthly. And when you just combine all those, it brews a bear market move. It truly does. It truly brews a bear market move, potential of going down like 70% on Bitcoin. Because what if the 5-day fires off here? Okay, cool. We go down to 30%. We're hitting the low, 73,000. And then what if potentially the weekly fires off here? Well, that would just be terrible. You get like a 38% move. That's 46K Bitcoin. And then what if the monthly then just starts taking course at this point, and the monthly exasperates the weekly 2-week, bringing you lower to like 29K? We really can't act like that's not what's brewing here if all of these volatility setups do end up firing off at various times. Like, for example, you had the 2-day fire off. Cool. That's brought us here. And now you're potentially going to get the 5-day firing off. Will that just bring us here? And then will you then get the weekly and 2-week to fire off? Who knows where that'll bring us? Maybe down to here, 55K Bitcoin. So pretty major things brewing here. And this is why as a trader, you need to be just paying attention and fully aware of what is potentially about to come. I've been talking about this for a very long time now. We all have since here. We've just been talking about this 5-day volatility. It's been months. It's been really since July, August, September, October, maybe November. That's what I believe will be the month. You cannot just stay here forever. Volatility cannot act this compressed forever. So if you're not positioned, I would greatly consider scaling swing shorts. I really would consider that. It just seems like the financial opportunity is in shorts this time. Mind you, this 5-day setup has just been firing off to the upside. To the upside. Every 5-day setup in this bull market has fired to the upside. I believe that's correct, right, Farn? Like, you have not had any true 5-day setup firing off to the downside.
No, not in a while.
It's been a very long time. Like, truly, I think this entire bull market, you've not had one. Let's just double check it. Boom, here is upside. Upside, so that's 2. This is where it became fucky because, like, you expanded and then you reset, remember? And then boom, upside. So we'll count that as like half. But still, that's 3 5-day setups that's fired off to the upside. Here is one, finally. One that went to the downside after 3, just straight up. You then went down. You came to 54% on volatility. You then chopped. You tried to reset it. That was the 73K region we talked about. This is when we thought volatility was finally going to give us that 5-day breakdown. But then it just led to another expansion, not even on a reset here. And so from this point, you've just been chopping and brewing a setup. I know it seems like you haven't been chopping because you've made a new high, but you truly have just been chopping. Since this moment here, it's just been like this. Like this, and then back in the range. This isn't bullish, and this isn't fun price action for anyone, even in the midst of a new all-time high. Hey, oh God. The cats, they always do this all the time. 1 second. Sorry about that, boys. My cat's abusive to the other cat when I stream. He hates when I talk about crypto. I don't know why. Like all day, all week, they don't fight, and then I get on stream and they just start throwing hands. It's crazy. And right by me too, so everyone hears it. It's a terrible sound. My apologies. So really, we potentially are going to confirm this 5-day expansion into the next candle closure. This is very important if you're going into November having a bearish bias. What we've seen so far is we've had one 5-day volatility setup taking us to 50% only, and that's really what took us to the $73,000 region here. So this was the only 5-day setup to the downside we had. Let's just look at it a little bit. So, okay, 5-day 9 was the spot, even in that 5-day volatility setup. Here it started to fire off. Okay, cool. So at a 54% read, this gave us a 20% move. Didn't even go to the full length of the setup, 30%. It didn't even go fully up to the extreme reads on volatility. But okay, let's keep looking. So it's like we're here. It's like we're on the cusp of here. Like we're about to fire off. You're getting that mean reversion bounce. You're at the 9. And then into the next 5-day, this is when you start to just expand down. This led to a 7% 5-day candle. And then on the open, gave you a 3% move down before, yes, another move up right at that 9. And then the 9. Just simply shorting like a setup today that we've had, 5-day short EMA 9 setup, gave you a 14% move in 10 days. So that's 1% every day. A little over 1% every day. It's not bad. And mind you, this was like on a week setup. This was not even the full length of it. This was nothing. This was even like on extreme reads, really. So this is different. This is important. And even the 5-day HPDR says, yeah, we're at a big spot. You are now under the median. Yeah, you're bouncing off the 38.2%, but you've hit that a few times already. If you come back down and test this 38.2%, I am not expecting this to hold. I'm actually expecting that to be the start of a move to like 93, 95K. So what happens here is going to be very important for everyone to pay attention. Not losing your chips, not getting chopped out, and just staying vigilant to the idea that a major move can come in November. And right now, everything statistically is pointed to that. I think will help all of us to not get really blown out of this market. What we don't want is to say, yeah, this 5-day, we've always expanded up. Let's scale longs here. This is a deviation. We're just going to reclaim and go up to 121,000. Let's all long. Let's all be happy. And let's just totally disregard the statistics behind everything. If anyone's talking about this, they just aren't trading statistics, then that's just obvious, because we are really in a really, really, really risk-off environment on Bitcoin right now. Actually, more so, you've never been this risk-off, really this entire move up all year. Let's see. Well, since April, I'll say that. Since April, you haven't been this bearish. You really have not. And isn't that weird? I thought we were just bearish in April because of Trump and tariffs. What's going on here? What do you mean? Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think that matters. And even this 2-week here, closing in 2 days, is giving you a breakdown. Let's all gauge really carefully this 2-day 9. Let's all just have an easy perspective into November. If you just start dumping down, you will still test this 2-day 9 or 2-week EMA 9. Really would expect that, actually. Now, it would be nice if you start filling this wick out before the close, and then into the end of November or end of October. Can't talk, apparently. You do get the mean reversion bounce, lower high on the 2-week, giving us that Glock 3000 move. But that still means you potentially can go all the way here first to 103, 101, 103. And when we expect this 38.2%, shift more into this region, confluence of 112. Let's look at that on CME. So you're breaking down. Let's make this better. Well, we're professionals here. So you're breaking down. If we went down to, this region here, maybe a bounce up. Remember, there's a spot premium. Up to here, test the 2-week 9, lower high, and then rolls over. There's your lower low, your lower high, your bearish retest. This happens in November. We're so back. Rectober, let me tell grandma and grandpa to buy Bitcoin before Thanksgiving, and then we get a smackdown. You get, what do they always say? It's Black Friday. You get like a Black Friday sales in Bitcoin. I think they were saying that in like 2022. I don't know. I like Black Friday on Bitcoin. It's the only thing black right now. I'm just kidding. It's a bad joke. Shouldn't say that. Let's see here. Yeah, and even this weekly really is not looking good, actually. Look at this weekly. All you've done is bounce off the 34 expected, went right up to the 9, and even rejected the weekly median, giving you a target down to that 103. Interesting. Now, it's closing in 6 hours, so we'll really see if bears are going to flex here. Bears could flex today, just so everyone's aware. They absolutely could flex today. It is Friday. I mean, you have a weekly setup here taking you to 103K, and you've already gone in for the retest that's just been happening all week, just been up, 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 up. If bears want to flex, they'll actually flip this weekly red, and you'll get expansion down, losing the 34. Now, people look at this and they say, well, are we holding the monthly 9 still? Are we still in like a higher low? And technically, yeah. And that's why we haven't called for a bear market. We have not. We're just in a, as they call it, a complex pullback. No, it's a joke. No, we're just in like a lower time frame.
Bullish dumping.
I'm glad you caught on to that. Because yeah, they always make these excuses: complex pullback, bullish selling, or they just call it what it is. It's potentially a new weekly downtrend, daily downtrend, but the monthly is still holding hope, as it does, right? As it does. The monthly has been the spot. Now, that's why what I've been saying is into November, we very quickly could confirm a bear market. Now, for me, it's a little trickier, and that's why I have my 3 gauges I watch for a bear market before a monthly trend shift. Because mind you, that's really what's going to confirm it is a monthly trend shift. But for me, I've been trading Bitcoin for many years and haven't been around for that long, so that's all I know. For me, when you get a monthly EMA 9 lost in confluence with the daily EMA 100 lost, with a weekly EMA 9 lost, that's generally a really good time to start not being long on Bitcoin, rather shorting and watching the monthly trend shift. Because if all these occur, the only target will be the 21. You'll already be testing near that last major high or low. You're either going to bounce off the 21 and just come over here and move up, price divergence again, or yeah, these signs will be what helped you gauge the move down to here. While everyone starts shifting bearish, oh yeah, we're in a bear market. We know lower lows come, and then Bitcoin can do this. Nope, fuck you. Let me go all the way back up. And as long as we don't take this high out, you'll just form a lower high. And then, oh, we're so back, monthly lower highs in. And then that just leads to the lower low break, and there's your bear market. Now, probably won't play like this because you're disregarding the monthly 9. But the monthly 9 can just move up while we go down. It can't do that. It can shift like this and then do this. It doesn't just need to follow price. And it's a monthly 9, so it's slow. It's very slow. It can stay up here while price comes down. Look at this. Monthly 9 moved down, but when you're at $32,000 Bitcoin, it still is in the 41s. You're at a $18,000 Bitcoin. Monthly 9 still at 35. So that's why when you watch a fresh monthly 9 loss, you should be always paying attention, because it's like what I said last stream on the daily SMA 200. Generally, you don't really play between the SMA 200 a lot. You're going to chop around it a little bit, expected. But if you're truly in a trending market, you're either just going to break away from it up or break away from it down. And I showed this last bear market, really, which helped us kind of gauge weakness, specifically where we're at. So chop. You can get chop. This is why 34 is important, the 100 is important. But once you lost SMA 200, just look at this. You retested it one time, and then you went down bigly. You went down 13% from it. And then it moved up. So then you, of course, rallied up. Should have been the lower high, and you should have rolled over again. You didn't. You reclaimed it and then expanded really hard away from it. Oh, wow. So When you're in this environment and you're still playing between the 100 and the SMA 200, you're still caught between the 1093 range and the 112 range. There's no change here. There's no change. You're just getting that little chop between the SMA 200. Now, what we're going to get, right? Already daily's red. And we said this, daily to me is going to come in for this. You're either going to hold the throwback and this will be the bottom, move up, 112 reclaim, and this will be the start of potentially the daily trend shifting. Or this was just a massive top. And you're actually going to dump through the SMA 200. This was a trap. And into today, tomorrow, you're going to see a major move down. Now, daily SMA 200 shorts haven't worked, didn't work here, and it didn't work here. But that doesn't mean it's a bad setup. It just means that you're chopping. And chop, it doesn't work. But with what we know on the 5-day, and we know we're at a big spot, I still will consider this moving up closer to 1093 as a great confluence to this short setup. I do think this will eventually give us a very easy short, just like here, just like here. We just got to start losing it and rejecting down. That could come as soon as tonight, just so everyone's aware. So if you're not willing to short right now and use today's high as your stop, or even use the 114, fine, that's perfectly okay. Watch the SMA 200 short setup in confluence with the 1093. We've seen this before. We get chop. 1093 can act as a really good spot for bears. When they are really ready to move us down, 1093 can be a really nice spot. Look at this. This was a nice, comfortably 8% move to that 100K level. Comfortably, easily, without a doubt. Shorting here was free money. So let's use this kind of perspective where, yeah, this range is legit. It can dump down. We've seen it before. But let's make it stronger with the SMA 200 right here. So now we have just a lot of reasoning to be watching the 1093s, the low 109K region. Be mindful, SMA 200 is at 108,500. So you may not get this meeting right near 109K. That's why we're just going to use this and this as a range, and your SMA 200, your extremity. You start losing that on daily closures, staying under it for 2 to 3. Because look at it. You lost it. You stayed under it. On the 3rd, you reclaimed it. You lost it. You lost it. You couldn't even stay under it. So if you start consistently for 2 to 3 candles staying under 109.3 and the daily SMA 200, that's going to be a major sign for me that this is extremely weak. And what we saw here isn't going to happen. And now you're starting to get the SR flip. What was support into resistance before the big nuke. So that is still a setup. No FOMO for me. Academy will have the sauce, but for you, if you're not in the Academy, just simply watch this zone. This zone will be your spot to position. If you red dildo down today, oh, I missed the trade. You know in the back of your head, well, no, probably going to mean reversion up. Test that SMA 200. If bearish, remember, should just break down. So you have 2 ideas here. Either from now, you'll go to 103s, get a bounce, move up to that 112 again, just per the new 2-week. Remember, we can't forget that. People will forget that when you're in the midst of a major move down. I won't, and I'll just remember, okay, 2-week is getting lost. That's at 111,000. So if you end up dumping before the 2-week closes, still could provide you an idea of a bounce and lower high. God, my cats are annoying. Unless you lose 100K. Lose 100K, 5-day volatility confirms expansion. You're not going to get these moves anymore where you're just going to move up 10%, get an easy short, come down, move 10%, get an easy short. It's not going to happen. And that's just really the environment we're very near to. And as I showed you before, once this 5-day volatility fires off, do you get 5% mean reversion bounces? No, you get like less than 1% moves, some chop, and follow through. So if we're truly going to be bearish here, we have to just be mindful that if this does end up dumping, this 5-day flips red, for me, the target will be $92,000. So you have an area, maybe 100K gives you a bounce, maybe. If you lose 100K though, yeah, nothing's going to stop price from dumping to 95s to maybe a wick down to the 93s. Nothing. Literally nothing will stop price. It will be a free move. like this. I feel confident saying that off 5-day volatility. If you've been here for a while and you've seen how this 5-day works, which again, if you've just been in this bull market, congrats, because the bull market moves have been off the 5-day. So it is truly just like insane volatility once it starts. And you're literally like at the cusp. You're actually the closest you've ever been to expansion here, ever. So it's really key here on this very low volatility to be very aware of what's potentially coming into next week. And it could start as soon as this week. Nothing is stopping this from dumping, and volatility goes to like 20%. You confirm it, and then you just keep moving on in November. So that's my idea on Bitcoin. Hopefully that puts it in perspective of, just why you should really be bricked up for shorts over longs. It's not a long environment. And if you're longing, I haven't given you really any idea of a long. None. Zero. There's no long here. None. You either then are going to aggressively try to play the SMA 200, have your stop here, and that's your long. But that's really not a good setup because you're just still in a confirmed downtrend. So now you're going against the trend, you're trading only on assumption, and you're hoping that a zone that you just quickly got reclaimed, hasn't even given you data yet, is going to hold. That to me is really risky. I don't like trades like that. That's a lot of assumption. Whereas, 112's resistance, I'll, short that, cheeky, already green. I know this is the capitulation zone, probably will dump through it. And I know the 5-day volatility is in favor of dumping, expanding down. So I know statistics are on my side. This makes it an easy trade. Let me short here and close the app. That's easy. It can be just that easy. There's always going to be an easy trade. Notice that longs aren't getting the easy trades. And why is that? Because they're not in control. Where when bulls are in control, they get easy trades. So if you've been longing and you've been stopped out and it just isn't working, well, use this daily trend. Use trend as your perspective. Am I going against the trend? Okay, I am. So then therefore, every trade I'm going to take is going to be extra hard. It's going to be extra hard. It's going to be hard to set my risk. And Bitcoin's not going to be nice to me because it's going to make you think, oh, we're right. This is right. The contrarian trade. And you're not going to TP and you're going to round trip. And then you're going to be back. Oh, the contrarian trade. It's right. And then when you finally get the move down, you're used to this and this and this. And then you break out. But what if that doesn't happen? What if it's just another smackdown, leg down of 5% in one day? Boom. Oh, God, I shouldn't have been longing here. Because there's no free trade here. There's no easy perspective. You still are under the 34. You still are under the daily EMA 100, which is alone my aggressive short rule. And yeah, you've gone above the SMA 200, but you've already had chop. This is proven to you. It's chop. So until you get multiple daily closures above the SMA 200, if you're longing here, it's a gamble. Just go to the casino, get your free drink, in my opinion. Because this will just give you pain. And stress. It's stressful. It's stressful. Couldn't you have just waited for this? You broke these highs. You come up long 112 and then play the range. That's not a stressful trade. That's easy. But longing here is very stressful. I would be stressed out. And mind you, if you were trying to long, you missed it. You had an easy long. And we said this on stream. Probably a bounce at the daily SMA 200 on CME. So why not long here when it was a free, easy trade? Why try to long here when you're just in a breakdown per CME and it's brewing a move down to here? This is why moving averages, using CME, using the daily, using spots important. Comfortably could have long that. Even if you were short at 116, that could have just been a literal hedge long. You made an 8% move. That's great money. And now you have more money to short Bitcoin. Imagine that. You short 112 and it plays out. And you're like, wow, damn, I just played this up and down. But really, you just used what you know. EMA 100 loss, SMA 200 target, bounce at SMA 200, watch 112. Let's close longs, re-short with more size. And then you get the 5-day BBWP breakdown. This is why I like these kind of markets because they're really nice and fun. And just you being aggressive, being on your phone in these environments and watching can just make you a lot of money. Okay, we didn't long it. So then let's start looking for shorts here, because visually, doesn't this look like it's going to break down? Doesn't this look like it was a fake out? You're back in the channel. You've broken down the channel. And now you've rallied up to the underside of the channel, but while staying under the daily 9, which is already a silver cross, while staying under the EMA 100, which is already a big zone of support. Like, yeah, visually it looks pretty bad. And you can see volatility is potentially going to just contract while we dump. It's a beautiful thing. So for me, that's Bitcoin. We'll go to Bitcoin dominance. Check this out. You know, I was gauging a move on Bitcoin dominance in October. I was always saying that, but I was not expecting it to go this high. I'll be honest with you, because I really wanted maybe Bitcoin dominance to reclaim the 9. Excuse me. And it still very well can. Like, it can, absolutely. It's not that far away. And you have 7 days to go. So let's just see. Yeah, so it's like maybe 1%, 1.2%. So it could. That would be a big spot for me. I need the monthly 9 to get reclaimed to even consider this a bottom. Until then, this could just be a massive liquidity grab before a major leg down on Bitcoin dominance. And that's a concern for me when I'm talking about bearishness on Bitcoin, because I would prefer a bullish Bitcoin dominance with a bearish Bitcoin in the midst of destruction for alts. If you get a bearish Bitcoin with Bitcoin dominance going down, it makes it a little trickier for altcoins. It means they could maybe go up a bit. And I don't want that, because that's not a bear market scenario you often get. You often get bullish Bitcoin dominance with a bearish Bitcoin while alts die. And why is that? Because, well, Bitcoin's going down, your alts are going down 50%. You're all in on alts and you're like, fuck this shit. I'm just going to buy Bitcoin. And you just keep buying Bitcoin with your altcoins, buying Bitcoin. And that's why you often make more Bitcoin maxis every bear market. Because alts are fun in the bull, but they're not fun in the bear. Unless you short them, then they're really fun. Isn't it funny how that works? There's always a market for bulls and bears. You just have to know the environment. So we'll go to the 2-week. And so the 2-week 9 ideally gets reclaimed. That's confluent with the monthly 9. If that occurs, and I do think you can see a move to 62.5% into November. Until then, you're at a tricky spot. You're bouncing off the 34, rejecting the 9. Yeah, you're right at 59.7%. It's a tricky spot. So really, I would not be positioning at all. I'd be waiting for this monthly, seeing if we reclaim the 60.5% and take it from there. You very easily can reject the 9, reclaim the 59.7, rally back up to it, and then reject the 9. We do not want the EMA 9, which was holding this entire bull market, to be flipped into resistance. And so far, it is being flipped into resistance. But it doesn't matter, because even in the midst of here, we were saying a bounce to the 9 is what's going to happen. It just does. When you lose a monthly 9, when it's been lost, when it's been holding this entire time, it's an easy trade. You just have to wait. That's why I would say the same thing here. Same thing. Probably a bounce to 60%. Probably a bounce to 60%. Now, I didn't expect it to reach here, but still, we talked about if it reclaims the 9, you'll go to here. This EMA 100 was massive resistance. So there's no reason to get bullish here at all. Zero. So watch the monthly on Bitcoin dominance. It's going to be important. The daily can help you at least maybe gauge lower time frame weakness if you lose the daily 9. You don't want the daily EMA 100 to get reclaimed, deviate the 9, and then reject. You do have a daily silver cross here, so you've retested it. Good argument on why this could start moving up. And at very minimally, just testing here, like 60.4%. Where does that line up nicely with? Well, the 2-week 21 and the monthly 9. All on the daily. So it's going to start on the daily here, holding here. You need the daily to hold. If you want a bullish Bitcoin dominance, the daily needs to bounce like here. Just needs to bounce, go up. And it can bounce from here. We've seen big moves occur. And look at that. Volatility too. Silver cross, reclaim, 59.7% throwback, all while volatility is giving you a setup. So you do have a case here to break out in the next 7 days to the monthly 9. It will just need to start with this daily, honestly, holding this region, the daily 9. real fast. Just want to see here. Okay. So we have a spot. It's all just dependent on the weekly here. Does the weekly get back above 5%? That's your spot. That's if you're short, we all should be. That's your spot. This is your confirmation that, yeah, things are changing. You need this weekly EMA 100 reclaimed. Look at this. Since April, you haven't been able to reclaim it. You've rejected it. And then you went 1, 2, and now you're 3 times testing it. This is why it's a good spot. If you get back above this on a weekly and hold it, this will be a major price structure shift for me. And this will start brewing a move to the SMA 200. Now, my own curiosity is interesting here. Let's see. Oh, yeah, 16%. That's interesting because you have a volatility setup giving you like a 30% move. So here it says at minimum, you can go to 16%, which is just simply the SMA 200. You reclaim that on a weekly, and yeah, you're probably in a bear market. Because look at moves above it. You just wouldn't test it, and you had major bullish momentum above the weekly SMA 200. You then lost it. Hamas setup. We're in a bull market, and it's been good. That's why if you reclaim this zone, yeah, this will be your bear market. You will just be forming, that W bottom that we did talk about could play out, and you'll just be expanding up. And it's funny because when we reached the zone, we said, well, really, technically, this is support. We need 3.79% to get lost. If it doesn't, this is more of a case to bounce, and bulls will just be trying to use this as like a triple bottom. And I was
that I'm sorry to interrupt you. That joke inverse head and shoulders we mentioned a couple of weeks ago is playing out.
Yeah, no, I know. And I honestly, when we came here, I said it. I was aware. We all were aware when we were here, and we're like, probably a breakdown to this or this region. And then if that doesn't hold, boom, there's your breakdown. I really didn't think we were a triple bottom from here. Like visually, it just looks like a triple bottom. Like if I go to higher time frames, it'll work here. And it's like, whoa. But we were using this SMA 200. We did say it never got tested, so you should expect some reaction here. All it took was a little move to 4%, and that was the bottom. That's why having the zones and watching is important. Did we get aggressively bullish here? No, we did not. Because that would be irresponsible. You're disregarding a level that's been holding. That's why we don't like doing that. It's not smart. Can you get aggressively bullish if this occurred? Oh, yeah. And we would have. That would have been your 140, 150, 160K Bitcoin. And you had your legitimate breakdown. And I said before, in this range, under the yellow line, you just make big moves down to like 2.5%. So knowing that, you didn't always have to ask yourself, well, are bears going to just let that get lost very easily? No, they're not. And when you have a 2-week SMA 200 for the first time ever being tested right in your meme line support, that's why we say that's good confluence. That just makes it a big zone. So yeah, it really is playing out, honestly, and it looks pretty disastrous from this perspective. Now you're at a big spot. 5% will be the zone, so watch the weekly. You even see here the 2-week EMA 100 right there. I don't trade the 55, but I like the EMA 100. Look at that. And yeah, you've rejected, but you're not that far from 5%. This would take nothing to get back above 5% in 2 days. This would just mean Bitcoin's rolling over where we'd expect it to. And this just reclaims 5%. And then your hopium is, well, it's going to deviate. It's going to deviate. I don't know. It did here and it did here. But I also think this is like 1, 2. Now you're the third time doing it. There's like a power of 3s here. I would be very convinced this is going to hold if it gets reclaimed. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Could just reject, and we're just totally wrong on that. But that's why we're going to wait on the weekly, because we don't need to be wrong or right. We just need to wait. You get the weekly and 2-week above 5%. Now we have a rodeo. This is fun. And we're very close to it. And you find that a coincidence that you're very close to that reclaim? All while Bitcoin is very close to a 5-day breakdown. I don't find that a coincidence at all. So hopefully that made sense. Let's go here to Bitcoin one last time. I want to just look at the lower time frames because maybe we'll get a setup here for any of those watching right now. Gosh, okay. To the T. That's insane. I should have been up. I should have shorted this. But luckily, I still short from 116, so it doesn't matter. But look at that. I mean, you boys are printing. Cheeky. That's cheeky.
Why is Bitcoin going down? I need you to explain this to me if you don't mind. Why is Bitcoin going down when the Fed's going to end QE and we had a great inflation number?
It's quite simple. It's because BlackRock is dumping the price to trigger everyone's liquidation so they can buy it back up and send it up to 150.
Oh, that is the most crypto Twitter thing anyone has ever said, sir. You deserve a medal. Someone should send you right now an award, the World Cup trophy, everything. You deserve all of them, an Academy Award, everything. Well said.
You know, motherfuckers were saying yesterday, it's a bull market within a bull market, and it started yesterday. I was seeing like 5 people tweeting about that. A bull market within a bull market, and this is just the beginning.
Like, I told you the guy that I learned from says that the biggest bull of all bulls hasn't started. And he's the guy that taught me basically when I started trading. He's the first one that I learned from. That dude made me eat all of the top. And he's still eating the top right now. And every time the price dips, he's like, did you buy Bitcoin? It continues to go down. Like, not at one point it stopped. And you continue to say, are you still buying Bitcoin? Like, no.
Right. And then with what you know, and with what we all know, and people watching the stream, people aggressively bullish here doesn't make any sense at all. No, it makes on like a statistical point of view, TA, it makes no sense, 0 cents. You should be cautious. You should not be buying the dip. And really, a smart trader, like what we've been saying, is no, if you want to buy the dip, you wait for 69K. That's your buy the dip spot, not here. This isn't where you buy with little Jeremy's college fund and retire your family. No, you wait for a major move from 120,000 to 69K, and then you nibble. And why do you nibble? You don't just cult mindset, hold it forever. No, because you have an area that's easy to gauge.
Haven't you heard? Bitcoin's never going below 100K again.
Yeah. I cannot tell you how many times I've read that.
Wait until next week, and you will see a low. I really think by next week, Bitcoin will be in this region.
Well, next week is the Federal Reserve coming out and cutting rates. So there's a good chance you're right, because rates are coming down either way.
And like when they hear the printers coming on, I ask why. Like, why do we need to start printing more money? What did they fuck up? What are they doing that's wrong?
Nothing. The economy is very strong. Remember that. That's what everyone believes, right? Economy is very strong to the point where there's inflation. So why the fuck would you print more money?
Exactly. And that's not the important question. It's just they're printing more money, and it's over, and QT's over, and we're so back, and we're going to go up because 2022 we printed money and it went up, but it was different. So,
well, now, and the other thing that they're adding is the banks. You know that they're saying the banks are in stress, and they're in derivative. The reason why they're doing that is because last time we had a banking crisis, Bitcoin went from $23,000 to $126,000. So all retards are saying, it's time to go again. The banking is coming down again. Bitcoin. All right. One more time. How many other pandemics were we getting after the first one? The monkeypox, Ebola, fucking AIDS again, super AIDS, probably mega AIDS after.
Lots of AIDS,
Yeah. And not a single one did the same thing as the other one, right? So,
complacent trading will not work. And if you're using only the same headlines and things, it's just different. The environment's different.
Yep.
And Bitcoin is telling you, and bonds are telling you, things are telling you it's different. It's different times, and you need to be paying attention because something major is coming here. And it's not going to be easy. QE, CZ's out of jail, he's pardoned, we're going to do this. Oh, we're so back. We're just so back. No, why would that occur? Are people like you're letting money's flowing into this right now? Probably not. And if we all see what's coming, I'm sure there's a lot smarter people with billions of dollars just waiting for lower, while the noobs just chop themselves out here. Like, what if this happens?
I like to sometimes open up the Threads app because it gives you like posts on Instagram, like previews. So I saw one that I really was interested in. Clicked on it. This guy was talking about how, just like I said on October 14th, gold and silver have topped, and now the bulls are trapped bigly. Now's the time to buy Bitcoin. And I just go from the top on gold down to where we are now. We're down 6%. Bitcoin's down a lot more than 6%. I think the gold guys are trapped in massive profits.
That is literally the most retarded narrative anyone has ever seen, like dumped into people, and the stupidest people are confirming. Listen, you didn't think I was the dumbest motherfucker in the world? Let me show you I am. I'm falling for the same 3 posts of people lining up outside 2 banks buying gold. Therefore, it's the top because that's what everyone is saying. So therefore, my analysis is correct. So you got to go buy Bitcoin, get rid of your gold, buy Bitcoin. Gold has continued to stay there. Bitcoin continues to dump, right? Like it's poetry. It's poetry how they've trained these idiots to not learn anything.
Yeah,
what are the gold guys trapped in? Enormous profits?
Yeah, enormous.
Really, that's it. And didn't gold go on a tear? The whole banking collapse, all that happened. Stocks are going up. Bitcoin was lagging, and then Bitcoin broke out. I think, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, like wasn't gold moving before Bitcoin in that environment? The whole idea was
it was in 2022. Gold was the first one to move from its bottom at, I think it was 1600 or 1800 in 2022. It did it before everybody else.
Yeah.
1600. There you go. So when in 2022 gold started to go up, Bitcoin wasn't going up. Bitcoin started going up around really March of 2023.
So right here. So like, the Hamas setup at times.
That was before. No. March of 2023. That's when the banking thing was that they told everyone. That's when. And can I point out another thing about the banking crisis last time?
Yeah.
They opened the FDIC window, remember? Because there was people like banks that were running out of liquidity. So they opened the FDIC window, and people were like, "Is that QE?" And the Fed said no, and it turned out it was. So right now, the Fed that denied they were doing QE in 2023 when the market went up is telling you, guys, before the meeting's here, I need you all to know QE is about to start again and QT is about to finish. Okay, you guys need to know this.
That's a good point. Really, that is a great point because that is true.
That's how everything works, by the way. It's really that simple. It's just, it's just what it is.
And one thing that I picked up from Crown is he went back historically to all of the times that like actual shifts has happened and real like QE has started. Every single time there was a massive spike to the downside before the market went up only.
Yeah.
Well, you're doing QE because the economy's fucked, dude. The thing is, people were trained in the past 5 years.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So if you've learned about the economy in the past 5 years, you have a very different view from how it really works, because it doesn't work like that at all.
Because when I read that tweet and I see Bitcoin moving up, my first thought was, why? Why are we doing that? What did they fuck up? Well, everyone's just happy they're printing. That's why often you do just make these big moves down when you get quantitative easing, because they did something wrong.
Yeah. Well, they didn't do anything wrong. They started deflation. Normally, when you see quantitative easing, is because we started deflation, and then it got out of hand. So you need to pump money into the system so that it doesn't completely collapse. Kind of like in what happened in China in the past 3 years, which, by the way, China now has fully recovered and now is killing it. And one more time, my only gauge for that is how many Teslas they're selling a week. So every week right now, it's all-time highs for Tesla.
Oh, wow.
In China only, though.
So they went too far then. Not did something wrong. They just went too far then, maybe.
Kind of like 2008, dude. We printed money right in 2009. The economy didn't pick up until 2011, 2012.
Yeah, good point. So, coincidence? All these bearish setups are brewing to the downside, giving us 30 to 40% moves in this environment that we're apparently so back. Everyone's headline training, and CZ is going to save the market over nothing. Mind you, nothing. Him getting pardoned means nothing, actually, to the markets, because Trump did pardon CZ yesterday, and the markets pumped on that as well. Just shows me that people are really horny on leverage. be very cautious here. Now, again, I wanted to go to the lower time frames. I guess I forgot to do that. I want to look for a setup here. So you see here the 4-hour 9's been holding. You have the 109.3. Let's watch really carefully. If we lose the 109.3, we can maybe short the 4-hour 9. And then you'll just simply use today's high as your stop. It's very simple. If you can use today's high as your stop, I think that will be logical. You have here the 2-hour EMA 100. So let's wait for the loss of 109.3 and then pop the short at the EMA 100. That's your 4-hour confluence with the 2-hour. Quickly, we'll go to the 12-hour. You have here the 12-hour 9. So if you don't want to trade an hourly or 4-hour, and if you're not experienced, then trade higher time frames like the 12-hour. The 12-hour, we often tell you, we've said, which is it can just be an easy setup. You lose the 12-hour 9, you then wait for that to consistently 2 to 3 closures stay under. So lost it here. You would have shorted the 9, you would have caught this whole move. What I like about this 12-hour, honestly, is it's lined up nicely with 109.3. If today you lose 109.3, you can take a 12-hour short. Now we'll be mindful about this 12-hour 21 here that did get reclaimed and lost. So maybe if you dump, you'll then wick up, form a lower high, come back down. You have to stay under 109.3 if you're going to short this region. And you'll target just simply 103. 101 to 103K. To me, I think if we can gauge an easy short setup here using maybe today's high, let's see what our risk would be. Let's position at that 4-hour, targeting the 101. It's nice because you can make an 8% move. Okay, cool. Maybe this does give you follow through and you start dumping. Couldn't you just set your stops, break even? You know, if lower time frames reclaim 109.3, probably going to squeeze up again. So shorts above 109.3 make it easy to have a break-even stop loss. Now, if you're already short at 116, your stop is break-even. You have no risk, and you even could have added here at 112 and even 114. We did talk about both these zones being an add zone. Free trade, free money, and that's what you need to really come into this environment thinking, I need to just park money in a short, I need to have my risk set, and I need to wait. And I need to add if you get these squeezes, because as long as the 5 days pointed down statistically, and Farn will talk more about this, you are going to break down, and it's just more a matter of time and getting you out of your shorts, chopping you out. It really, this environment was perfect in 2022, just scaling at key levels. Keep your leverage in check. Know where you're wrong. At 116 will always be the spot. We do not want that to get reclaimed. But if we're just on the camp that, well, daily's in a downtrend, well, perhaps then this is just the next major lower high. And so that's why if you are going to short lower time frames today, just use today's high as your stop. You already have a massive topping candle. So you know if you end up filling this out coming up to here, you're probably going to break out and test closer to 114. So then if we know volatility is really primed, we know this is really close to breaking down, we should be gauging some shorts using maybe daily high as your risk if you want very tight risk. But for me, the kicker will be just losing the SMA 200. That's a trade in itself. That will brew a capitulation. Does not mean a need to just low-key lose it and then dump. It could literally 2 days, just red dildo down. Again, let's not forget, this often is what happens when you get volatility in time. People forget what can happen. 1 day, 14% down. So bears can flex here. They're in more control than they were here. They are in more control here than they were here. So anything can happen. Really, anything could happen. And for me, I just want to gauge 5 day going into November. That'll be my 69K Bitcoin if that does fire off to the downside. So hopefully that all made sense.
It did. And I'm not going to lie. I'm going to wait until 116 shows up again. And I'm going to short the living fuck out of that moment. If it comes back. Because I saw it on the chart. And you know, when you see something and then we go into other different levels and when we forget about the one thing and then one day we get to that level, you're like, fuck, it happened after. That's where I think we are.
There's been so many times where I've had orders set too, and then I'll go ahead and cancel that order, and then it goes to the point where it would have filled.
And you're like in the counter trade, you front ran it, and you're red, and you're just like, oh, and it's like to the T, it hits your spot, and you would have made so much money just waiting.
116,200 is the one that I have on my chart that we haven't gotten to yet, and I'm just gonna wait until that one comes up because that's going to be glorious. Every retard. Hey, look, can I show you something, guys? Hang on. Let me see if I'm still there. I am still here. Hang on. This is how stupid we are. Okay. 1 second. CPI came in at 3%, expected 3.1. Rate cuts are now confirmed. Inflation over 2% should be still like inflation over 0%. It's still inflation. Over 2% is beyond what these guys are looking for. What the fuck does a better beat on a fake number with a fake expectation number 2 by 0.1% means? But everyone is trained to think like this guy. It's bull theory. Breaking. US CPI came in at 3%. Expected 3.1%. The rate cuts are now confirmed. The rate cuts are coming because US demand for fucking US Treasury bills is it's increasing like a motherfucker due to the Genius Act. Retards. My God. You all went to school. It's embarrassing. Embarrassing as fuck. Embarrassing. So embarrassing.
It's quite hilarious considering I dropped out of college.
I didn't even fucking
And I can figure it out.
I barely finished high school.
and they always ask, where'd you graduate from? Oh, I dropped out. UH.
I'm so glad I didn't try in high school. I realized people are trying so hard, crying over tests. I'm like, on my deathbed, I'm not going to think about any of these grades. D's were what I needed. D's.
I made that mistake. I busted my ass in high school to get in the top 10, and then after I graduated, I realized it didn't even matter one bit.
Didn't matter. No,
Not me. When I was a kid, I realized, I don't know why, when I was really young, when people were good in school, I was like, these people that are really good in school are really good at being teachers in this school. Like, it doesn't mean they're smarter.
No.
I don't know why I knew that since I was a kid. And it's
Same,
true.
That's what I ran with, and teachers didn't like me because I knew if I just got D's, I passed and I don't need school. So I'm just going to use this time to focus on building a business or doing something. Well, everyone's focused on college and getting in debt and going behind.
Yeah, same. It worked out pretty well.
Yeah, I felt like such a retard afterwards.
Yeah.
The only thing I got out of it was I got to sit in the front row at graduation. Oh, nice.
Well done.
Amazing.
Well, sounds like a lot of fun though that day.
And my parents are proud. That's it.
That's good. That's good though. You at least gave him that. Now you can be a failure while having a great life, but in their eyes, still a failure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, look at your cousin. He's a doctor, but he makes he's a doctor in Pakistan, so you can get what that entails. But look at your cousin. He's a doctor.
Fuck you. Sorry.
Right, so we'll get started on the daily on Bitcoin. So we do have momentum starting to still flipping to the upside, getting very close to getting into the bullish control zone, but not quite there just yet. And if you notice, we are forming some on this opposite hand, we are forming hidden bearish divergence because we are making a lower high on price from this point here, while momentum is significantly higher than that area, giving us possibility for hidden bearish divergence. And this will confirm with any close below 106,583. And if you want to get a target off that hidden bearish divergence, it'd be somewhere around your 95% on your HPDR, or somewhere between the 88.3% to the 95%. The reason I'm thinking 95% is that's because we bottomed out these both times around. This one actually went to the 97.5, but I'm saying 95 to be conservative. That'd give you a range between about $98,000 and $95,000. Keep these numbers in mind because they will come back. If you look at the jewel right now, the jewel is starting to curve back around and give you a bicycle within the bearish control zone. This is more of a sign for a little bit of a bounce from this zone, but if you notice in the background, we do have a pink below the yellow cross, which is more powerful signal than just a simple buy signal. Let's go a little bit lower. Over the 4 hour, 4 hours now freshly flipping to the downside on momentum with volatility now going into a contraction phase. There is some little bit of bullish hopium here on the jewel because we have given a bullish cross with the pink over the yellow, although I am not really expecting much to come of this, especially since you're putting in one hell of a bearish engulfing dildo now, and you are losing the 38.2%. Assuming you close below this 38.2%, you would have probabilities at a minimum coming down to this bottom 38.2%, around $108,000, taking out this last major low, and very likely at this point you're going to start your capitulation, probably going to go somewhere around this bottom meme line around like 105, maybe a little bit of a bounce there, and I think that's where you're going to start your real meltdown towards that sub $100,000 area. Let's go into 2. Let's look at 3 first, because this one just closed. 3 hours, very close to flipping back to the upside with volatility contracting currently, and the jewel has now lost the buy signal, flipping over into a neutral. In the background, we do have a pink over yellow cross, so that is something to watch. But we have lost the 38.2% now, and if whatever move we get up to this 38.2%, likely will be a bearish retest into this bottom 38.2%. Let's look it out. We do have currently a silver cross to the upside, which is a little bit of hopium right now that we could, as long as we are holding this previous low at 109.250, we could go a little bit higher to retest this 100. Although I don't think we're going to get much higher than this area at all, and I think we're more likely just going to make a lower high and continue to dump from here. Let's see. This wick high is at 122,150. So as long as you're trading below 112,150, more likely this is just going to make another lower high and continue the dump. Alrighty. Let's go a little lower. Hourly is still positioned to the downside, entering now into the bearish control zone with volatility now expanding from 0%, and the jewel giving you a sell signal. Kind of looks like whatever bounce you get at this point is going to be shortable. And if you want a more conservative stop loss, you would use your 115s. If you want to be more aggressive, you would use this one here at 112, 151. This is my stop loss right now on my short at 112, 151 because I'm a little bit more aggressive on this one. I'm only using a pussy 15x leverage, but the target is sub $100,000, so that's good enough for me. My TP is at 98,500. Now I'll get to why in a second. And this will be the lowest time frame you go to is the 15-minute, which is still positioned to the downside, and we're still rejecting this 5 EMA, which is our fastest moving average. If you look right now, we are forming a fresh silver cross to the downside, which means if we get any type of move to the upside, this somewhere around this 100 and this 9 EMA is going to be an opportunity for a short, and your stop loss would be that 112, 150 area. This is about to close as well. Currently, we are getting a bounce over the from the 38.2%, not really the strongest bounce, and we are currently rejecting the bullish control zone with volatility contracting. On the opposite hand, we do have a buy signal on Jewel, which is a little bit of hopium here, and we are putting in possibility for a nice bearish engulfing dildo here. If we close below 111.474, that will confirm the bearish engulfing dildo, giving you a minimum target of this median right now, which is at that same 108.5 area. Maybe you'll get a little bit of a bounce here, but I do think this bounce is going to fail, and that's where you're going to start your capitulation. And we do have a little bit of a bastardized head and shoulders right here. 12-hour also forming a bearish engulfing dildo. Momentum is still pointing to the upside with volatility expanding, and the jewel is giving you a buy signal. And you're just now getting a pink over yellow cross as well. But this has not confirmed. We have about 9 hours to go for this to confirm. And as of now, kind of looks like a projection, kind of looks like it might diverge, especially if we close below this 38.2%. The ultimate confirmation for me that this buy signal is going to invalidate and we're going to dump bigly from here is if we lose this median, which is currently at 108.8. Lose that area, and then I think we're going to start capitulating pretty heavily towards somewhere around 105 for a little bit of a bounce, take these lows out, make people think that they caught the swing failure pattern, and then dump again. We're gonna give some more blessings for Grant Cardone.
For what?
Take out the pre before going to 105. Take out these lows here. Come to 105. Give a little bounce. Close above this area. Give us another test of this medium line at 108, and then dump ski from there. Another blessing for Grant Cardone. Lower prices.
Oh.
So much blessings that he'll be in the Vatican.
You're on one today, sir. I like it.
On the 2-day, we are currently holding the 100 EMA, which is some hopium right now, and we have reclaimed the bottom 38.2%, but the 38.2% moved down to price action, which is kind of bearish. We want to see 38.2% rise with price action, not move down, because when it moves down, it gives you more leeway to continue the dump ski to the downside. Last time, our wick low was right around that 97 point, or the 95%, no, I'm sorry, 97.5% on the HPDR. Right now, the 97.5% has dropped significantly all the way down to about $95,000. Gives us a lot more leg room to continue this dump. Confirmation will be a close below this 38.2%, ideally this 100 EMA. And I like to see that this 100 EMA lines up beautifully with my meme line at $108,000. And we're very close to getting a silver cross to the downside on the 2-day as well. Probably like 2 maximum more closures, and this will confirm that silver cross. And this once this silver cross does confirm, usually coincides a nasty dumpski with that cross, and that will give us a target of this 200 EMA, which is currently at about $98,000. This is why my TP is at 98.5, because I'm front running this area as it slowly rises with every single close. 5-day, nice rejection of about 38.2%. It is trying to flip back up, getting out of the bearish control zone. However, it's still below the moving average, and volatility is right at that moving average as well. Ever so slightly going into a contraction phase. It's like a ball sack hair below that moving average, and this hasn't confirmed just yet either. So if momentum does flip up, this likely will go into a contraction phase. So whatever move we're going to get is likely going to be a lower high, and the jewel is now giving you a fresh sell signal. Sorry, losing the neutral signal, and you still have that pink below yellow cross in the background. Rejecting this or closing below this 38.2% is going to confirm the rejection, and from there you likely are going to get a nice little dumpski from there. Because if you would have noticed last time in history, whenever we've lost 38.2% and then rejected it, we continued to go lower from there. Let's find a nice example. We got one right here. We closed below 38.2%, got a nice bearish retest, and got a nice dumpski from there. See how much we went down after that bearish retest? About 7.7%. So if we were to take it roughly 7% from this top here, bring this down to our 55 EMA, right around that 104, 105 area, where I do think we're going to get a little bit of a bounce from that 55 and then end up coming lower towards wherever the 100 is at that time. But likely going to front run the 100 because we did front run it over here by a decent amount. Right now, the 100 is at about 90, 92.3. So 95 would be a perfect area for a front run of this 100 EMA, then give us a strong bounce from there. And if that bounce, as long as that bounce is keeping us below 112, I do think it's just going to be a bounce. If that bounce takes us above 112, though, then it's high probabilities that we're going to go to new all-time highs from there. This is going to depend on what we do around that $95,000 area. And there are some people that I highly respect. I do think we will bottom at that 95 and go to 150 from there. A little skeptical on that. Confirmation for me will be getting back over 112. And we are now getting a bearish retest of our 90 EMA crossing below the 21. If you notice, last time we had a 90 EMA crossing below the 21, we got a bearish retest, rejection, went back down to the 55, got a little bounce from the 55, and then we ended up making a lower low, and that was our major bottom before we continued to the upside. Right now, I think if I had to put a number on it, maybe like a 40% chance of this happening, 45% chance of this same scenario here, where we come back down to that $95,000 area, get a major buyback from there, and then confirm some hidden bullish divergence, and then I can see new all-time highs happening. But I don't really see it happening from here. At the very least, I see a retest of the 55 before continuing up to new all-time highs. But I think the 55 is going to break, and we're going to break below 100K. Maybe it'll be a quick drop below 100K. Maybe it'll be more of a long form drop below 100K to give us time capitulation. But I think that move is coming before we go to, if we even go to new all-time highs. But if we do go to new all-time highs, I think it's going to be off the back of that sub 100K drop. Weekly is positioning freshly to the downside now, dropping below that moving average, with volatility freshly going into an expansion phase, and the weekly jewel is still curving over, with the neutral signal losing the upwards curvature and continuing the downwards curvature. And we have a bearish cross right here with the pink below the yellow. It's a lot easier to see on the index because we have more data. And the index is already giving us a sell signal. Ooh, that's actually quite significant. If we were to mark this off right here with the sell signal with the pink below the yellow, let's see what we get. Makes me feel a lot better about my short now. Because I had only been looking at the bluffing chart. Let's do it right there. Right there's good enough. There. And we'll take one more. That's not in the bullish control zone. This one is. There we go. Oh, December of 2017. We all know what happened in December of 2017. The top of our 2017 bull market. Got a little bit of a bounce key from here. About 22%. Did I draw it correctly? Let me make sure. Take it from the actual cross. Nice, it actually caught the top. And we will see how much of a dumpski we got immediately from there. Oh, about 63% to the downside. Wow, before we got any type of bounce. And then 64%, and then 80%, our classic bear market dump. From here, we continued up a little bit, about 10%, and then a nice little dumpski of 50%, 51%. Okay, let's check this one. This one we didn't even really get to move up. We got to move up of like 2.5%, and then a nice dumpski of 35%. Very in line with that 30% number. That's more immediate. And then we went down after the bounce, got a little bit of bounce. You were still up on the short, even though it bounced 50%. Oh, also very in line. And then 65%, very in line. 69%, that's a nice pullback number. From here, from the open, we went up about 5%, and then down to 22%, 28%, very in line with about 30%. Now we will check the next one. These are all quite nasty dumps. The minimum dump is 30%. Well, let's say 28% to be fair. 24.69%, closer to 28%. And from here, let's see. Let me make sure this is right. Take it from the cross. So we went up slightly from the cross of about 9%, very in line with that 10% move we saw previously before the move to the downside. And now we are down about 10% on our wick low. If we were to take it about 20, 25, 28%, brings us to about $86,000. Very interesting. Keep this number in the back of your mind because this will come back. Now let's take it about 30%. Brings us to low 80s, 35, brings us to about $76,000. That's very close to our $74,000 high, which is about 36% down. And then we'll bring it 50% for funsies. Brings us to about $58,000. And 60% brings us to, $46,000. Very interesting. Because somewhere around 40 to 48,000 is where I'm thinking is going to be our bear market bottom. That is exactly the 40s was the area where when the spot ETF started trading, where the price was at. 2-week also positioned to the downside currently. We're getting a nice rejection of our 38.2%. This closes in 2 days. So that gives you a number of 113,271 for the bulls to close above to maintain a hopium for new all-time highs. Get a rejection and a close below this 38.2%. Likely that's where we're going to get our dump. We're going to get another move like this where we close below, got an ever so slight bearish retest, and then immediately in the next candle we dumped. And we dumped about 18.68% off of the next candle. So if we were to take it 18% from this 38.2%, let's just be conservative and take it a little bit higher than where it would be normally. Brings us to about $92,000. And we are currently getting volatility expansion with this momentum to the downside. Last time we had this type of setup was right around here, where we got that move down to about $74,000. And then from there, we went to our new all-time highs. This is the bullish hopium setup right now, that we get a slightly lower low right in that sub $100,000 area, put in that hidden bullish divergence like we did over here, and then send it up to new all-time highs. This is the most bullish scenario right now. And we are now getting a bearish cross with the pink crossing below the yellow on the 2-week with the sell signal on the jewel. Not good. And here's where I'm getting that $86,000 number from, which will come back now. We are getting a rejection of our median as of this moment. We are forming possible multiple drives of bearish divergence with volatility currently contracting. Jewel still giving us a buy signal, but now it is starting to lose the curvature to the upside, very close to giving us a neutral signal on this next open. And we are the confirmation of that multiple drives of bearish divergence will be getting any close below 107.286. That happens, that'll give you an easy target, basically a magnet for price action of this 21 EMA on the monthly, which right now sits at just around $86,000. It's at $86,764. Very nice area. That's where I'm getting that 86 area from. I don't. If we're going to be bullish, I don't think that'll be the bounce that will get to new all-time highs. If in the bullish scenario, I think somewhere around that 95 area is gonna be where we bounce from to go to new all-time highs. I'm not ruling that out just yet. I'm actually giving it a pretty high probability at somewhere around 40 to 45%, just slightly more in favor of the bearish scenario. Not really by that much though. It's like more of a coin toss. Now we go into the RSI. Let's see. Zoom in. That is a lower low, so there's no possibility of bullish divergence here, while we're still holding the silver cross to the downside on the daily. Lower low, no possibility of bullish divergence. Come on. 3 hours now confirmed a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence, and this will be active as long as we're closing below 112,056. Next target on that bearish divergence is going to be somewhere between the bullish control zone and the simple moving average, and that puts us between 109.7 and 108.9, giving us that retest of my meme line right around 108. And the next level is going to be the neutral zone, which is at 104, which is that meme line right around 105. With volatility right now approaching extreme lows, I'm going to be targeting the bearish control zone, which is going to update with every single close. It closes in about 2 hours and 40 minutes. Right now, it's sitting at about $91,000. I'm thinking any move into this 100 EMA is going to be a short opportunity around that 110.5 to 110.8 area. Two hours now putting in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below about 110.431, and this will give us an easy target of our neutral zone, which right now sits at about 106. And then the bearish control zone is the number I'd love to see with volatility approaching extreme lows at $97,000. Hourly now also has multiple drives of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below that same number, 112.56. Next target is going to be the bearish control zone, which is at about 106, 109's area. And the target below there, with volatility now expanding from just below extreme lows, give us one of those tap and goes of that 15% area. It's going to be the critical zone, which right now sits at about 106. And nothing on the 15-minute. Maybe we get a slight move higher to tap this silver cross at that same 110.8 area. I will be adding to my short in that area with the same stop loss at 112.50, slightly higher at about 112.60. 8-hour currently still has multiple drives of bullish divergence, although this will be invalidated with any close below about 109.412. And that'll give us a target of the bearish control zone, which right now is at about 101. 12-hour also has bullish divergence. This will be invalidated with any close below 110.52, and that invalidation will give us an easy target of the neutral zone, which right now sits at about 106, and then the next level is the bearish control zone at 101. Critical zone will likely update. Right now it sits at 82. I'd like to see this ever so slightly rise and get to about 87. 3-day also has currently active bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 114.80, giving you a target of the bearish control zone, which is going to update in about 8.5 hours. Right now, it sits at 104.8, and the next level is the critical zone, which is at currently 62.6. This will also update. 5-day currently has multiple drives of bearish divergence, volatility now expanding from many periods of 0%, and this will be active as long as you're closing below 114.80. Next level is the bearish control zone, which right now sits at 104. Weekly also has fresh bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 116.55, and your next target is the bearish control zone at 101. And your EMA target off of that would be the 55, which is right now at 98,000. Nice. 2-week also has multiple drives of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below all-time highs at 126.219. Next level on the divergence is going to be your bullish control zone and simple moving average. Give you a range around 103 to 104. With volatility now at literally 0%, giving you more likely that you're going to approach somewhere at least the neutral zone, which is going to update in 2 days. Right now it sits at about 83.7. And the monthly, also on the RSI, still has that possibility of 3 drives of bearish divergence between this point, this point, and this point, and that will confirm with any close below 107.286, same area, giving you a minimum target of around $92,000, and your EMA target would be somewhere around 87 to 86,000. Now we go into Tether. Tether currently has multiple drives of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below about 5.10%. And your next target on that bearish divergence is going to be the neutral zone, which is very close to where we are right now, sitting somewhere around 4.83%. Does it line up with any of our? It lines up with the 21 EMA on the daily. With volatility currently contracting with that bearish divergence, and you do have a bullish jewel cross with the pink over the yellow. 4 hour, nothing. 2 hour, nothing. Currently have some bullish divergence on the hourly, multiple drives of bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 4.88%, and your next target on the divergence is going to be the bullish control zone, which currently sits at about 5%. Currently have some bearish divergence on the 15-minute, but you're about to get a silver cross, and as long as you're trading over 4.94%, this is going to silver cross. Possibly on this close, this is going to silver cross, and that likely gives us a nice little pump ski to somewhere around this 200, which also sits at that nice 5% area. 12-hour has bearish divergence of multiple drives. Easy target has been hit of the bearish control zone, plus your 21 EMA. Confirmation is going to be getting closed back over this area here at 4.99%, about 5%, and that'll send us back up to retesting somewhere around these low to mid 5s. See if it lines up with any of our RSI targets. Yep, the bullish control zone at 5.3%. Nothing there. 3-day currently has active bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 4.79%, with 3-day now giving you a fresh silver cross. And your next target is going to be the critical zone, which currently is at 5.9%. And you are getting a volatility setup now firing off on the 3-day with that bullish divergence. 5-day also has multiple drives of bullish divergence as long as you're closing over same number, 4.79%, with 5-day very close to giving you a silver cross to the upside. That'll give you a target of this 200 at about 5.6% on confirmation. And 5-day is giving you a volatility setup firing off with multiple drives of bullish divergence. Weekly currently now invalidating the bearish divergence. You've already hit the easy target, which is the bullish control zone. Volatility is now expanding from many periods of 0%. You're only at 16% now. Next target is going to be the critical zone, which currently sits at about 6.76%. Nothing there. And monthly has invalidated the hidden bearish divergence, putting in a local bottom. Next target on that is going to be the neutral zone, which currently sits at about 5.8%. Now going to momentum. Daily momentum on Bitcoin is currently flipped freshly to the upside with volatility contraction from a double extreme, and you are going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 106.200, and you're putting in bullish divergence on the daily now by putting in a higher low on momentum, whereas price put in a lower low. The easy target has been hit off that bullish divergence, which is a reconnect of your 21 EMA, and as long as you are closing below this 21 EMA specifically, ideally for the bears or for the bulls, you want to close over the 100, but as long as you're closing over the 21s, even more bearish than that, and likely what's going to happen is this momentum is just going to continue to the upside, whereas price chops around here and then flips back down, and then you get your real move. And if you want to see a comparable example to this, it's going to be somewhere around here, where we freshly lost the 200 SMA here. We had momentum then flip back up. We had some chop solidation right around this 200 SMA with price like grinding, stair-stepping higher. Then while momentum made its way all the way up to the critical zone, ended up flipping down. We didn't break our previous lower high, and then we lost the 200 once again. Another bearish retest, and then the dump ski, which is what I'm looking for here. Some chop around this 200 SMA while momentum is pointing to the upside, and then we get momentum flipping down, and then we get our move down sub below below to that sub 100K area. Eight-hour closing in 33 minutes, currently positioned to the upside. We no divergence because price made a higher low while momentum made a higher low, and this will be pointing up as long as we're closing over 108,000 to 300. 4-hour also positioned to the upside with volatility in the expansion phase, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 109,250. And you are now approaching the critical zone. So likely on this next close, this pivot will go up. 2-hour freshly flipping to the downside now, with volatility approaching extreme lows, and we will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 111,700. Hourly also positioned to the downside with volatility expansion, and we will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 111,750. 15-minute freshly flipped up with volatility now at extremes, and we will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 110, 300, basically. Somewhere around this silver cross, very likely is where you get your rejection, especially since volatility is now at extremes. 2-day currently flipped to the downside, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 111,450. And you're very close to getting that silver cross. 5-day also, 5 days now currently flipped up, freshly flipped up on this last close, with volatility currently expanding, but this pivot went up significantly. It was previously somewhere around 108, now it's sitting at 116,550. Very bearish to see this pivot go significantly above price action, about $6,000 above price action, and the curvature is not really the strongest over here. If you were to look at the projection on this next open, it's projected to flip back to the downside because we are significantly below this pivot. And if we do flip back to the downside here, this is going to be a steady rejection of getting out of the bearish control zone that usually takes us into the critical zone. Weekly freshly flipped to the downside with volatility now expanding for many periods of 0%, and we will remain flipped down as long as we're closing below 118,450. 2-week also flipped to the downside with volatility at extreme lows, and we'll flip down as long as at 0% actually, and we'll be flipped down as long as we're closing below 127.50. And the monthly is very close to flipping down and flip down in about a week if we close below 115, with volatility now at extreme lows. If this does flip down, this will confirm monthly bearish divergence on the stochastic, and that'll give me a target of somewhere around that $86,000 to $87,000 area. So on the high time frames now, Bitcoin is shifting more into bearish control. We've done a textbook swing failure pattern of the monthly, taking out the previous all-time highs, and now we are getting dropped back down below even our previous candles close, while forming multiple drives of bearish divergence, volatilities at extreme lows. We're getting volatility setups on the 5-day, we're getting volatility setups on the weekly, the 2-week. All of the high time frame setups do favor the downside right now because we are heavily below the momentum pivots. On the lower time frames, like the 15-minute, we are getting momentum flipping back up. We do have a fresh little cross to the downside, so somewhere around that 110.8, maybe 111 area, I do think is going to give us our rejection. And from there, maybe we chop around that daily 200 SMA for a little bit while momentum is flipped to the upside. But eventually, as long as we're closing below that previous lower high at 112, 150, more likely that momentum just to the upside is just going to lead to chop before it flips back down, and then from there is I think we're going to sweep our current lows somewhere below 100K, and that's the area where the bulls are going to have to step in. And if they do step in there, then we're going to have the same situation that happened last time with that loss of that 200 SMA. We'll re-chop, get a nice lower low, a big buyback, puts in hidden bullish divergence, and that sends us to all-time highs. And right now the invalidation is quite simple for the move down. Just get any tick over our current all-time highs, or get a close over about 112, about 116. I would use the previous one. Even a daily close would do it about over 116, and from there I think we go to new all-time highs. But I'm leaning more towards the sweep of the lows at the moment.
Thank you, senor. Much appreciated. And for you boys, I got CrowdStrike and Coinbase after.
I'll do Coinbase.
Perfecto. Now, give me 30 minutes until StreamYard decides that my screen is approved to be shared. So I can continue this. Just another 45 minutes. Oh, you can, hang on. You can see it on Vimeo.
I can see it.
The best thing about StreamYard is they just literally pulled me this morning. They're like, so is StreamYard getting way better, super better, or mega better? I'm like, it's getting way worse.
Getting worse. Yeah, what the fuck?
But they don't give you that option on the survey.
That's funny.
Fucking geniuses. Whoever's in charge of that department, by the way, is a genius because they can go back to the CEO and be like, everyone loves this. Like everyone like 99% of people voted something positive.
Leaves out the part that there was no option to vote for a negative.
Oh yeah, there's no need to say that, okay? We're gonna keep it quiet. Thank you, very clear. Much appreciated. Vale, estamos empezando con el análisis de Bitcoin, lo estamos viendo en la diaria. ¿Cuántas veces les he dicho esto, no? La debilidad que nos enseña aquí justamente Bitcoin. No puede pasar de esta zona. Ahora, quiero que vean, tuvimos este pompazo hasta acá. Yo les voy a decir esto. Yo, saben ustedes que me estoy tomando un break de hacer trading ya de fin de mes porque ya me fue bien, quiero no estar en mi teléfono, pero voy a poner acá, y esto es individual, no les estoy diciendo que sea el caso. Voy a poner acá arriba en los 116,200. Ahí es donde yo voy a entrar en corto, donde pienso que, porque ese número lo vi hace esta semana y no lo hemos tocado. El pompazo hasta acá solamente fue a los 114 y la culerada más grande es venir acá a los 116,600. ¿Por qué? Porque eliminas a todos estos cortos. Todos estos. La culerada más grande y hasta acá, o sea, toda esta vela. Te llevarías a todo el mundo desde el 10 de octubre hasta ahorita, si llegas a esta zona. Entonces, para mí, es lo que yo voy a estar esperando. Ahora, ¿nosotros qué estamos esperando? Pum, pum, para abajo. Es para no hacérselas de pedo, así de sencillo. Y muchos dirán, ¿pero cómo? ¿Esto no es una gran zona para comprar? Bueno, ahorita lo veremos. Lo vamos a analizar entre todos, damas y caballeros.
8 de la mañana, Vladimir Putin me mete el pito por el retoño, tristemente.
Les he dicho, 10 de noviembre es cuando tengo mi fecha para la, ¿cómo se dice? Para el pompazo de vuelta y poder romper el wick para abajo. Lo mismo con la dominancia de Bitcoin. Déjenme ver, no he visto la dominancia de Bitcoin personalmente por acá. ¿Dónde fue el wickazo diario? Denme un segundo. Hasta acá y vamos para arriba. Entonces, por ahí del 10 de noviembre es cuando espero ver esto, que coincide también, pues, obviamente con la Junta de la Reserva Federal, etcétera. Vamos a ver, igual y este juego funciona. Tenemos un cruce plateado ahora sí a la alza otra vez en la diaria de ¿cómo se llama? En la diaria de la dominancia de Bitcoin que habíamos perdido el 17 de julio. Básicamente nos dieron a la baja. Desde julio hemos estado a la baja y ahora lo volvemos a retomar a la alza. Nada mal, nada mal. Les digo, estos wicazos son el mejor indicador de lo que viene en todas las tablas. Cuando veas uno de estos, prepárate para continuar el movimiento después de eliminar a todo el mundo. Y es justamente lo que parece que estamos haciendo. Nada mal, muy divertidas las tablas estos días. Honestamente, y muy fáciles de seguir. Bitcoin en la diaria también tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja, no a la alza como en la dominancia de Bitcoin. En fin, vamos a la trimestral. Voy a hacerlo con el índice para no meter mis pendejos niveles todavía. No los necesitan. Pueden ver que estamos haciendo altos más altos, bajos más altos. Esta tabla está en postura alcista. Lo único que nos pone acá a preguntarnos qué pedo es justamente esto. El confirmar por debajo del promedio de volatilidad. Este es nuestro índice de volatilidad para la gente que está empezando apenas con nosotros. Este se llama BBWP, es absolutamente gratuito. Le picas en Indicators, pones BBWP y te aparece esta chingadera aquí abajo, ¿no? Le das, perdón, estoy pintando. Te va a aparecer aquí abajo. Para quitarlo, 2 clics arriba. Para ponerlo de vuelta, 2 clics otra vez, y para hacerlo más grande, 2 clics aquí abajo, para que lo sepan usar. Ahora, lo que hemos visto en Bitcoin es, cada vez que tocamos esto y hacemos uno de estos fondos y la volatilidad de esta tabla trimestral se va para arriba, el precio de Bitcoin hace fondo y se va alto histórico. Fondo, alto histórico. fondo, alto histórico. ¿Ok? ¿Y por qué es importante saber esto? Porque del otro lado, cada que cruzas, que la volatilidad oficialmente contrae, que lo hace acá por debajo del promedio, que lo hace acá por debajo del promedio, y que lo hace acá por debajo del promedio. Recuerden, para esta vela cerrar todavía faltan 2 meses y 7 días o 6 días. ¿Cuánto es? 8 días. Ninguna de todas las que dije. Pero si nos confirma volatilidad cerrando acá, básicamente ya vimos el tope de Bitcoin. Esto es algo que nadie usa, que es la cosa más pendeja del planeta que nos puso en alerta desde el principio a nosotros. Y no sé por qué la gente no habla más de esto. Están usando todos los indicadores de todo el planeta. Este es el más fácil de todos. Es simple volatilidad. Entonces, esto es lo que me hace ponerlo atención al precio de Bitcoin y empezar a pensar, puede que hayamos visto ya el tope o que estemos muy cerca. Ahora, si esto se cancela, tienes tu volatilidad, se voltea para arriba y no contrae, entonces no, todavía no lo hemos visto. Pero si esto cierra tal cual, yo diría que yo le doy 8 de 10 posibilidades, 8 de 10 a que efectivamente ya viste el tope. Personalmente, yo estoy jugando a que ya vimos el tope, lo saben ustedes. Vamos a ponerles el HPDR en el índice para que lo puedan ver y para que yo me pueda frustrar con esta colapso de mi tabla y no se puede ajustar con simplemente lo que ajustas una tabla acá. Tienes que a huevo hacer esto. No es en todas las tablas, pero en las que lo hace es una patada en los huevos. Trimestralmente hablando, ya fuimos rechazados por el 50%, ya caímos de la zona azul. Estamos acá de no poder subir y pasar los $123,500. Vamos a tener probabilidad de visitar nuestro promedio del 5, que se encuentra justamente en los 101,500, o nuestro promedio del 9 en los 83. ¿Ok? De nuevo, faltan 2 meses para jugar esto. De poder romper los 123, siguiente objetivo 176. Y ya, 176, que es lo que les han prometido y que dijeron, ustedes ya lo tomaron como hecho, ¿no? Los $180,000 que han sido platicados por 7 años. Espero que lleguen ahora. Mensual. Mensual pueden ver que volatilidad está en el punto más bajo de toda la historia, está justamente acá. Para todos los que no sepan qué significa, cuando ves volatilidad en el punto más bajo de toda la tabla, en toda la historia de algo, es que viene el movimiento más fuerte, sea para arriba o para abajo, ¿no? Todavía no sabemos, tenemos que empezar a ver por acá. Pero esto nos dice que hay una probabilidad muy grande del movimiento más grande en toda la historia en Bitcoin, ¿ok? Y esto puede ser a la alza o puede ser a la baja, se los digo. Lo que tenemos en la mensual es ese potente rechazo de la media. No habíamos tocado la media desde mayo del 2025, después de la caída de los aranceles. Ahora la volvemos a tocar y nos rechaza. Estamos rangueando entre la media en 127, que son altos históricos, y básicamente el promedio del 9 en los 102,398. Para que entiendan un poco, la zona de rango es esta. Si fuera yo a dibujarla, les pondría esto y esto para que lo puedan ver sencillamente. No tienes que hacerla tanto de pedo. Además, esta es la zona de breakout. Lo puedes ver por acá, donde no pudimos pasar. Antes tuvimos rechazos. De romper los 103,200, vas a venir a la parte baja de la zona azul en los $90,000. Y de venir a la parte baja de los $90,000, hay probabilidad de que continúe la caída hasta el 50 o hasta el 61,8%, que está en $69,000. Y ahora, a la alza, si puedes romper los 127, $188,000 sería el primer objetivo y luego los 250 acá. Pero pues ya se acabó QT, entonces me imagino viene QE, van a bajar los tipos. Todo el mundo lo sabe, que es lo bueno. Entonces probablemente $188,000 sea lo que sigue. 2 semanas. 2 semanas tenemos un poco de lo mismo, volatilidad nula, preparándonos un movimiento demasiado potente. Y una vez más, la tabla de 2 semanas es para mí donde se encuentra la leche, donde puedes exprimir las tetas de la vaca. Puedes ver que vino a tocar. Si estabas tradeando la de 2 semanas y viste el promedio del 21 ser tocado acá, te metiste en long definitivamente. Y ahora tienes tu promedio del 9 y tu parte alta de la zona azul en 113,300. ¿Qué más quieres, güey? Ahí está, creando un rango en putiza para todos ustedes para que lo tengan ahí en 113,500. Por debajo vas a 103, que de nuevo el 103 en la trimestral era donde está el promedio del 5, si no estoy equivocado, en un segundo. No, 101,500. ¿Qué hay en los 103 en la trimestral? Solamente mi línea meme. Era en la mensual, pendejo. Sí, en la mensual está el promedio del 9, básicamente. Ahí, ok. 2 semanas es lo que estamos viendo, si tradeaste esto. Y esto, por cierto, para la gente que no entienda mucho de trading y que esté aprendiendo y todavía no sepa, de lo que se trata es qué tan verga eres en reconocer en qué rango estás tradeando. Es todo. Porque si entiendes y pones esto y cada que viene aquí abajo te metes en long para que suba acá y cada que venga aquí arriba vendas y cada que vengas a la zona de fricción decidas voy a vender en corto o no, esto te hace toda la lana del mundo. Esto es básicamente lo que tienen que entender. Cada que entramos a un rango de precio, es muy respetado por un rato. Recuerda que tiene 70% de probabilidades de ranguear. Eso quiere decir que 7 de 10 días vas a estar en uno de estos rangos, lo que lo hace fácil para poder hacer trading. Entonces, importante tenerlo en mente. Vale, con esto dicho, estando abajo del promedio del 9, no, espérenme, lo que quería ver era acá. Una vez que vean que estamos por debajo de esta línea meme o los 102, 300, ¿no? Que es el promedio del 9 mensual, nos ponemos en alerta bajista, señores. No hemos visto eso desde la caída de enero del 2022 en el promedio del 9, ¿ok? En la tabla mensual. Esta vela cerró apenas, pero no estaba abajo en realidad. Esta vela te hizo la finta, esta vela te hizo una finta más grande. No hemos tenido un cierre mensual por debajo de el promedio del 9. Una vez que tengas un cierre mensual, si ahorita en 7 días y 9 horas Bitcoin hace esto y se queda aquí, que probablemente es lo que tiene más probabilidades en mi opinión, si tienes eso, tío, vas a comer mierda. O sea, esto va a 69, como dice Alex. Vale, 2 semanas, ya lo habíamos platicado, estamos acá. ¿Qué queremos romper? Queremos poder romper la zona de fricción en los 113,300 y eso nos pondría en postura para ir a los 142,000. Faltan todavía 2 días y 9 horas para cerrar esta tabla, para poder cerrar por encima de los 113,500. De no hacerlo, tenemos más probabilidades de venir a visitar una vez más el 50% en los 107 y de no aguantar los 107,94 sería nuestro siguiente objetivo en esta tabla de 2 semanas. Semanal, tenemos un poco de pintura que acabo de poner ahí como pendejo. Tenemos volatilidad nula, lo que nos dice que también en la semanal viene un movimiento bastante choncho y agresivo. En la semanal estamos viendo que por fin, en la semanal para mí lo preocupante es el 21, el amarillo. Si pierdes tu promedio el 21 es donde llegas a este tipo de acción al fondo. Tuviste ya un cierre de 2 semanas aquí. Si hoy cierras por debajo de 110,852, que por cierto es nuestra zona, y ahorita se las enseño en mi tabla, donde podemos encontrar mucha debilidad, esto nos demuestra que Bitcoin en verdad tiene demasiada debilidad por debajo de los 110, 600, 110, 800, depende en qué tabla lo estés viendo. Y si no lo puedes romper, a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 104. Si no aguanta el 104, vas al 50% en 99 y de ahí al 61.8% en 93. Voy a ponerles la de 5 días, que ustedes saben, estaba a punto de hacer un pop, pero se volvió a echar para atrás y se quedó por debajo del 15%. Lo que nos dice que está a punto de hacer, no lo hizo. ¿Ok? En la de 5 días estamos por debajo de nuestro promedio del 9, del 21 y estamos peleando con el 34, donde ya cerramos 1 y 2 veces. Vamos a ver cuál fue la última vez que cerramos por debajo del 34 2 veces. Fue básicamente esto y nos llevó a los 74. Sí, básicamente cierras una vela por debajo del 34, te da un fake out y luego para abajo. Esto también se ve muy bajista. Hasta ahorita todas las tablas menos la trimestral, a menos de que veas momentum, volatilidad, me están diciendo que son más bajistas que alcistas, ¿no? Por lo que estamos viendo. Estamos viendo estructura donde hicimos este alto y hemos hecho un bajo más bajo que en todos los pasados y ahora, a menos de que podamos hacer un nuevo máximo histórico, vamos a hacer un alto más bajo y de ahí muy probablemente un bajo más bajo que el de los 103 que acabamos de tocar. Los voy a llevar a la de 2 días rápido. Quiero ver esta. A ver, la de 2 días es la que cuenta. ¡Ajá! ¡Ajá! Estamos justamente acá. La de 2 días es perfecta. ¿Por qué? Porque está a punto de darte un cruce plateado a la baja, tío. ¿Ok? Y justamente te lo daría si no puede pasar la media. ¿Dónde está la media? Nuestra línea meme de fricción en los 113,300. De no poder pasarlo, probablemente este cruce se vaya a dar a la baja el promedio del 9 está en los 111,300. Eso quiere decir que esa va a ser tu zona para hacerle corto. Y de perder el promedio del 100, que ya lo perdiste en una vela, te dio una vela topera de mentiras, o no, una vela topera más bien que no te ha dicho si es confirmado o no, confirma por debajo de 107,500. Una vez más, abajo de 107,300, 107,400, que es donde tengo mis líneas meme en mi tabla ya dibujada. Puedes caer tranquilamente a los 104 y de 104 a los 101. Pero teniendo el S&P 200 aquí abajo, no nos sorprendería venir a tocarlo una sola vez, porque no creo que lo hayamos tocado desde abril, desde julio más bien, que fue cuando se recuperó. Ah, no, es más, en abril lo tocamos y ahí hicimos fondo. Y ahora, esto no lo habíamos tocado desde que empezó el bull market oficial en esta tabla de 2 días. Correcto. Estoy pendejo, pero aquí sí estoy en lo correcto, ¿no? En marzo del 2023 fue cuando superamos por fin el S&P 200. ¿Qué ocurrió en marzo del 2023 para todos ustedes que están estudiando las noticias? Vamos a ver si se acuerdan. La crisis de los bancos, que en realidad fue QE, que le dijeron a todo el mundo, esto no es QE, esto no es QE, esto no es QE. Y a diferencia, el día de hoy, estamos a punto de retestearlo por segunda vez, el S&P 200 en la de 2 días, no por aquí en los 97. Si no aguanta, y probablemente porque hicimos esto acá, pero deberías de encontrar un rebote en esta zona. Pero de no aguantar el promedio de los 200, básicamente nos pondría en lo contrario, que fue ese gran QE que nos dijeron que no era QE. Y ahora la Reserva Federal, lo más buen pedo de todo, es que ahí te negaron que era QE cuando el precio estaba muy abajo y subió un chingo, y ahora te están diciendo por adelantado que están a punto de hacer QE. Lo anuncian por adelantado. Qué impresionante. Felicidades a todos ustedes que cacharon el fondo del mercado en los $103,000. Pero en serio, pierde el promedio del 100 y vas a la chingada. El promedio del 100 está en 108,200 y tienes todavía los 2 días para cerrar esta vela. Diaria tienes volatilidad contrayendo. Tienes un rechazo de la parte alta de la zona azul, justamente acá. Tienes un cruce plateado por acá, estás retesteándolo. Y tu siguiente objetivo debería ser la media en los 107,800, que te pone por debajo del 100, que te pone por debajo del S&P 200 en la diaria, te pone bajo el EMA 100 en la de 2 días, te pone ya en una zona crítica. Y de aquí vienes a la parte baja del canal, 104. Pueden ver dónde está la línea meme por ahí del 50%. Y de ahí hasta los $100,000. Ok. Y esto está en una clara tendencia bajista. Alto, alto más bajo, alto más bajo, alto más bajo. Y lo único que tienes que hacer ahora es llevarte este bajo en los 103 para continuar esta deliciosa tendencia bajista. 12 horas tenemos volatilidad contrayendo ante el movimiento lateral. Bien, estamos justamente rebotando en la media, fuimos a la parte alta de la zona azul y ahora estamos cayendo otra vez. Estamos en 110. Güey, qué debilidad trae esta madre. En 110, espero que sí me dé mi rebote a 116. Una vez más, no estoy jugando el long, solamente me voy a meter en ese corto si es que se llega a dar. Y ahora es Hopium, ese es un corto de Hopium. No, lo vi en las tablas hace días y no lo hemos tocado, igual y no llega. Entonces no se me claven en eso y no se me fijen en eso. Les estoy contando mis chocoaventuras de pendejo. Ya saben que yo no sé nada de este pedo. Solamente estoy traduciendo, así que no se preocupen. Cruce plateado para la baja en la de 12 horas. El promedio, el S&P 200 está por encima. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que el S&P 200 se puso por arriba de todos los promedios? En la de 12 horas. Déjenme busco eso. Acá. ¿Qué pasó acá? Fue la caída de los aranceles. Literalmente, ¿eh? La única vez, lo pueden ver acá, déjenme quito el HPDR para que lo puedan ver mejor, donde la línea morada se fue por encima del precio fue acá en febrero ante la caída de los aranceles hasta los $74,000. Y ahora chequen la línea morada y síganla. Por debajo, por debajo, por debajo. Va por encima y bolas, güey. Justamente acá, octubre del 2025. Tienes el S&P 200 por encima de todo y eso debería ser una resistencia pendeja. Pueden ver por qué se ve bajista, ¿no? Espero que sí. 4 horas, un poco de lo mismo. Déjenme pongo el HPDR para ver acá qué tenemos de sorpresas. Bien. El S&P 200 está en el 78,6%, cerca de la línea meme por acá. Interesante. Tenemos el EMA 100 que nos está rechazando ya, es el rojo aquí arriba y ahora estamos cayendo. La zona a aguantar son los 109,500 de no poder aguantarla. Vamos a los 108 que siguen apareciendo y de ahí a los 107 a ver si nos llevamos los mínimos. Ok, les voy a traer a mi tabla con mis niveles, aunque vale la pena hacer esto para ustedes. Si no han puesto todavía ningún nivel y están viendo esto, es un buen lugar para empezar, para tener tu nivel en los 127 hasta los 103, zona de fricción acá. Pero si les gusta ya lo rico, lo bueno, acá lo pueden ver. Y tienen esta tabla en nuestro Discord absolutamente gratis en mi sección de análisis, la sección de Salomondrina Análisis. Aquí está con todos estos niveles para que disfruten. Quien haya traído este rango, felicidades cabrones, seguimos jugando en el rango y haciendo dinero. Por eso me retiré este mes, porque ya fue muy fácil. De verdad, qué pendejo soy, es impresionante. ¿Qué es lo que podemos esperar? Por encima de 110, 600, un regreso a los 112, y eso nos podría catapultar a testear los 114 y de ahí mi idea a los 116. Pero siempre y cuando estemos por debajo de 110, 700, tienes más probabilidad de venir al SMA 200 y el promedio del 9, que se encuentra en 108. Esto tiene más probabilidad de que sea un SFP que cualquier otra cosa, justamente acá de tu promedio del 9. Y eso quiere decir que también es un SFP en tu SMA 200 diario y te llevaría para abajo. Objetivos ahora que estamos viendo para estos cortos, básicamente los 97, 98 mil dólares, abrir este rango. ¿Ok? Y este rango se abre cuando pierdes los 107, 300, que es esto. Y este rango entre los 107, 300 a 97 es lo siguiente. Y aquí deberías de aguantar. Hay el SMA 200 que habíamos platicado, bastante importante. Si lo vemos en la tabla trimestral, vamos a ver dónde está eso exactamente. Entraríamos hasta esta zona exactamente y nos quedaríamos por acá. Y la siguiente zona, si perdemos los 97, serían los 89. Pero creemos que los 97 pues no los hemos venido a tocar todavía, deberían, no desde la gran bajada, deberían de aguantar o tener un rebote, pero vamos a ir paso a paso. Por ahora, somos más bajistas que alcistas, simplemente porque la tendencia está flipada, tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, estás peleándote con el SMA 200 diario, en la tabla de 2 días es como yo lo vería, es mi tabla favorita en este momento. Estoy esperando este cruce plateado. Una vez que sea este cruce plateado, sabes dónde perfectamente hacer el corto, que es el promedio del 9. Y una vez que pierdas el promedio del 100 en los 108, 100, sabes que vas a venir a visitar este SMA 200 que tiene confluencia con mi línea meme y este es el rango nuevo en el que entrarías, para que lo tengan ahí apuntados. ¿Cómo estamos mal? Te lleva 116, 200 para arriba y empiezas a cerrar por encima de 117, 700. Eso te debería llevar a máximos históricos. Así de fácil. Por ahora, esperamos esta gran bajada. Y como les dije, la dominancia de Bitcoin alcista, y normalmente la dominancia de Bitcoin siendo alcista no significa que Bitcoin sea alcista. Significa que todo el mundo va a vender sus alts por una razón o por otra y que todo el dinero se va a ir a Bitcoin. Y esto puede pasar en subida o bajada. ¿Ok? Porque piénsenlo, si cuando bajan las alts bajan 99% y Bitcoin solo baja 20%, ¿por qué querrías tener alts? Y es normalmente cuando ves un entorno bajista. Cuando es un entorno alcista también que Bitcoin está corriendo, lo puedes ver, que Bitcoin está yendo de 28 a 100 mil dólares y pues las alts no están corriendo, ahí es cuando la dominancia de Bitcoin apoya a la subida. Pero por ahora, esto debería acompañar más a la baja que a la alza en esta tabla, ¿ok? Y en la diaria, que es donde te enseña, es por qué tienes un cruce plateado a la alza, simplemente estás retestando el promedio del 9 y tu siguiente objetivo es 61.9%. ¿Se acuerdan? Había puesto este objetivo cuando estábamos cayendo de que vamos a regresar a retestearlo. Güey, lo hizo en un día. Fue una mamada. Y les digo, por ahí del 10 de noviembre deberíamos de estar de vuelta por acá. Y eso es muy poco tiempo. Algo extraño tendría que pasar. ¿A la alza o a la baja? Da igual. Por ahora lo que quieres ver es simplemente a dónde se va a mover el precio, si vas a subir y superar los 110, 700 en Bitcoin, y esto va para la alza, pues quieres quedarte en Bitcoin porque es lo que va a correr. Y ya, básicamente. Súper sencillo, tío, súper sencillos. All right, Mr. Alex, what do you got? CrowdStrike?
Yeah. Got the crowd of the strike. Let's see.
Yes.
Make it a little bigger.
It sounds like a
Forget-
terrorist organization.
It does, though. Yeah, it
No?
does, actually. Honestly. Which, I mean, that could be bullish in itself. I don't know. Just kidding.
That exactly. Now you're learning the ways of
I
America.
am, honestly. The ways of the chart.
That's right.
So it's really easy with CrowdStrike. It's doing what gold does. It does what very bullish assets do, which is you form these wick high rejections, could even draw on a meme line here. And as long as you flip this zone into support, you often get the next leg up. Here, we're just simply using June 30th, my apologies, wick high, specifically at $517.98. We're using that as a gauge. You want to see this weekly close above that. If we can close above that and consolidate, this could just make for another move up. Now, looking at weekly volatility as well, it's not totally unreasonable to be talking about more upside. You do see here, you're just kind of getting started with volatility only at 36%. Very easily at this point can make a move up to that 50% region. But again, it will be dependent on this weekly closing in 4 hours. You just need to have all eyes there. That'll be the easy gauge and seeing where this 38.2% shifts. I am curious to see where the 5's at. The 5 is sitting at $495. We're only gauging, the meme line at 518. So really, I mean, you could see even the weekly EMA 5 move up into this region. Granted, if you get that consolidation scenario, maybe 1 week, 2 weeks expansion. But again, you're just in a breakout mode closing above June 30th wick high. And that makes it in a very interesting spot with volatility only being at essentially 36%. This can still keep continuing up. Now let's check the monthly. Clean chart too. Lost
Easy.
the 5, went to the 9, bottomed here on the 400 region. Also a nice psychological number. Just simply flipped these wick highs into support, bullish, and then formed a new high. That's very good. And you have contracting volatility too. Interesting. What I wanted to see is HPDR and what it says. And what we get confluence in this is, this is more likely to reach the top side of the 38.2%, sitting right in that 560 region. So, I mean, has CrowdStrike topped here? No, it doesn't look like it's topped. If you're shorting this into next week, I don't see the argument into it. Might as well just see where this weekly closes. Easily close under that 518 region. Yeah, potentially are just in this range here. And you could just come down, play at the top side of the 38.2%, or the extremity low, which is the weekly 9. But this scenario is more likely to mean you'll just get support and continuation off of the EMA 5, which we know is often a good spot for very trending bullish markets or even bearish. But in this case, not really bearish here. Even if you rolled over, let's say in quotation marks, went to that 480, 485 region, would this not just be a higher low? See, that's why it's a little trickier when you are very bullish in these charts. Your volatility really primed up and still can go. We've seen volatility just most recently at 70%. And so if you're trying to short this, it's just not, there's not really an argument here. We can quickly find one, of course. It's very easy to me. You lose $400. This isn't an easy short. But it's also sitting at, the $500 region. And you have supported the monthly 9 even before that $400 region. And mind you, the extremity lows here, once you broke out in August, have just been off of the 21, and that is coming in around $400, which we know is going to be the last major higher low here. So that's why this chart's very bullish. CrowdStrike looks good. Doesn't mean it can't have any downside continuation or just downside price action. But for me, it just looks more probable to see a move to the 550s. Anything else? Yeah, clean. So more of a wait and watch approach. You have a new high, so you bulls are already out. They're horny, they're happy, and they're just looking to either play this 518 into next week, look for a deviation down, and then play maybe potentially just the monthly. because we are getting a monthly in 7 days. I think also the bi-monthly. Let's see. Yeah. And this, again, just good argument for why I think continuation. You're just closing above the previous bi-monthly high. That's generally a breakout sign. I'll clean this up. Do we get anything here, maybe? Oh, wow. More confluence. I'm glad I looked at this. And potentially in 7 days, you're about to get a bi-monthly breakout. Keep in mind, this hasn't occurred since what we saw in January of 2024. I believe that was it. That was the only breakout you had when it populated here. Yeah, I guess it did break out here as well. But again, freshly populated. Let's get more data. And so this, what you see is January, it opened above the 38.2%, leading with a nice 66% move. Conservative measure here. It's important because look at this can give you confluence at least on the bi-monthly, which is just simply, yeah, you're going to close above that previous bi-monthly high. I already had a mean line there at like 518. And you will just break out. Next target is around 621, but this will update, obviously. We want to see if this in 2 next month is going to hold the breakout, because for the weekly, the monthly, the bi-monthly are all telling me it seems like continuation is likely here. And even the HBDR on the bi-monthly is breaking out at a $525 crowd strike. It's pretty insane. Nothing here. Only thing you get with this quarterly, I will say, is if you just view the quarterly 9 with the HBDR, you just get confluence that, yeah, the quarterly 9 should be a big spot, and that's also sitting right at $400. We've talked about $400. That was a big zone. That was the last higher low spot. So to me, that's just that's a big zone. And you get more confidence that viewing it on the quarterly. So really, honestly, GG to bulls on this chart. You know, things can go up and down, but CrowdStrike has just simply gone up. Specifically, when you made that low of $98, and then you just slowly moved up, got back above all major moving averages on the monthly. So this wasn't a buy trigger here. Who would have known that buy trigger would have just gone up only? I mean, 154%. It's really not bad for a stock. Now what we're looking at is maybe continuation into the end of the year. Will be really dependent on where this weekly closes today, where it holds next week, and where that leads into maybe a good monthly. It's all about the monthly closing above 518. Just call it 519. If you can close above 519, that'll be a really good spot and zone for me, because that'll really correlate. We'll actually make a match. That'll actually correlate really nicely with the bi-monthly closing above the previous wick high, which is often a good continuation sign. Very good chart, and I would expect possibly into November 550 to be hit. I want to see if this top side of 38.2 will either shift more up, and then that'll give us more of a chance of hitting the top side. Possibly it shifts to 600. But for now, it's sitting at $559.83. So yes, you've made a new high, but you very well could take that high out to next week and actually come closer to the 580s. So, and that would be good, especially if you have that bi-monthly closing out like 580s. Then you really are confirming that 38.2% breakout. Honestly, maybe you get the throwback and then you move up.
Looks really good, nice and easy, to be honest with you.
Yeah, very simple chart. Honestly, it's like just play the ranges and watch for the throwbacks and hold.
I was going to say, because I do see there's one pattern that this chart loves doing: getting to a level, reject, and then break it. Get to a level, reject, then break it. Get to a level, reject, then break it. So this is a new level, right?
And did it already do it at 513? Because you did technically get up to it, and then it put in that hanging man on the quarterly after wicking to 400. And now are you maybe going to break it? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Who knows?
Well, the thing is, this has to close where it's at, right? Once you close here, you're basically confirming this level and going beyond. But it depends on where this closes. If this closes by any chance in the next 2 months, which, by the way, 2 months is an eternity. under $510, it should throw you back to the 9 at 390.
Yeah, I agree with that. And that's why all eyes on the monthly, because then we know the bi-monthly, and then the hopium is that bleeds into a good quarterly, because the bi-monthly is closing in 7 days. It would be nice to get that. Just worth that. Just hold like 518. I'm using the wick high. That would be really nice. You can just close above that.
This one right here?
No, the red candles wick high. We can close above that. That'll be a really good sign for me. Because then you're closing above, just per the book, you're closing above the previous bi-monthly wick high, which is just a breakout sign. It's generally a continuation. So
that's a good way of pre-running the quarterly with the 7 days, basically. What was I going to say? Oh, next for you, sir, Netflix, please.
Oh, right on.
Thank you. Ok, estamos viendo CrowdStrike. Vean, esta es una tabla fortísima, ¿no? CrowdStrike es lo que se cayó, que tiró a todo el Internet, que todo el Internet está conectado. Es esta madre. Por supuesto que va a continuar subiendo, ¿no? Ahora, ¿qué es lo que podemos notar? Sobre todo, si quitamos más ruido y ponemos solamente la trimestral, que tiene muy pocos datos, güey. Esto salió al público en abril del 2019. Algo que estaba comentando con Alex es, podemos ver cómo cada que llegamos al tope de un rango, rechazamos, venimos a la parte baja, reventamos. Rechazamos, parte baja, reventamos. Esto va a ser importante para ver cómo nos va. Cierras por encima de 513 esta trimestral y esto debería dar continuación a la alza. ¿Ok? Pero de no poder cerrar por encima de, yo diría que tienes una buena chance de venir una vez más a los $390, $380. Y esa sería la oportunidad para agregar. Ahora te llevas esto y el problema es que la invalidación está muy grande, es 299 para decir que esto va a continuar cayendo. Así que, ojo, un poco parecido a ¿cómo se llama? Oclo. Mensual, se las pongo así para que lo puedan ver, alcista en también esta tabla. Perdón, esto es lo que quería ver en la trimestral. Volatilidad expandiendo en todo este tiempo y ahora contrayendo. Interesante que la volatilidad ya no esté apoyando este movimiento acá, en la mensual que está haciendo, contrayendo también, pero está contrayendo desde hace 1, 2, 3 sesiones y sigue subiendo. Pero había reventado a la alza con este setup de volatilidad acá en la mensual. Interesante. Ok. Estando aquí arriba en la mensual, este gráfico es bastante alcista. Todavía, siempre y cuando estés por encima de esa línea meme, estás a toda madre y esto todavía me da más confluencia. Puedes venir a la parte alta de la zona azul en los 559, $559. Ahí podría rechazar, pero en no rechazar, siguiente objetivo serían 592 y eso te pone ya en los 620 básicamente. Y aparte a CrowdStrike te gusta llegar a la parte alta y si no a casi el 100% de esto. Pero de rechazarte, deberías de regresar a donde está la media, el promedio del 5 primero, el promedio del 9 primero, y eso está en los 449. De no aguantar, tu promedio del 21 está en donde está la línea de fricción, en los 389, y ese debería de aguantar. Muy pocas veces has venido a tocar el promedio del 21, lo has tocado 1, 2, 3, 4 veces. Debería de mínimo darte un rebote, y de no aguantar, vienes a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 326. 2 semanas tienes la volatilidad en el punto más bajo de la tabla en toda la historia. Atento acá, viene un movimiento grande para CrowdStrike. Una vez que cruces por arriba del 15%, en la de 2 semanas, esta es una tabla choncha. Entonces, puede ser a la alza o a la baja. Uno de los movimientos más grandes que hemos visto en esta tabla se viene como el tío sale en los pantalones. Estamos ahorita pre-rechazados por la media. Faltan todavía para cerrar esta vela 3 horas. Básicamente cerramos hoy. De no poder cerrar por encima de los 540, deberíamos de estar pensando en un retroceso a donde está nuestro promedio del 9 o la parte baja de la zona azul, y eso está en los 460. Y ahí sabemos que si llegamos a esta zona, muy probablemente vayamos a los 390. Y aparte ahí está junto el promedio del 34, el 61.8%, etcétera.
Semanal.
Semanal, semanal está expandiendo volatilidad. Espérame, apenas aquí, tiene que confirmar hoy. Hoy vas a voltear a ver esto y si esto llega a cerrar tal cual, con volatilidad acá, esto te debería de mandar para arriba. Y lo que estás a punto de ver entonces en la de 2 semanas te va a mandar para arriba. A menos de que la volatilidad se voltee, porque recuerda, la volatilidad no tiene por qué apoyar al precio solamente en una dirección. Puede que te dé el pompazo y luego el putazo para abajo. Pero en esta situación nos hace pensar que podría haber continuación a la alza. Ya te rechazó el 78.6%. ¿Cuál es la parte más alta que ha llegado en esta tabla semanal por acá? El 78.6%. ¿Cuál fue acá? 78.6%. 78.6%. Acá llegaste hasta el 88.3, 88.3. Básicamente ahí, el 88.3 normalmente nos da los topes. Bueno, no normalmente, una sola vez. Está en 570, si es que se llega a dar, pero el promedio de rechazos nos los da acá, que es interesante. Sobre todo viendo volatilidad, porque puede que esta vez sí pegue, chicle y pega, ¿no? Vamos a ver cómo se pone esto. Veo la de 2 días, cómo se verá. Volatilidad nula, preparándonos un setup. La última vez que tuvimos un setup de volatilidad fue acá. ¿Y qué ocurrió? Tuvimos un zampompazo, cabrón. Hasta acá y después volatilidad contrajo. Esto podría ser una corrección interesante. En esta tabla se ve así. De no poder cerrar hoy por encima de los 544, tienes chances de regresar de vuelta a la línea meme, por ahí de los 510, 513 dólares acá. De que no aguante 480 y ahí la parte baja de la zona azul, digo 480 es donde está la parte baja de la zona azul, si no aguantan los 500 dólares. Diaria también tienes volatilidad expandiendo, lo puedes ver acá, pero ante este movimiento nos está poniendo duda, porque si continúa expandiendo en esta sesión y nos da una vela roja, esto podría ser la expansión a la baja. ¿Qué es lo que queremos romper si somos alcistas? Los 530. De no poder aguantar el tope de la vela pasada en los 520, vamos a la parte alta de la zona azul, en los 516, básicamente la zona amarilla marcada por mi línea meme, y de ahí empezarías a buscar los 490 hasta los 487. Yo pondría esto, honestamente, la semanal es la manera más fácil de verla. En la semanal esperaría ver hoy cómo cierro acá. Y la pregunta, porque la cosa aquí es, ¿qué hago? ¿No? Eres alcista en este pedo y me imagino que quieres agregar a tu posición. Yo agregaría si se da esta zona. Ahora vas a decirme, pero güey, estarías creando un bajo más bajo. Sí, pero no sería la primera vez. CrowdStrike hace lo mismo que Bitcoin. Pueden ver acá este bajo. Dijeron, no, ya no lo voy a tocar. ¿Cómo no? Puto, un bajo más bajo y vámonos para arriba. Es el problema de este tipo de tablas, que te da ese tipo de gatadas, ¿no? No todo el tiempo, pero las hace en situaciones importantes como lo fue en los aranceles del 2025. Esto es alcista siempre y cuando estés por encima de 513. Y esto es alcista siempre y cuando no te lleves los 400, el mínimo de acá, con este hammerhead en los 400 dólares. Siempre y cuando estés por encima de 400 dólares, esto continúa siendo alcista. La cosa es, ¿dónde le meto? Yo esperaría 2 cierres semanales aquí arriba. No has tenido uno solo. Este sería el primero que te dé otro mínimo, güey, para que no te haga lo mismo que siempre hace. Llega, te da uno de estos. Llega, te da uno de estos y luego pito y luego pito. Llega, te da uno de estos y luego pito. ¿No? Es lo que estás buscando, esperar a cerrar por encima de los 513. De no poder lograrlo y retroceder para acá, tienes chances de venir a los 400 o bajo de los 400. Y lo que digo es, vamos a ver hoy el setup de volatilidad semanal incrementándose a la alza. Pero por ahora, pues, altos históricos, ¿no? Es lo que nos está dando. ¿Eso fue hoy? Sí. Altos históricos, la tabla de CrowdStrike. Vamos a ver cómo cierra hoy, porque si hoy cierras por debajo de la línea meme amarilla, se pondría interesante la cosa por acá. Yo creo que no lo va a hacer, lo va a hacer un poco a la Tesla, ¿no? Porque es muy rápido caerte así. Vean, esto es la manera perfecta de consolidar para atrapar un chingo de gente en precio alto. Ahora, si esto continúa para arriba, qué chingón, toda la gente que compró acá se sacó la lotería. pero pueden ver que ante este subidongo la volatilidad se quedó en cero en Tesla, por ejemplo, lo que nos dice que tal vez no, tal vez no. Entonces pongan atención ahí a CrowdStrike, ahí tienen sus niveles. Vámonos a la que sigue con Farhano. Mr. Farhano, let's see
Coinbase.
the base of the coins.
El beso de coino.
El Pelón, Brian.
El brillón.
Pelón, that means bald.
Pelón brillón. So I'm going to start with the 2 week because on the monthly we don't have enough data to accurately use the HPDR.
Yeah.
But on the 2 week, we are getting a nice breakdown and loss of the 38.2%, getting a bearish retest of that 38.2%. And as of now, we are still below it, and which tells you as long as within the next 3 to 4 hours we're closing below $376, that will confirm the breakdown. And the next target is for me is going to be at a minimum this 21 EMA, currently sitting at about 292. And assuming we don't get a strong buyback from this 21 EMA, I don't think it's going to stop there. And I think it's going to end up going a little bit lower to wherever the 55 is at that time. And the reason why I think so is because now you're getting momentum breaking down, very close to getting into the bearish control zone. And now you're getting volatility expansion off of that. And you're getting a sell signal on the jewel out of the bearish control zone. So if you were to mark off this sell signal and see what type of results it produces out of that bearish control zone, let's do it right there. And right there, we only have these two comparable examples. Actually, we have this one right here. Slight move into the bullish control zone. And see what these did. This one was, we didn't get the measurement tool. About 13.69% to the downside. Nice number. It bounced up about 20% and then 35% to the downside. I'm going to not include that 35% because the 20% bounce would have taken most people out. Let's take this one here. This one immediately dumped about 48%, not bad. Within the next, 2, 4, 6 weeks on a stock, almost 50% dump. Currently, let's see if this is drawn correctly. Yeah, right at that sell signal. So we currently have bounced. Interesting, 24%, just like that 20% moved to the previously before we dumped further. And now, just for funsies, we will take it about 30% from there. Brings us even lower than that 55 EMA to somewhere around $224. Pretty close to my meme line right here, actually. Let's see, the last time we got this projection of 38.2%, we got to move down to about the 78.6%. It was the 88.3% before it moved. 88.3% right now puts us at about just around $200, $210 to $200, lining up with that $220 number. Now let's go into the weekly. Weekly is currently flipping to the upside on momentum, getting very close to getting back into the bullish control zone with volatility expansion. You got a buy signal on Jewel, but you are starting to lose the curvature. And in the background, you do have a pink crossing below the yellow, which is more powerful than this oscillator turning light blue. Right now, the hopium is continuing to hold this 38.2%. If you can continue to hold this 38.2%, then you might get another attempt at these highs here. But as long as you are closing below $402, pressure is still to the downside. All it's really going to tell you is that you're kicking the can down the road of the breakdown for now. Close below this 38.2% though, and that's where the fun starts. And we're going to get a 61.8% chance of coming down to this $250 area at this 100 EMA. Likely going to get a little bit of a bounce here, but I don't think it's going to stop there. And I think you're going to come towards that 210 to 220 area next after that. And I do believe we currently have a short running on Coinbase after the long has hit RTP. 5 days, also at basically the same exact look as the weekly, same sell signal, same momentum to the upside, and same 38.2%. But the 5 day is currently below the 38.2%, whereas the weekly is ever so slightly above it. 2 days currently in a breakdown posturing as well. Momentum heavily to the downside, ticking up from the bearish control zone at the moment, but it's still heavily below the moving average. Volatility is still in an expansion state, and the jewel's giving you a sell signal at the moment. It tried to flip up, giving you a little bit of possibility of getting that pink above the yellow, but then they diverged again, and now you're getting the sell signal playing out a continuation of it. You're brushing up against this 38.2%. Same idea as the FIDE in the weekly. As long as you're not as long as you're not reclaiming that 38.2%, pressure is still to the downside. Closing over that 38.2% gives you a move slightly higher to tap the median, which is going to move. Right now it's sitting at 382, 383. And if you do get this move into the median, I would look at that as a gift, and because it's going to give you a very tight invalidation with the stop loss right here. Your risk is going to be, let's see, like 5% to the upside, whereas your minimum target is going to be this 55 EMA at around just below $300. That's a 22% move. 250 is going to be somewhere around like 30%. That's pretty amazing risk to rewards right there. Even if you're bullish, that's a trade worth taking. Daily is flipped to the upside right now in momentum, getting close to getting back to the bullish control zone, but not quite just yet, with volatility in a contraction phase while momentum is pointed up. You are making some daily bullish divergence with a higher low on momentum, lower low on price. This is just about, it's arguably played out because you've already hit the easy targets, which is your 21 EMA. If you do see a move slightly higher, it would be towards the top 38.2%, which right now sits at about $356. It would still be bearish even if we were to come to this area, even if we were to the 50% at about $365. As long as you're below 402, this is going to be more pressure to the downside and more of a relief bounce into a continuation on the dump. Right now, the jewel is losing the sell signal in the bearish control zone, flipping into a neutral, but you have the pink below the yellow above that, which is more powerful signal than this. More likely, you're going to curve around, give you a buy signal, and then reject at this cross, and then reject the bullish control zone, and then flip back into the bearish control zone. And 4 hours also getting above that median right now with a 4-hour silver cross to the downside. If we do see a slight move higher around that same $360 area, but don't expect it to go much higher than there. 4 hours also forming bullish divergence right now. Arguably, it's already played out considering you've already tapped all of your major EMAs. And the 4-hour jewel is playing out as a neutral signal at the moment with volatility approaching extreme low, sitting at 8%, almost at 0% now. 2 day, 3 day, 5. Already did that. All right, now we're going to RSI. Did you see that Coinbase, I think this week, paid $25 million for some fucking NFT?
No.
Yeah, so there's this guy on crypto Twitter, is like one of the OGs of crypto Twitter. He's been on there since 2012. One of the only people who bought Bitcoin below $10, and he had a podcast that was sponsored by FTX called Up Only Podcast that he ran until 2022, and he stopped it because FTX collapsed, and his podcast was sponsored by FTX. They were their main sponsor. So he put out an NFT saying if anyone buys this NFT, it guarantees one more season of his podcast, and they ended up paying $25 million for it.
So basically, they're sponsoring the podcast, and they just bought the NFT as the.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very smart for Coinbase.
Indeed, really, really fucking smart. Good for them.
And the the disclaimer on his NFT even says that they don't have to even mention the buyer's name if they don't want to.
What
They
do you
don't have
mean?
to say they don't have to say whoever bought the NFT. They don't
Yeah.
have to mention their name at all,
Oh wow,
and they still bought it.
that's
And
unreal.
and they're also allowed to call the buyers massive retards for buying it too. It says that on the description.
No fucking way.
It literally says, it says we don't have to mention you at all. If we don't have to ask you for the guests. If we like you, we might ask for a suggestion, and we're also allowed to call you retards for buying this.
Wow, that's awesome.
Jeez, buddy just made $25 million in the most goated way ever.
Good for him.
On the monthly, we're forming 3 drives of bearish divergence now, which is already confirmed. Bitcoin has not confirmed it, but Coinbase has. A little bit of a thought: is Coinbase front running Bitcoin's bearish divergence? Maybe. And this will be active as long as you're closing below about all-time highs, actually, about $444.65. And your next target on that bearish divergence is going to be the neutral zone, which right now it's going to update, but right now it's at 183. I'd like to see this closer to that $200 number because that fits my bias. 2-week currently has invalidated the bearish divergence, although this is not very strong, and looks like as long as you're closing below about $402, this is just going to continue to the dumpsty, and your next target is going to be somewhere between the simple moving average and the neutral zone. And that puts you between $248 and $175. I like that. My area sits just between there. Weekly, nothing. 5-day currently has active 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, although this is very close to being invalidated. This will invalidate with any close below $317.77. And by the way, dude responded to Brian when Brian tweeted saying he was coming back. He was like, "You should fire whoever approved this."
No fucking way. That's pretty awesome.
Daily is now forming a drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over about $328.39, and that'll give you a target of which you've already hit the easy target, which is right at the edge of the bearish control zone, about $350. Oh, interesting, because my and then the next area is in the neutral zone. So you have an area between 350 and 386. Oh, my bearish retest zone is right around that 350 to 360 area. I like it when they line up like that. 4-hour currently has confirmed bullish divergence. You've already hit the easy target, both of them, which is the edge of the bearish control zone and the neutral zone. Your next target is going to be the bullish control zone, which also set a number I like at $364. And then once you hit that, you're going to be forming hidden bearish divergence on the opposite hand, which will give you more fuel to continue the dump ski. 2-hour also has bullish divergence, many drives confirmed. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over $322.59. You've already hit your easy target, which is the neutral zone. Next level is the bullish control zone. So it's at about 365, like that as well. Now we go into momentum. Monthly momentum is still pointing to the upside, rejecting the bearish control zone, and you will be pointing up as long as you're closing over 273. 2-week is currently positioned to the downside, close to flipping back up, but it will be remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $334.78. You're slightly above that number right now, closing in about 3.5 hours. Weekly is currently also positioned to the downside, very close to flipping back up, with volatility now at extreme lows, and we will flip back up if you close over about 347.50, slightly below that area. And this flipping back up isn't necessarily going to tell us you're going to new all-time highs. This is going to tell us you're going to retest this previous lower high. And as long as you're closing below that lower high, pressure is still to the downside. 2-day also flipped to the downside, rejecting the critical zone. Volatility is in a contraction phase currently, and you will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 373.50. Daily currently freshly flipped up with volatility going into a contraction phase, and you will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 329. 4-hour currently freshly flipped up as well with volatility in expansion phase, and you will be flipped up as long as you're closing over $330.36. So on the high time frames, it is shifting slightly to the bearish side, not still more leaning bullish on the monthly because momentum is flipped up, rejecting the bearish control zone. But once you start flipping to the lower time frames, it is starting to get a little bit more bearish. You're forming some you're forming some regular bearish divergences. A lot of them have already been confirmed. On the low time frames, momentum is starting to flip up, putting in bullish divergence, giving RSI targets a similar and HPDR targets somewhere around 350 to 370 bucks. But as long as you are closing below $402 on a daily closing basis, pressure is going to be to the downside, and I'm looking for somewhere around $300 flat to be hit at a minimum. But I do think that bounce is going to fail. Then we're going to go to somewhere around $250 to $220, and I think that's going to be the zone where if bulls are going to step in, that's where we go to continue to new all-time highs, and that will correlate with Bitcoin getting that dip below $100,000, getting the buyback, and then running it up to new all-time highs. The most bullish hopium that I can give right now would be that scenario happening, and the invalidation is getting a daily close over $403 or a tick above our current all-time highs at $445. Either one of those two things, and then massively new all-time highs. Don't think that's going to happen. I think we're just going to chop and then get that move down, sweep the current lows, and then run it up if we are going to be bullish. If we're not going to be bullish, then that bounce will fail, and then we'll just come back and test this the starting of this 55 EMA around 180-ish bucks. At that point, I think we're going to break down and go into the bear market. This is my opinion.
Nice. Very nice, senor. Intel for you. We want to know what we've acquired with President Trump. Lots of companies. We're buying them. We're going to own them. We're going to help them. It's going to be great. Just what happened in China. They helped the companies. They bought them, and then the market collapsed. But it's not going to be the same thing. That's why we're looking at them.
Me and Ginny, or I mean President G, had a good talk. I can say that again now that I'm out of China.
Pussy ass motherfucker.
It's exactly what I am. Exactly.
By the way, we all do the same. We all do the same. We like to pretend we don't, but we do. It's like all the comedians that are always like bashing the US government, right? Bill Burr, Sarah Silverman, all of those guys went through Riyadh. That goes completely against all the gay bullshit that they always preach. So, hey, where the money comes, I love that guy. I love it.
The same people who say no kings go to a king.
They literally went and worked for a king and clapped. He told them jump, and they said how high, and then he said,
"Have you heard that they're now changing the phrasing? They're not calling it no kings anymore because actual monarchs are getting upset."
I'm actually not gonna lie to you. I only know that they say that like no kings about Donald Trump. I have no idea the context or anything. I really don't watch the news. I don't care what retard people say. Like if you're watching this and listening to this information that's just not helping you with anything, and you're protesting something that doesn't matter, well, I'm sorry, I'm not paying attention.
So basically, we're gonna change the wording of our anti-monarchy protests to not upset the monarchs.
Isn't that incredible? That shows you who the fuck owns like everything and who the fuck runs the show.
They got one call from MBS and was like, "Oh, we can't call it that anymore."
Of course not. Get out of here. MBS is a scary dude, but would love to fucking meet him one day. Shoot the shit. Coinbase, damas y caballeros. Podemos ver, está haciendo el famoso patrón de la tacita antes de reventar a la alza. Una vez que este patrón se dé y que tengamos cierres por encima de $430, nuestro siguiente objetivo va a ser 657. Por ahora, dentro de esta gran tendencia alcista, estamos empezando a ver cosas un poco más bajistas que alcistas. Por ahora, no es el fin del mundo ni nada. Podemos ver esta línea meme que viene para arriba. La hemos tocado una vez en octubre del 2023 con el setup de Hamas para poder irnos a altos históricos. Pero antes de eso también venimos a tocarla una vez más. Bueno, hicimos altos históricos de ahí. Venimos a tocarla una vez más, altos históricos. Y lo correcto es que vengamos a retestearla una vez más. Se encuentra más o menos hoy, si la fuéramos a tocar hoy, en 229, pero realista, yo diría por acá en los 267 es donde nos quedaría este pedo. Otra cosa importante en Coinbase, tenemos el setup, la tercera volatilidad más baja hasta ahora en toda la historia. Lo pueden ver acá, ¿no? Vaya, qué línea tan chueca. Esto estuvo más bajo, esto obviamente estuvo más bajo, llegando al 15%, y ahorita nuestra volatilidad está en 27% en lo que viene el promedio por acá, en la de 2 semanas. Voy a ver la mensual nada más por payaso para ver qué está pasando y podemos ver que volatilidad está contrayendo después del subidón del punto más bajo de toda la historia. Y esto también ocurrió junio del 2023 hasta marzo del 2024, en realidad acá mayo del 2024. Ok. Y de ahí contrajo. Y ahora estamos viendo un poco de que tal vez eso sea el escenario que estamos viendo. Estando donde estamos ahorita, tienes una vela topera. Uy, esto es importante, ¿eh? Porque tienes una vela topera, instantáneamente tienes validación. Y ahora tienes esto con una vela de indecisión, justamente, pero por nada, por encima del promedio del 5. Esto nos podría hacer perder nuestro promedio del 5. La última vez que perdimos el promedio del 5 fue cuando Coinbase le cobraron los aranceles por vender criptos a todos los usuarios de Estados Unidos. Todo el mundo lo sabe y por eso cayó hasta $140. Y de ahí reventó a máximos históricos. Tal vez vayan a haber más aranceles a otros países y esto afecte a Coinbase indirectamente. El promedio del 5, perder el promedio del 5 para Coinbase en la mensual es básicamente el principio del fin. Pueden verlo acá. Lo habíamos perdido una vez, lo ganamos. Pero una vez que lo perdiste de verdad y tuviste 1 o 2 cierres para abajo. Le gustan las velas toperas a Coinbase y la respeta. Ya nos puso acá el bajón. Esto acá es de alerta. Tienes la vela topera y tienes instantáneamente el cierre por debajo. Lo único que te falta es este cierre la próxima semana mensual, por debajo del promedio del 5, por debajo de esta línea meme en los 343, y esto te podría llevar tranquilamente primero a los 300. Yo me quedaría, si yo fuera Coinbase y quiero quitarle a todo el mundo su dinero, yo caería acá, me quedaría haciendo altos, básicamente bajos más altos que estos por un rato para que todo el mundo compre pensando que ya se van a los 600 y de ahí los tiraría más hasta acá, a los 266. Ahora, esto va a ser es donde va a depender qué es lo que vaya a pasar. Una vez que encontremos esa caída por ahí, y ahorita lo van a ver más de cerca. 2 semanas, habíamos dicho, volatilidad contrayendo fuerte, el tercer punto más bajo de toda su historia, y por ahora está por encima del promedio del 9, que está en los 338.
Bless you.
No, thank you so much. Appreciate it. No one ever fucking says bless you to me
Salud.
anymore. Not even my wife. I don't know why, what I did to her, but
I don't say bless you anymore. I default to
you.
salud.
Look at you.
look at you. That's why you're Farhano now.
I said that in Hong Kong where some Asian dude would sneeze in the elevator and I reactively said salud.
Imagine if he just replied to you in fully fluent Spanish. What would have you done?
You're like, oh. Gracias, hermano.
That'd be fucking awesome. No, well, thank you, Alex. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Siempre y cuando estemos por aquí encima de los 343, que lentamente está bajando en lo que estoy diciendo eso, deberíamos de poder aguantar esta zona y continuar. ¿Qué les digo? Rangos, son rangos. Estás ahorita, lo que quieres aguantar es este rango, ¿no? Para poder empezar a cerrar por encima de los 380, si eres alcista y subir. Pero, y aquí mucha gente tomará la idea de que esto podría ser un trigger de un long, y yo creo que ese sería un gran error, en mi opinión. Simplemente por lo que está pasando con cripto. Volteas a ver cripto y dices, güey, la debilidad de cripto está potente y real porque esta chingadera continúa para arriba. Y ahora puede abrirse el análisis, ¿no? Pues, güey, no que van a poner todo el dinero de JP Morgan y todas estas cosas en esto. Ok, podría ser que sea diferente esta vez. Semanal, y aquí es donde voy a poner el HPDR, empezar por ahí. La primera vez y la única vez que hemos tocado el S&P 200 semanal fue acá en la caída de los aranceles. Y por ahora estamos acá. La vez pasada que perdimos el promedio del 5 fue de putazo y nos llevó aquí a los 290 y tantos, pero aguantó. Y ahorita estamos a punto de confirmar. Vean esto. Cierras esta semana. Yo creo que esta es la tabla importante que queremos ver. Esta semana por debajo del promedio del 5. Una vez más, un segundo cierre. La última vez en el primero te tiró hasta acá, en la semanal. La de acá abajo, donde ya estabas cayendo chido, solamente tuviste un cierre por debajo del promedio del 5 semanal. Acá, en esta caída, lo único que hiciste fue cerrar en el promedio semanal y luego por debajo y bolas, güey. Por lo que Coinbase te va a dar un excelente trade, simplemente volteando a ver tu tabla semanal. El promedio del 5 semanal también. Puedes cerrar por encima, puedes esperar más presión a la alza, pero siempre y cuando cierres por debajo de los 346, deberías de ver presión a la baja. Siguiente objetivo serían 317 y después 300. Y ahora les voy a poner el HPDR para ver cómo va la confluencia de este pedo. Pues tíos, venimos desde arriba, venimos del problema. Nos está rechazando el 61.8%. Perdimos el 50%, caemos a la zona azul, rebotamos el 21% y ahora estamos justamente entre la zona azul y el 50%. Básicamente lo que no quieres perder ahorita son los 338. De perder los 338, deberías de ver, los 333 un viaje rápido o al 21 a esta línea. Pero quiero que noten una vez más. ¿Cuántas veces hemos tocado el promedio del 21? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 veces. Vuelves a venir a donde está esta línea meme en los 318 y lo rompes para abajo, vas mínimo a la media, 293, y de ahí a la parte baja de la zona azul, 256 y el 61.8% tiene una hermosa coincidencia con mi línea meme que viene por acá y esta también. Con volatilidad en la semanal, en uno de los puntos más bajos de toda la historia, lo que nos dice que viene un movimiento muy fuerte para Coinbase, sea para arriba o para abajo, ustedes ya estarán viendo y monitoreando la situación. Diaria, ¿qué es lo que tenemos por acá? En la diaria habíamos caído de la zona azul hasta el 76 no, casi hasta el 88.6% abajo, rebotamos, entramos en la zona azul, volvemos a caer, volvemos a rebotar para adentro y estamos por encima de la media. Nuestro objetivo va a ser poder romper estos 343 a la alza y venir a buscar el cierre en los 356. De poder hacer eso, tu siguiente objetivo debería ser por aquí arriba. De no poder lograrlo y perder la media en los 339, otra vez esta zona 339, 339, 338. De perder esa zona, tu siguiente objetivo es la línea meme de abajo, en los 315, 318 dólares. De ahí, si no aguantas, 61.8% está en los 300. Y de no aguantar, ahí tienes el S&P 200, que no lo has tocado desde que lo recuperaste del zafón de los aranceles. Bastante fácil. Bastante fácil. Para nosotros ser alcista en Coinbase, queremos cerrar por encima de esta línea meme en los 343 y como estamos viendo la diaria varias veces, la tabla más fácil de seguir es tu tabla semanal. No nada más quieres cerrar por encima de la línea meme, quieres cerrar por encima de tu promedio del 5. Esta línea verde que está acá. Y la razón por qué es, porque ya tienes 1, 2. Las últimas veces que cerraste solamente una vela semanal por debajo del promedio del 5, tuviste grandes dompolas, que son caídas. Entonces, si esta vela el día de hoy en 3 horas 17 minutos no llega a cerrar por encima de esto, siguiente objetivo va a ser aquí, la parte baja del rango, en los 317. De no aguantar, 300. Y como hemos venido a martillar estos 300 varias veces, esperarías que 280 hasta los 265 sean el siguiente paso. Estaríamos mal si te llegas a llevar a la alza los 402 dólares. Es como lo puedes invalidar a la baja. Pero por ahora esto es más bajista que alcista y pondría mucha atención simplemente a mi tabla semanal que me va a tener cierre el día de hoy, me va a dar este cierre en 3 horas 16 minutos ya para saber qué dirección debo de tomar, tener precaución o sí, esto sería la jugada de la mierda, que haga esto esta semana, cierre acá y que la próxima semana cierre por debajo. Eso sería la jugada más de mierda. Vamos a ver cuál te da, pero ya una por debajo del promedio del 5, empieza a darte el cuidado. 2 será el corre. Ok, eso sería para mí. Y una vez más, tu invalidación sencilla. Primer objetivo 364, segundo 402. Eso quiere decir que estamos mal y esto está continuando subiendo. Vale. What is next?
Awesome
Netflix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was reading yesterday. I mean, what they beat earnings, but it was that Brazilian tax bill or something they had to pay, and so it fucked everything up. They had to pay. Yeah, it's right there, 619 million. To Brazil.
Oh, really? For what?
It was in back taxes from over the years. They got caught up in that, and so they paid it retroactively. But so their earnings were good, but then in the report, that tax bill really messed everything up. Now, again, I'm not a fundamentals guy. I know nothing about this. Just saw that in a quick little YouTube video yesterday. And now here we're looking at Netflix. So, Netflix, obviously it's getting sold off and it's been having issues. I mean, last month you had Elon Musk tweeting about it constantly about how it just ran by pedophiles. Now it's, questionably bullish right there.
That's bullish.
Yeah,
That's bullish though.
Now I said it.
Yeah.
I'm learning here. But I think really what stopped the party from breaking out was the earnings and the fact that they had that massive tax bill they had to pay to Brazil. It's a lot of money. It's almost $1 billion. So where are we now? Well, this isn't a breakdown. You're just waiting on the weekly. You're understanding weekly volatility is in a very interesting spot with it breaking above the moving average. 4 sessions of 0% volatility and brewing a move down to $900, in my opinion. I don't think you're going to get there just straight in one go. I'd like to see into next week, actually, maybe a bounce, possibly up to the $1,182 region. before the rollover, and you'll just simply be gauging that weekly 9. The weekly 9 has been resistance, and it's nice now because it's lined up really closely with the 21. You can just see it here. The boom, boom, boom. This is the zone I'm going to be looking at to possibly open a short. It's very easy. When you have a candle like this, ideally, you're just not going to take the top side of it, the top of the wick. So you then know we're in a channel. You've already retested the channel. You're breaking down. If you are going to be in a breakdown, you should get some kind of lower high formed near the underside of the channel here, the bottom side, the end of it. And it's nice because you have the 21 and the 9 confluence with that idea on the weekly. You did reclaim the 21. You held it as support, and then you broke down. I'm not going to be looking at the 34 as an easy short. I'd want to see this move up one more time, retest this region, and then break down. You've noticed here you've gotten moves up where you've broken down and it's tried to move up. You're just not able to get the SR flip at 1,182. So ideally, we'll get that into next week. This will be an easy short, and we can potentially look at this setup as actionable using this week's wick high as your kind of risk. Because for me, I mean, when you have a weekly volatility setup and also just per the moving averages, bring a move to $900, I mean, current prices here, that's still an 18% drop. So there is money to be made here for sure. I'm just not one to be shorting into a lower low break. It's often not very smart. You even see this 38.2% could shift down these ranges. You're almost in the extremes, approaching them, right? 78.6%. So you need these to shift more down. That could just give you confluence of the lower high into next week at 1,180. I do think this is going to break down. I mean, bulls really need to push up, take out this week's high, and consolidate above 1,245. If they can do that, then yeah, you can get a move up to the 1,300 to maybe even make a new all-time high. But until then, this just is in the process of breaking down now.
This is wild. On that weekly chart, your 34, it only touches it when it's really bad times.
Let's check that out. So, because often the 34 is the extremity on a weekly with stocks. You'd expect that. And so, yeah, on the major sell-offs here, the 34 often is the spot. Let's see here. This is October
23rd, right before bottom. Right? We all know what happened. Hamas.
Oh, yeah.
Pre-Hamas.
August 2024.
That was when the Japanese reverse carry trade.
Oh yeah, that was fun. I remember your VIX trade that day. Insane.
Pure luck.
Let's see here. What do we even have here? Some short setup that did work. The short setup did work. That's why we liked Netflix. It can be easy. Delete that. Look at here. April.
That was the tariffs.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh, interesting. Yeah, you're right on that. All major moves to the 34 have just been catalysts, like headlines, things like that. And I notice here as well, major bottoms.
Yep. It's been for 2 years. Almost, 2 years.
And this is interesting. You had volatility expanding down, flipped in favor of bulls. You would have known that, though, just quickly by gauging that 9. Get above the 9. Okay. Here, 34 held, moved up, volatility set up, and then you broke out. Volatility, no reset. You just went to the extremes on that move up here. So now, I mean, it's been a while, actually, since you've had a volatility set up, a few years. Last one was September 2023. Again, fired off bearish and then quickly flipped in favor of bulls once the weekly 9 was reclaimed. And then really last one was in 2019. So it's actually pretty epic to see a 4-read session, 0% session here on volatility. You've never, last one you had similar was here. You had 3 in 2017. This one was bigger. I mean, you had 6. 4? Do we have any on 4? I want to see 4. No. This is what, only 1 on 4. So maybe you'll go to 5. Because you've gone to 5 here. 6, 3. It doesn't matter the 0% sessions. That just shows how it's contracted here. What I want to show is, well, you haven't had a volatility setup in years. Last one was 2023, so that was years ago. And then before that, it was like 2019. 2021, I mean. Yeah, 2021. No, yeah, 2019. Huh. I 0% volatility.
You're kind of like at I just did the averages on the drops. The average drop move is around 23%, but on 2022, he dropped 73%.
And the thing about 2022 is there was no extreme read, right? It wasn't here. It was just fired off. And then you had the extreme read print, but you had no extreme low read is what I'm trying to bring. The last one was 2019, 2023, and now here. So pretty epic. And you even see here in 2021, this was a pretty epic signal, but no extreme read. So this at least tells me that, well, this one was bigger. And so this one's even bigger than what happened in 2023. 2023, once you got expansion to the upside, bulls flipped in favor. Let's see here. You formed like a double derp. So then you went up here, like 48%. So this one's bigger, but it's not firing off. It's hard to know because it would have been easier if it was firing off like now. It would have been easier to measure it. So maybe it fires off once you lose the EMA 100. I mean, a cheeky 34%, almost $600. But we'll play what we know. It doesn't matter, really. What matters is you are in a breakdown. Let's just confirm that real fast. So you are in a breakdown, yeah. HBDR is telling us that. You easily just got a lower low break, so it can afford a lower high into next week. I don't like shorting into lower lows. It's aggressive. Short here, where's your stop? Up here, that's not how my system works. I like to short as close to my stop as possible. That just makes my risk more easy to manage. And as long as you're staying under 1,182 or just even use the weekly 9, this will be bearish. You're now losing the 34. That gives you a signal down to $900 or the EMA 100. Play what you know, though. We don't need to be front running talking about $600. We just will play it like a range. Lose the EMA 100 on the weekly. Yeah, you will go down to that 600, 620 region. But until then, you really haven't seen any bounces off the EMA 100. You saw the last major one was the Hamas before bottoming, before going up. And that was it. No throwback. So, right, you bullish reclaim, no retest. So I know it seems simple, but that's why we need to be watching this zone as a bounce zone. Let's see if maybe quarterly can show us. Will it invalidate bullish structure if that happens? No, you'll just go to the quarterly 9 then. And that'll be that. And mind you, the quarterly 9 hasn't been tested since here. Again, 2023, bullish reclaim, never tested it here, and you've just gone up. Let me double check that here in June, July. Nope, never tested it. So 2 scenarios. You either just want it to not test it, goes down, tests it, and then moves back up. Or, yeah, you're just going to nuke from here. Lose the quarterly 9 or, right, $900 or the weekly EMA 100. And then you'll get confluence to the move to $600.
I got to say that SMA 200 on the weekly, it's the craziest thing I've ever seen. He didn't touch it for 10 years. And the moment that he touched it, he just went down in 2022. Like fucking sliced right through it.
And even more so, though, it gave you an easy trade here. Easy in quotation marks because, well, let's see how much it wicked up. Let's just
tremendously.
8%. Yeah, not very easy. But hey, 1, 2, 3 rejected. Could have scaled shorts, used your stop, just a little leverage. But then what did it give you? Oh, wow. 60%. And then it's like, okay, maybe you didn't trade here, but maybe, right? I'm sure there's a silver cross on the weekly then at that point. So freshly crossed, and then boom, you got your silver cross retest, your entry. So it's not, the point though is, yeah, I mean, I would have expected this to hold. I would have said it probably would have held.
Right.
But hey, there's your black swan, your fun times. Don't know what occurred. I guess that was just the bear market. Yeah.
In 2022, we had a recession. They just told everyone that it was not. And everyone's like, all right.
Transitory.
It was a very transitory recession.
Love that word. That was just the theme line of 2022. Yeah, what a fun time. But even here, what I'm trying to show is, yeah, okay, if this was a little, fucky, that's fine because there's always going to be a trade. There's always going to be a setup. You would have fresh silver cross, never tested it, boom, get the retest, dump 50%. That's why it's worth paying attention. And if you get setups that just haven't worked, like here, okay, silver cross, tested it, didn't work, now we're up. That's why you just can't oh, it doesn't work. You're going to mess up. Things won't work, but it doesn't make the system or trade bad. Because this was a beautiful one. Comfortably add, and then you dump. Life-changing money, less than 2 months, boom, cashed out. On a very easy trade, you would have looked at this and been like, okay, wait, are we bullish? Well, no, you're in a massive weekly downtrend now. Okay. Did we just freshly lose a level? Yeah, you just lost the weekly SMA 200 for the first time. What, since 2012? Okay, that's terrible. Do I want to short here? Well, you do have a top candle, evening stars, so maybe I'll short. I know evening stars give reactions to the following candle, but my risk is kind of high here. So we have a silver cross. Let me just wait to short this. I'll just short that, and then boom, you could have shorted it. So there's always things in the charts. There's never FOMO. In this, it's, let's just see if we actually sustain the breakdown. You're actually going to be bearish. 1,180 will hold as resistance. That'll be your lower high to then the lower low. We want to see if the weekly EMA 100 holds. If it does, that could be a bottom. That could be a big zone. Quarterly nines right there. Weekly EMA 100. There's the cats again. And then again, just like they didn't fight all until now. And then boom, 5-day EMA 100, along with this zone consolidation range broke out. Let's observe this just a little bit here. Interesting. So you broke out and you just didn't retest it. Just keep going. 2 weeks maybe. Yeah, look at that green dildo party. Major inefficiency. It's the issue when you go up only. You will just drop down. These are where bullish retests come into play. Here you had it, right? Major green dildo party, didn't hold the retest, went down. Broke out, we're so back. Let me long here. Now let me go for the retest. It's usually how it goes. Let me just start longing. We're going to go up only, and then boom. We retest, I get out of my longs, and then we go up. And you're back here, and then this is where you should long. Because you're just bullish structure is important on like a quarterly or bi-monthly or monthly. And really, this doesn't invalidate anything if you move down. You're just forming another higher low after a higher high. So, nice chart. Looks bad to me. 900 seems like it's next up. Watch 1,180 for the short. And target simply the EMA 100 on the weekly. If that does not hold, then yeah, that's your capitulation down to 600, 650 maybe. And we can play it as such. It's very nice move here, 34% from the EMA 100 to the SMA 200. And there you all will know what I'm going to say. That has to hold. If that doesn't hold, then it's fucked. I would not be trading this chart at all. If it goes to $600, it needs to just hold that. 600, you're now under the 34, so you're in a quarterly sell. And then just going to the 6 month here, you're just going to be losing the 9, which has been holding for years. And yeah, you lost it here in this, transitory environment, but it quickly got reclaimed. So this would be a concern if it doesn't quickly get reclaimed here. This chart would be really bad. And then you would simply lose the yearly 9, which again only got lost here and then quickly got reclaimed. Never has been lost ever before. Any other time, that's at $600. So that's why if you don't get the bounce at like $600, this is cooked. I would not even invest in this chart. It's like Nike, just fucked. So yeah, that's all I have.
I'll say it's pretty fucking hard with Netflix to know what's going on, because to me, there's no point in making high price content anymore. Like, I don't understand why. But whatever. Yeah. People are still paying their $50. But at some point, they'll get tired. I think if they just continue to buy live sports events, they'll do well. But it's such a stupid business when you have so much entertainment for free on YouTube. Like so much.
Yeah, so much. And it's only going to get more, which will only be worse for Netflix. It's not going to get less. So, yeah.
And I don't watch Netflix's new shows. What I watch is the old ones, or when they have live sports and there's something that they fucked, like, for example, Sunday football.
Mhm.
Now, football is making sure that, you buy the $400 a year package to watch all the games. And then you got to make sure that you have Amazon Prime, because on Thursdays they play on Amazon. Then you got to make sure that you have Peacock, because on some days they play on Peacock. So they're making sure that you have a fucking membership everywhere.
I feel so blessed to not care about football.
I agree with you. Now I don't I only watch my team, and they played last night, and even that I went to have dinner with Belen, and when we came back, I was like, I'm just gonna make you a hookah, and then let's watch a show, like one of our old shows.
Yeah.
And she goes, "What about football?" I was like, I don't fucking care anymore. I don't care. I don't care.
I only use Netflix for watching shows like Breaking Bad again. And
That's the only thing I'm watching.
Yeah,
That's
facts.
literally what we're watching right now.
The best show. No, I mean,
One of
like, they
us.
need I agree with you, Alejandro. They need something like maybe a UFC partnership exclusive for Netflix could be nice, because then people watch that
They
shit.
bought Formula One. These guys own Formula One. That's why they did the documentary, right? The Drive to Survive thing that made it popular. So they're getting in the right direction. But that's the only thing that people are going to watch TV for. Live sports, nothing else. And even that, once sports network, this is what I would do if I own a TV network. I would hire, let's say that I have the rights for the NFL, I have the rights for Formula One, I have the rights for all these sports.
Mhm.
I would get all the creators on YouTube that talk about Formula One, for example, and give them the rights to show the race on their channel. But I'm going to get 70% or 80% of the revenue. But they're going to take it to their audience, and it's going to be just the feed, the video, and then the guy can talk over it and do whatever he wants. And the day someone starts doing that, it's going to be the collapse of all. And I'm sure they know. They're aware.
Yeah.
If that makes
Well,
any sense.
The route
Yeah,
they
it
take
does.
it is you show 1 second of their content and they're gonna copyright strike you.
But that's what I'm saying. Once they open that and let a creator do this, because, dude, watching TV is painful. Like, the people that are there are so cheesy.
Oh,
And
yeah.
like,
I
they have
haven't
no
even-
opinions. They're literally puppets.
It's funny. I don't pay for TV. Haven't for years. When I go to places, I see commercials and TV. I'm like, what the fuck are they showing?
It's
to people?
horrible. Yeah, it's horrible. So once you get rid of those people and you let normal people talk to their audience, like, I love Formula One. If I could do the Formula One broadcast and all that shit, I guarantee we would murder. And people would like it even more than whatever bullshit they watch on TV. Not because it's me, because it's fun. Like, it's like hanging out with someone while watching your
like,
sports.
good
you know?
content, good commentary, good vibes.
Yeah.
Everyone wins.
That would that would be the destruction of them. But I think they all know that, and that's why they're keeping it tight. So either way, I'll get to this. Thank you so much, Alex.
Yeah,
Much
thank you.
appreciated.
Of course.
Vámonos. Ok, estamos viendo Netflix. Algo muy interesante. Quiero que vean la tabla semanal de Netflix, ¿ok? Esta es la tabla semanal de Netflix. Quiero que vean el promedio del 34 y voy a quitar los demás para no distraerlos, ¿ok? Vamos a hacer este ejercicio juntos todos. En putiza. Tal vez no en putiza, pero lo vamos a hacer en chinga. Ok. Promedio del 34 está acá, ¿ok? Básicamente, lo habías perdido acá en diciembre del 2021, cuando empezó el mercado bajista, la recesión, ¿no? Del 2022. Bien. Lo retomas acá en octubre del 2022, fue el fondo de la bolsa cuando les prometieron que iba a haber una guerra nuclear con Rusia. Vienes, retesteas diciembre, vienes, retesteas marzo. ¿Por qué es importante? Caes por debajo, ¿ok? Ahora, esto es donde vamos a empezar a contarlas. Marzo del 2023, ¿qué es lo que ocurre? Los bancos van a colapsar. ¡Pum! ¿Cuándo es esto? Octubre del 2023 tenemos el dip de Hamas, pero después del dip de Hamas, ¿qué ocurre? ¡Pum! ¡Pum! Lo venimos a tocar otra vez acá. ¿Cuándo lo tocamos acá? ¿Qué fecha es? Agosto del 2024. Mucha gente no se acuerda qué pasó en agosto del 2024, pero como estoy viejito les voy a contar la misma historia. Agosto del 2024 era el reverse carry trade con Japón y esto fue lo que hundió a la bolsa. Entonces veniste, una vez más, importante, crisis de bancos es cuando lo tocas. El setup de Hamas es cuando lo tocas. Cuando literalmente te están diciendo que Japón va a destruir toda la bolsa de todo el mundo es cuando lo tocas. ¿Cuál es esta que acabas de tocar? Los aranceles. Y ahora estás por debajo de. ¿Ok? Solamente has tocado ese promedio del 34 cuando hay eventos en la bolsa gigantescos. ¿Ok? Eso es lo que quiero que se lleven a casa en este análisis. ¿Por qué lo digo? Porque algo está pasando. No tengo idea qué sea, pero ya está pasando. Diferentes acciones nos enseñan eso. Pero si vemos el conjunto y cuando vemos los agregados en los ETFs como el SP500, etcétera, continúan subiendo. Pero tenemos muchas acciones que están literalmente yéndose a la mierda. Y cuando veo Netflix, una vez más en la semanal, y estoy viendo, quité el 34 ahora. Pendejo. Ok. ¿Dónde está mi promedio del 100? EMA 100, 200, 20. No mamen. Se me perdió. Como sea. Ok. Rápido por acá. A lo que voy es, al 55 solo lo veniste a tocar en octubre del 2023, en la caída de Hamas, el marzo del 23, cuando justamente fue la crisis de los bancos. Antes de eso no lo tocaste y no lo volviste a tocar nunca más. Este es tu siguiente objetivo, los 1049. Y ahorita quiero que también vean otra cosa. Las correcciones promedio de Netflix, lo voy a poner acá. Por cierto, si alguien les está diciendo que estamos haciendo copy trading y yo estoy haciendo copy trading, no es cierto, les van a robar todo su dinero. No, por el amor de Dios, y no se los voy a repetir más porque si eres tan pendejo y vas a caer en esto, cae en esto entonces, ¿no? No, ya no soy tu papá, de todas maneras. Si alguien te ofrece algo que yo hago, que no lo digo en mi canal de YouTube, no es cierto. Y nunca me has visto, no, es que hacemos copy trading, no lo hacemos. Si alguien te dice, güey, dame dinero para que yo lo maneje, yo no manejo dinero de nadie. ¿Ok? Les van a robar todo su dinero. Cerramos esto. No existe un Discord de Salovisa. No pueden hablar en el E-Trading Academy. No te juro con mi alma te lo digo. No le contesto mensajes a mis amigos. No quiero hablar con nadie. ¿Crees que le voy a mandar mensajes extraños? Hola, chicos. ¿Cuándo he dicho chicos? Por favor, cabrones. Corrección promedio en Netflix es de 23%. Corrección grande, 72%. ¿Ok? Y vamos a jugarla. Correcciones promedio son todo menos contando el 2022. ¿Qué otra era? Un segundo. Esta fue el 2021 al 2022 y la otra no, era un segundo. Acá está. Esta acá de julio del 2011, que es de 80%. ¿Ok? Literalmente no estoy contando nada para que tengan una perspectiva clara de lo que estoy diciendo. ¿Dónde estamos? 18, 19, 20. Quiero que vean la corrección de COVID, o sea. 25, 26%. Pueden ver, no corrige muchas veces potentemente Netflix, pero cuando corrige, corrige seriamente. ¿Ok? Entonces, correcciones grandes promedio 72, correcciones promedio chicas normales 23%. Ya estás en 17. 21% es al promedio del 55 y la línea meme en los 1048. 72% vendrías a $360. ¿Ok? Ahora podemos no ser tan dramáticos y podemos aguantar los 600. Pero, una vez más, te estoy dando los sabores de las correcciones, porque ya estás cerca de lo que podría ser el fondo de una corrección acá. Y eso, pues te lo tendría que probar la tabla, no yo. Vamos a empezar con la trimestral porque con Netflix tenemos suficientes datos. Les encantan las velas toperas o las velas engañosas. No tenemos ninguna de esas ahorita, pero sí tenemos una buena caída. Estamos apoyándonos el promedio del 5. Cada que has tocado el promedio del 5 en todas estas ocasiones de hasta el 2023, ha sido una gran oportunidad de compra. Pero definitivamente Netflix después de años viene a volver a tocar el promedio del 9 y le gusta llevárselo por patas cuando lo toca. ¿Ok? Y por ahora el promedio del 9 se encuentra en los $882. ¿Qué es lo que quieres aguantar? Los 1093 y este rango. Tu primera opción aguantar, tu primera no es opción, tu primera, por favor, que aguantes esta, y la segunda es esta línea meme de acá. Si no aguantan y se las lleva para abajo, pues te imaginas lo que va a pasar. Mínimo a los $882. Has tenido todo un setup de volatilidad trimestral desde literalmente esto, abril del 2022 hasta ahora, que nos ha llevado para arriba y ahora tienes volatilidad contrayendo. Eso podría decirnos que estamos ante una corrección, pero pues es lo que estamos viendo hasta ahora en la trimestral. Voy a poner el HPDR en putiza para que lo puedan ver. Y pueden ver que la media está justamente donde está la parte baja. De perder la media, vienes al promedio del 9 en putiza. No hay más, 880. Todavía faltan 2 meses y 2 días para cerrar esto. Si eres alcista en Netflix, quieres poder cerrar por encima de los 1290. Si vienes a los 1290, pues empezarías a pompear altos históricos y 1700 se vuelve una realidad. Mensual está ya con volatilidad contraído. Lo pueden ver por acá y está contrayendo a un punto bajo, pero no muy bajo. Estamos perdiendo el promedio del 9 en la mensual. La última vez que esto ocurrió, que perdimos el promedio del 9 en la mensual, y esto va a cerrar la próxima semana. Literalmente fue enero del 2022. Pierdes este promedio del 9, tío, tu objetivo van a ser los 987 y de no aguantar tu promedio del 21 una vez más, esta línea meme, pero $800 es lo que tiene cara porque está por ahí del 61.8%. ¿Ok? Wow. 2 semanas nos está aguantando el promedio del 21. Ojo, tenemos un setup de volatilidad bastante potente en Netflix. Vamos a ponerlo por acá, nuestra línea meme para poder. Ahí está. La voy a poner plana. Cabrón, no seas culero. ¡No! Perdón, pinche pulso de alcohólico, ¿no? De José José. Volatilidad está en el punto más bajo de la tabla. Lo que nos dice que algo choncho viene. Estamos aguantando el promedio del 21 en este momento, en la parte baja de la zona azul. Última vez que venimos y tocamos el promedio del 21, marzo del 2025 con los aranceles. Promedio del 21, septiembre, octubre del 2023 con el setup de jamás. Pueden ver lo importante que es, solamente lo has tocado 2 veces. Si te lo llegas a llevar, vas por los $1,000 y probablemente a los 926 y de ahí podrías continuar para abajo. Semanal por debajo del 34, como lo hemos dicho, también tienes un setup de volatilidad que está a punto de prenderse, está empezando a apuntar para arriba ante esta vela bajista potente. Esta es una vela envolvente bajista. Pueden ver que captura toda esta vela y continúa a la baja. Un cierre de la siguiente semana por debajo de esta vela es lo que va a confirmar tu caída grande. Entonces, por ahora, no sería bueno entrar en corto. No sería buena idea abrir un long en este momento donde tienes probabilidades de, estás viendo cosas que no has visto en años en la tabla de Netflix. ¿Y podría ser esto el final? Podría, pero yo no me la jugaría. Ahora, acá en la de 2 días tienes volatilidad expandiendo y adivina ante qué. Este súper velazo rojo que es una vela envolvente bajista. Y ahora quiero que veas esto. Vela envolvente bajista, cierras por debajo de ella y lo vas a hacer hoy. Esto te diría que vas a tener continuación. Tu SMA 200, que es el siguiente objetivo, está acá en los $912. ¿Por qué vergas desapareció mi EMA 100? No, déjame, copio esto, lo pego, lo edito. 100, bla, bla, bla. Ok. Style rojo. Ok. Ah, y además te llevarías el EMA 100 en la de 2 días. La última vez que lo tocaste fue en los aranceles, güey. Y esto fue lo que te llevó a altos históricos. Si pierdes esto, vas a venir a los 900 y cacho dólares primero. Acá la oportunidad está en el retesteo. Si esto llega a volver a subir a 1200, ahí es donde puedes abrir un corto, pero te va a quedar la invalidación larga. Puta madre, buena cagada esto. Y en la diaria, ¿qué tenemos? Volatilidad también expandiendo ante este super bajón. Estás perdiendo el S&P 200 diario. De perder los siguientes objetivos el 88% en los 1069 y de ahí el 95 en los 1000. Y perdiendo el S&P 200, ¿cuándo fue la última vez que lo perdiste? No lo tocaste en abril, ¿eh? Aquí ya lo tocaste 1, 2 y ahora estás por debajo de. Cierras esto hoy por debajo de. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que hizo eso? En el 2023, en octubre, antes del setup de Hamas, cuando te prometieron una guerra nuclear. Y antes de eso, la recesión del 2022. Que no fue recesión, ya, güey. No nos dejaron decirle así, entonces no le digas tú así, Alejandro. Ok. El momento chusco cuando la bolsa bajó por un año entero. Que eso es literalmente más de lo que duró la del 2008. Pero no, bueno, eso no fue una recesión. Sí, ahí lo tienen. Bastante fácil Netflix, honestamente. Tíos, no metan las manos acá. ¿Dónde hay oportunidades de corto? En el S&P 200 diario, en esta línea en los 1150 o hasta acá en los 1200. Estas van a ser oportunidades de corto si es que no se las llega a llevar. Esto tiene cara y volatilidad expandiendo que va a dar continuación. Mr. Farjano, let's do the intels. Let's do President Trump's company. Let's see how he does.
Let's see if the president's making a lot of money. He's making a lot. He's making a lot.
He's making a lot of money. He works so hard. He eats McDonald's all day, every day.
Drinks a lot of Diet Coke.
Sounds delicious.
I hate Diet Coke with a passion. I prefer
So
Coke
you just
Zero.
drink regular Coke?
No, Coke Zero.
What's the
It uses
difference
a different.
between that?
Oh, there's a huge difference. They use a different sweetener. Diet Coke uses, I don't even know what they use. I think Coke Zero uses sucralose, which is like Splenda, and it tastes a lot closer to regular Coke for me.
The more you know.
I'd rather drink water than Diet Coke.
Wow, that's a big statement.
Isn't
That's
it?
a big
'Cause I
statement.
don't drink much water.
I know.
If a drop of H2O goes down my esophagus, my internal organs are like, "What is this? Water?"
They start freaking the fuck out. What is this
Um,
hydration thing?
What is this? I've never seen this before. I'm expecting the Coke Zero and Pena Fiel.
It's pretty delicious, Peñafiel.
Oh, I love their products, especially the zero sugar ones. Amazing. I wish they had those in America.
Good for you.
But on the 6 month, we are now starting to flip back up on momentum from very extreme areas. We went all the way down to the 100% on to the downside, and we're getting a very strong bounce now with the jewel losing the sell signal in the bearish control zone. This has only happened very few times where the jewel has gone into the bearish control zone on the 6 month and ended up flipping back up from there. So if we were to mark this off, and the only times that it went into the bearish control zone, it only ever so slightly went into that bearish control zone and then ended up flipping back out. And right now, we went significantly lower than we went back in 2009, whereas price, I believe, made a higher low. This is at $14 and 66 cents. And this one is at, yep, did indeed make a higher low with momentum making a lower low, giving you hidden bullish divergence. Let's see. Let's get this one over here. This is why Mr. President bought, because he could see the hidden bullish divergence. So on this bounce, this was from open to wick high of about 22%. Let's erase that. Let's look at the next one. This one was a little bit bigger, or at least looks like it, about 36%. This one a lot bigger. Immediate move of about 46%, then 75%, then 127%, and then 315%. Let's not expect any 315% for now. And then and we'll be satisfied, or we won't be disappointed if it doesn't happen. But as of now, we are up from wick high, about 84%. So let's just for funsies do that 300% number for funsies. Brings us to about $89, ever so slightly new all-time highs. Crazy how moving up 300% just barely takes us to new all-time highs. Shows how much of a beating Intel has taken over the past couple of years. And right now, with the loss of the 38.2%, as of this moment, we have not gotten the bearish retest of that 38.2%. And if you are long from anywhere in this area, especially the perfect area would have been that 100 EMA, but the area to start de-risking or get out completely would be this the bottom 38.2%, right around $45.50. Because after losing the 38.2%, even if we're going to be bullish at the first half of that 38.2%, it's a very high probability you're going to get a rejection and a higher low. So maybe somewhere around this 21 EMA and meme line, and then continue it upwards, up towards that $85 area. But very, very high or very significant area of resistance at that bottom 38.2%. Let's see if we can find a previous point in history. Yeah, somewhere around here. We lost that 38.2%, came back up, got a retest, rejected the first time around, made a higher low, and then continued upwards. Go to quarterly. Quarterly is also positioned to the upside currently. Quarterly also has a bullish divergence, making a higher low on momentum. Price made a lower low, and volatility is currently contracting while momentum is pointing to the upside. And also on the quarterly, the jewel has lost the sell signal and flipping over into a neutral signal. Right now, we are very close to invalidating that silver cross to the downside. We just need to close over about $36, and I will invalidate. But the same idea as a 6 month, you very likely will get a rejection and a higher low if we're going to be bullish around that 38.2%. And the quarterly 38.2% lines up pretty closely with the 6 month 38.2%. 6 month is at $45, quarterly is at $43.40. So about $1.60 away from each other, $2 away from each other, basically. I love to see those two areas line up because they both tell you that very high probability you're going to get at least somewhat of a reaction in that zone to make a higher low and then continue upwards. And personally, I would want to get out of any long exposure at this area, wait for the higher low, wait for that to be confirmed, and then just re-enter. No need to risk all your gains from here. Monthly is now also telling you that you're very likely going to have at least a local top somewhat soon, with momentum, with price tapping 88.3%, momentum getting very high up at 86%. This is the highest level momentum has been in a long time. Let's see the last time momentum was anywhere near this high. Oh, it's been a while, going all the way back to 2010. All back here. Back in 2003 is the last time we got momentum anywhere near this high. I'm not sure what happened in 2003, why Intel was so bullish back then, but this is
the dot-com bubble, dude.
Wasn't that 2000?
It played out in different stages.
I see. I was too busy being in elementary school back then.
I know. But it's like the Cisco chart, right? That's so famous that everyone's like, NVIDIA is Cisco. And then it went viral and NVIDIA just kept going up.
I love it when people take those fractals and put some completely unrelated asset and say it's going to play out like this.
Yeah, that they couldn't be more different, but yeah, geniuses.
I love it when people bring that up in Crown's live streams because he doesn't hold back in making fun of people for that. He's like, oh, so this one thing went up and did this pattern. So this one also has to do the cock and balls pattern too.
Incredible. Just incredible.
Monthly right now is very close to getting a bullish cross. With the pink, maybe in about 2 more closes, the pink is gonna cross above the yellow, and that will give us a setup for hitting the bullish control zone on the jewel. Very likely, this is gonna play out. If it does play out after these HPDR ranges do step up, because you're already sitting at the 88.3%. You have an 11.7% chance of continuation from here. Unlikely you're gonna get one of these busting action moves from this pink over yellow cross while you're trading in this extreme of a range on the HPDR. Move to the 2-week. 2-week is also getting very extreme on the HPDR. You're tapping the 97.5%. Momentum is sitting at 97%. Volatility is sitting at 97%. Very high probability, somewhat between here and $45 to tap somewhere around this. 43 to 45 to tap this 200 SMA is going to be your local top, at least for a little bit of a pullback. And you're forming a nice United States pattern right here. So it makes sense to get some consolidation and pullback right over here before you get your busting action move. And these HPDR ranges can step up. Weekly also at 97%. Momentum is at 99%. Volatility is at 99%. The jewels entering into the critical zone. Once you lose about $37 on a closing basis, I think that's when you're going to start your pullback. And your target for that pullback is going to be somewhere around this 200 SMA and 9 EMA on the silver cross, somewhere about like 33 to like $30 flat. Not really that much of a pullback. 5 days, same exact look as the weekly. Momentum at almost 99%, 98.69%. Volatility at 98.69%. Same area on the HPDR, 97.5%. You're putting in somewhat of an indecision candle right here at Doji, and an indecision after a massive move to the upside is bearish. 2-day on the 2-day, the HPDR ranges have caught up. Momentum is starting to flip back up and getting right to that moving average. Volatility is still in the contraction phase, however, lines up with the idea of and you're getting over the 38.2%. Lines up with the idea of one more move up to tap that 200 SMA somewhere around $43 to $45, and from there, I do think we're going to start our pullback / consolidation phase. And the jewel is now giving us a God mode sell signal. Daily also quite toppy, with momentum very starting to tick down, getting out of the bullish control zone. Volatility is now about to go into a contraction phase. The jewel is giving you a buy signal on the oscillator, but you're getting a bearish cross with the pink below the yellow. Let's see if we have, and we have, I believe we have bearish divergence as well. We have bearish divergence between these points also, which will confirm with any close below about $36.43. That'll give you an easy target of hitting your 21 EMA right at about like $35. And your next level below there is the 55, which I think personally you're going to come to right around the 97.5%. And that is going to be around like $31 to $30. I don't think we're going to get this gap fill. I think this gap fill is going to be a trap, and we're probably just going to expand from about $30. And once we do fill this gap, it's probably going to be once the cycle top has been put in. 4-hour also starting to flip back up, still above this ever so slightly. Oh no, slightly below the 38.2%. If you do lose this 38.2%, likely get a little bit of a move down to tap somewhere around 37 to 30, like $37 around that area. But I do think you'll still get that move up to tap that $40-ish zone before you get your real pullback. And momentum is currently pointing to the upside, very close to getting into the bullish control zone, and volatility is going into an expansion phase now. Let's go into RSI. There's some slight bearish divergence, not really the strongest considering it's so far back, all the way back to 99, but it's there nonetheless. Arguable that it has played out because you've tapped the 100 EMA, and there's no divergence currently forming now. Quarterly, also no divergence forming. You're making lower lows on the RSI, whereas lower lows on price. You are forming on the opposite hand some hidden bearish divergence though, because you have taken out this high while price is still making a lower high. But to confirm that, you will have to close below $18.97. Seems a little unlikely at this point. Monthly currently has 3 drives of bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $18.97. You've hit the easy target, which is the bullish control zone. You're getting a double extreme on the volatility. Your next target is the critical zone, which is going to update. Right now it's sitting at $62. I don't think it goes there before the pullback. Weekly also has 2-week also has bullish divergence. You've already hit all the easy targets at the critical zone. Next area is going to be somewhere around that 200, right around $42-$43. Weekly also has bullish divergence, already hit the critical zone. 5-day also has bullish divergence, same exact look as the weekly. 3-day currently has active hidden bullish divergence, well within the critical zone. So this is very arguably played out. And your volatility is now starting to contract from extremes. 2-day also has hidden bullish divergence. Next area is going to be the critical zone, which is going to update in about 2.5 hours. Right now it's sitting at $47. Daily currently also has multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. This is with volatility now getting into an expansion phase from extreme lows. This will be active as long as you're closing over $36.04. Next target on that bullish divergence is going to be somewhere between the bullish control zone and the simple moving average. And that puts you between about $39.45 and about like $40. Lines up with that $42, $43 area. 4-hour, nothing. And nothing. Let's go to momentum. Fuck this Bitcoin piece of shit, by the way.
Why?
I'm
It's
short.
just not dropping,
No.
but it's also not pumping.
Yeah, that's true. I'm short from 111.3, so it hasn't taken me out yet.
Oh, that's still pretty good.
6 month is now freshly flipping back up on Intel. This is also El Presidente could see this. That's why he bought, and
Absolutely.
it's going to be flipped up as long as you're over $25.16. And on the 6 month, you're currently. Did you make a lower low? No, 6 month doesn't have the hidden bullish divergence that the RSI does. And you're getting that momentum flipping back up from extreme lows with volatility expanding. Last time you flipped back up from this area on momentum, it took us to significantly higher. I think this was at 300. No, it was a lot more than 300%. Flip back up. Let's take it from the close. Yeah, about 300%, 367% after we flip back up from these extreme areas. Flipping back up from here, the significance is that once you're this low on momentum, it becomes very difficult for bears to keep momentum to the downside. And it gives you basically a free move at least to the neutral zone, if not the bullish control zone. Quarterly also freshly flipped up, quarterly putting in bullish divergence, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $21.51. Monthly also flipped up, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $19.38. And now you're getting another extreme on your volatility. 2 week also flipped up, and it'd be flipped up as long as you're closing over $30.38. Lines up with that move to the downside. Tap $30 would just be a tap of this pivot. Weekly also flipped to the upside with volatility at 100%, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $35.65. 5-day also flipped up with volatility at 100%, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $35.41. 2-day is now where it starts to flip down. Volatility is contracting, momentum is to the downside, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $38.90 to say $39. Daily is currently flipped up with volatility expansion from extreme lows, and it's maintaining the bullish control zone, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $38.50, ever so slightly over that number right now. And the 4 hour is currently freshly flipped to the downside, and with volatility expansion, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $39.01, very slightly below that number right now. And 2 hours now freshly flipped up, making it likely that 4 hours is going to flip up, and this daily is going to remain flipped up, and 2 hour will remain flipped up with volatility expansion as long as you're closing over $38.74. So on the very high time frames, Intel is now starting to flip back around, getting momentum flipping back up from the bearish critical zone, which you use almost always on and any asset gives you, when you flip back up from the critical zone, gives you a free move to at least the neutral zone, if not the bullish control zone. With volatility expansion, you've got hidden bullish divergence on the RSI, you got regular bullish divergence on the quarterly on the RSI and the stochastic, and all of your low time frames momentum is starting to flip back up, like on the 2 hour, which leads into the 4 hour flipping back up, leads into the daily flipping back up. But because you're at such extreme areas on the HPDR, I don't expect that much of a move higher. Maybe to tap that 2 week 200 SMA somewhere around $42 to $43, maybe $45. But as long as you're closing below that 200 SMA on a 2 week closing basis, it is more likely you're going to enter somewhat of a consolidation / pullback phase from there, and the targets are going to be somewhere around $30 to $35. I'm leaning more towards somewhere around $30, $31. And from there, I do think based on the higher time frames, you are going to get a strong bounce and then continue upward to somewhere around the eventual target is somewhere around $85 for that bullish divergence, which is significantly higher than where we are right now. But it's not going to be a straight line, and I don't think that $85 number is going to get hit for maybe like 2 years, a year and a half, 2 years. I'm giving myself a lot of time, a lot of leeway, a lot of room for mistake in case someone comes to me in a year and says, why are we not $85 yet? But as long as we are holding this 100 EMA on the 6 month basis, as long as momentum is still flipped up, I do think that bullish divergence is eventually going to play out, and we will tap that area, assuming we are closing over on the 6 month about $18.97. That will keep the divergence alive, and while we consolidate somewhere around that $30 zone for the HPDR ranges to step up, and then we'll get the next busting action move. And whenever those ranges do step up, that's where we can expect continuation. But as long as we're trading within the 97.5% range, I think it's more likely that we get sideways / pullback.
Can I dumbify this? It's on a weekly chart, right? Topped on 21. Then try to fucking break this on 24. Then we're trying to do this right now. Purple line is the SMA 200. Just broke out. Probably from here, you come back to the SMA 200, which is $32, $31. And then you finally get the bounce up, right? Is that everything you said dumbified?
Yeah.
Excellent. That's my job, to make sure that all of us retards can understand, okay? All of your sophisticated information, boys.
Hey, I'm the biggest retard here.
Can you explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old? Please, thank you.
Explain to me like
Chat,
I'm a
Chat GPT, please explain it in baby shark terms.
You all done, boys? All done. It's Friday. Go enjoy your day. Anything else you like to add, say before you go?
Nothing for
keep
me,
watching.
really. So,
Keep watching 112 area. As long as that area is not being closed over, I think it's more likely that we're going to continue to the downside.
Nice.
mic
Or my
drop.
short hope so.
Yeah. Well,
And now
Alex,
I'm-
make sure that the cats stay fresh and ready for Monday's fight. When
Got
we
it.
stream again.
Yes, I'll make sure. The bag, punching bag, working out. We'll see it on Monday.
Exactly.
Fibbo needs his water refresher, his face toweled off for the next
For the next round.
scramble.
Absolutely. I'll see
Or
you guys
Luna.
later. Thank
Or
you.
Luna.
But
All right, boys, peace out.
Coach Loco is now going to have some quesadillas.
Enjoy, fucker. Hasta luego.
Hasta luego and buenas tardes, muchachos.
Buenas tardes. Voy a hacer Intel rápido y les voy a dar varias en putiza. Tengo que ver la FP1 que ahí anda el pato en México, se me olvidó. Ayer vi un video y le mandé un mensaje preguntándole que qué pedo en un escenario donde se quita la playera. Muy cagado. Qué bueno que se le esté pasando bien. En fin, vamos rápido. Intel, muy fácil. Intel, para no armárselas de pedo, es esto. Tengo una vista semanal. Para empezar, quiero que se den cuenta de esto. En la trimestral tienes un cruce plateado a la baja que estás deshaciendo, ¿ok? Esto es bastantes buenas noticias. Este cruce plateado viene por esta tendencia bajista de abril del 2021 a la baja, ¿ok? Ahora lo está reventando a la alza. Pero, importante, algo que nunca había pasado en la vela trimestral es el promedio de los 200 y fue lo que nos aguantó. Y normalmente antes, ponte tú el 2008, nos aguantó el 100. Caímos, hicimos un SFP, luego rebotamos. En el 2023, un poco de lo mismo. Ahora lo perdimos, pero cuando vienes y tocas algo tan crítico como un SMA 200 en una temporalidad así, te dice que muy probablemente vas a revertir la tendencia. Mínimo a corto plazo, ¿no? Digo, a mediano plazo o a largo plazo, porque esta es una vela trimestral. Pero vamos mensualmente para que lo puedan ver también. No era mensual, era la de 2 semanas. Bueno, para empezar, mensual tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante esta subida y recuerda que Intel puede pintar estos extremos tranquilo en la mensual. Lo mismo ocurre y está ya pintando los extremos en la de 2 semanas y en la de 2 semanas puedes ver acá la teoría un poco mejor jugar con el SMA 200 acá. Ahorita les voy a explicar qué es lo que estoy viendo. En la semanal, esta es la que me gusta. Entre la semanal y la de 2 semanas, ¿ok? ¿Por qué? Podemos usar el EMA 100, que literalmente lo perdimos en enero del 2022 y eso nos tuvo abajo. El EMA 100 es la línea roja, ¿ok? Y acá hicimos un SFP del 100 y del 200 y luego caímos, ¿ok? Pueden ver estas líneas meme. Básicamente esto continúa y va a aplicar. Les voy a explicar una vez más el por qué. Y ahorita me voy a aventar las otras que me están pidiendo acá en putiza. No todas, a ver si me da tiempo, pero en chinga. Lo que estás viendo es, una vez más, una resistencia que literalmente desde el 2021, hace 4 años has tocado 1, 2 y esta es la tercera vez. ¿Ok? Nosotros somos alcistas en Intel. La cosa es, Intel probablemente, simplemente por la regla, tiene que hacer esto o hasta esto, caer acá, que es donde está el EMA 100, ¿no? En la de 2 semanas, y acá encontrar ese rebote que te va a llevar al nivel de los 45, entre 45 y 63. Acá estarás chopeando por un rato, eventualmente cerrarás por arriba de 63.92 y eso te va a llevar a altos históricos. En la semanal, ¿cómo se ve esto? El SMA 200 es el que está junto al EMA 100 en vez del EMA 100 y este movimiento es la zona de breakout. Una vez más, ¿por qué lo digo? En enero del 2022 lo pierdes, haces un SFP del SMA 200 acá y ahora lo vuelves a tomar. Lo que tiene que pasar es esto. No tiene que, pero normalmente es lo que te da la zona de los breakouts, ¿no? Ya que aprendes a hacer trading, te das cuenta de las cosas que se repiten y dónde puedes hacer dinero fácil. Y para mí es este retesteo. Ahora, esto también puede romper, aguantar por encima de esta línea en los 37 y continuar. Existen esas dos probabilidades. Los 33 más o menos por acá o los 37 para el retesteo, una vez que rompas esto a la alza. ¿Ok? Y ahora, si llegas a romper esto a la alza como mantequilla y te vienes a los 45, pues la zona de breakout son los 45. Pero por ahora, esto es mucho más alcista. La única manera en la que estaríamos mal es si te llevas los 26 para abajo en cierres semanales de acá. ¿Ok? Intel continúa en esta tendencia potente. Vale, con eso dicho, vamos a ver en putiza que anda jodiendo Elías. Bueno, está jodiendo, no. CRM, ¿qué puta madre es el CRM? Salesforce. Tenemos ya el análisis, aquí está puesto. Creemos que Salesforce tiene un setup de volatilidad en la de 2 semanas. Semanal ya expandió ante esta alza, interesante. 2 semanas tienes el setup de volatilidad. Mensual tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante esta vela verde. En realidad no, todavía no te dice a dónde está expandiendo. Y trimestral está a la baja. Ok, vamos a, déjame ver la de 2 días. Tienes expansión de volatilidad ante este subidongo. Perfecto. Lo único que tienes que hacer es pasar de acá. Bien, voy a llevarlos a la semanal. 2 semanas es más fácil. 2 semanas. ¿Qué es lo que quieres ver? Esta podría ser zona interesante para acumular. Ahora tienes que darte cuenta. Esto, cuando perdiste el SMA 200, fue la mega recesión del 2022, que de nuevo no fue recesión, no contó. Entonces, ¿esto qué quiere decir? Tienes oportunidades. Estás en medio ya ahorita del rango, ya estás recuperando el promedio del 9 en la de 2 semanas y ahora tienes que venir para acá arriba. La cosa es, puedes tener un cruce plateado acá a la baja o no. ¿Qué es lo que quieres buscar? Si eres alcista en CRM, quieres quedarte y empezar a consolidar por arriba de los 260 y después romper los 280. Primero 260, 280. Ahora pierdes este mínimo en los 233 y podrías ir más o menos a los 211 y por esta zona yo esperaría encontrar el fondo. ¿Por qué? Porque Salesforce desde el 2024 cayó ya 39%. En el mercado bajista más culero de mucho tiempo, cayó 60%. Esta mitad, y puedes ver que ha estado en este canal paralelo por cuánto tiempo, si los pongo en la mensual lo pueden ver perfecto. Esto empezó en el 2016, un canal de 10 años que ha respetado. Solamente hemos caído pocas veces, ¿no? Tienes este escenario, tienes este gran SP que es el 2022, esto es potente. Y ahora todo depende de lo que estamos viviendo y es por eso que les digo que hay muchas acciones que nos están diciendo esto. ¿Dónde estamos parados? Simplemente, si eres alcista, no te lleves los 227. Te llevas los 227, vienes a los 200 planos y ahí esperarías aguantar. El peor escenario es que vayas a los 124. Por ahora no tienes un trade. Si quieres consolidación alcista, por encima de los 262, de ahí a los 280, y ya de aquí tienes la media del canal en los 317 y te puedes ir a altos históricos. Pero cada que vienes a la parte baja del canal, regresas a la parte alta. Parte baja, parte alta. Parte baja, deberías de regresar a la parte alta a menos de que haya algo mal en toda la economía y se podría dar. Y atento que tienes un setup de 2 semanas, tienes un setup semanal de volatilidad y la diaria ya reventó y parece ser a la alza. ¿Ok? Eso es CRM. Home Depot. HD. No. Uy. Home Depot se ve bajista, tío. Y no está tan lejos de altos históricos, pero atentos, fallamos en poder reventar estos de noviembre del 2024. Tenemos esta vela topera e instantáneamente que tenemos esta vela topera, nos está llevando para acá. La próxima semana es vital que cierres por encima del promedio del 9. Cuando no cierras por el promedio del 9 es cuando vas a estos bajones potentes. en un solo no cierre, ¿eh? Es lo que te da en la mensual. Y esto lo vas a cerrar rápido. Eres alcista, quieres mantener el cierre. En realidad, para poder ser alcista en este pedo, tienes que estar por arriba de los $402 para la próxima semana. Si no, la vela topera va a ser de las suyas y te va a llevar al pito. Eso es Home Depot. Déjame me acerque un poco más, semanal. Sí, pues veniste a la parte media del canal y ahora estás cayendo. Y esto normalmente es una bandera de consolidación bajista. Atentos, atentos. 2 semanas, lo mismo. Diaria, volatilidad a punto de voltearse. 2 días también, el S&P 200. Y atento acá, pierdes tu S&P 200. La última vez que lo hiciste fue en la caída de los aranceles y estás coqueteando con él. Pierdes este S&P 200 en la de 2 días, en los 377, y una vez más tienes chance de venir a la parte baja del rango. Diaria, justamente estás ahí. Usa la diaria, la de 2 días. Este S&P 200 es todo. Y todos tus promedios acá, el 34 es tu extremo para arriba. Eso es Home Depot. Tesla está bien fácil. Eder, Tesla. Siempre y cuando estés por encima de 300, de 400, ¿qué es? 429, es más alcista que bajista. Pero tienes que ya empezar a romper esta zona de los 450. Puedes ver cómo justamente he estado coqueteando con ella y nada más no lo hace acá. Ve eso. 450, si eres alcista, es lo que estás buscando. Y de ahí ya puedes empezar a tocar llevarte los 471, que fue el último máximo, y ya de ahí vas a máximo histórico. Pero pierdes 429, vas a venir a los 414, que ya los tocaste una vez, ya tocaste el promedio del 34 una vez. Y si regresas y pierdes los 414 a la baja, vas a venir a los 370. Si no aguantas los 370, este fue el tope de Tesla y va a empezar a comer mierda. Y tienes setups de volatilidad en todos lados. Lucid está y continúa la tendencia bajista, lo pueden ver acá. ¿Qué tipo de rango es este? Espérenme. Llámame a mi rango, tío. ¿Desde dónde lo empecé? Agosto del 2024, Lucid ha estado en este canal bajista. Siguiente objetivo va a ser la media. La media está en 14.50. ¿Ok? Y tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante la caída en la de 2 semanas. Lo puedes ver acá. Puede ser un argumento entre acá y acá, pero esta tiene otro movimiento acá. Vamos a ver. Justo. Está expandiendo la de 2 semanas a la baja, tíos. Esto podría, si no se detiene en 14, dice que venía a los $3. Suena cabrón, pero no, ahí sí yo no creo. Yo creo que los 14 es el extremo de este movimiento. Ahora cualquier cosa puede pasar. 12, 14, depende cuándo venga. Entre 14 y $13 es más o menos el extremo acá en Lucid. Open Door. Open Door sigue alcista, tío. Mi Joaquín, que vienes a preguntar de Open Door. Puedes verlo acá justamente. Tienes por fin tu zona de breakout. Estás empezando a aguantar por acá. La primera cosa que tienes que hacer es simplemente poder aguantar los 687 y también tu promedio del 100. Ya lo viste acá y le hiciste el pre-front run. Yo creo que siempre y cuando no te lleves este mínimo acá en los 623, deberías de dar continuación a la alza. Te llevas esto porque además tienes un cruce plateado a la alza en la de 2 semanas. Lo que podrías venir a hacer es retestear el 9, pero el 9 va a subir agresivamente más. Lo que sí es, esta setup de volatilidad ya te llevó a extremos y la volatilidad está contrayendo por debajo ya del promedio. Déjame ver algo. Sí, tienes que venir a corregir, tío. Tienes que corregir. Estás ya en extremos en todos lados, pero tienes el cruce plateado, lo que te dice que por ahí de los $5 a $6 va a ser la oportunidad para entrar en Open Door. Tío, dice Leo, Estuvo buscando cuando hablas de Oclo. Yo compré en spot y estoy 120% arriba. Este tipo de inversiones las hago a largo plazo, pero ninguna me había dado tanto. Me salí de Tesla en spot con 75%, bien hecho. No tengo claro qué hacer. Estuve buscando el video donde hablas de Oclo, pero no lo encuentro. Punto de vista es sencillo. Güey, si ya hiciste un chingo de varo con Oclo, salte. Cuando Oclo caiga, va a caer fuerte. Muy fuerte. Y ve que bien está aguantando acá en los 136. Me quito el HBDR. Oclo va a caer, cuando caiga va a caer entre 70 y a $50. Ese es mis objetivos. Ahí es donde yo voy a agregar. No me importa vender esto, por dónde lo tengo, en qué cartera lo tengo. No me interesa. Y solamente yo vendí 50% antes, solo tenía 50% de mi posición acá. Y a ese 50% le voy a agregar cuando caiga 50-70. Es todo. Y acá tú tienes que tomar la decisión. Igual y continúa la alza, ¿no? Porque ahorita todavía no tienes nada bajista, güey. Ve la de 2 semanas, ni siquiera estás tocando el promedio del 5. Pero si algo choncho viene al mercado, esto va a caer. ¿Te preocupa? Sí, salte. Ya tienes el dinero, nadie te lo va a quitar. A mí me gusta llevarme dinero a casa. Como con Tesla, ¿no? Güey, casi 120% en 6 meses. ¿Qué te lo paga, güey? Salte. Con todo de impuestos me da igual. Pero sí, es tal cual eso en Oclo. Y Ramón, me había algún comentario a analizar Bitcoin con relación a Coinbase. Coinbase continúa siendo alcista. La cosa es, la correlación entre Bitcoin y Coinbase es sencilla. Lo único que tienes que hacer es ver, julio 25 fue cuando Coinbase hizo tope, ¿ok? Julio 25. ¿Cuándo fue que Bitcoin hizo tope? En septiembre, el 29 de septiembre, ¿ok? Entonces regreso a Coinbase. Perdón, traigo la de 2 semanas. Voy a poner la diaria para darme exactamente la fecha. Diaria. Fue el 18 de julio que hizo tope Coinbase y acá el 6 de octubre. Recuerda esto y también tienes que ver esta. Strategy. Strategy es la primera en caer en los mercados alcistas. Esto lo hizo en noviembre del 2024, su máximo histórico. Noviembre del 2024, ya lleva casi un año que no ve nuevos máximos, ¿ok? Y desde entonces llegó a caer hasta 57% y ahorita está bajo 46%. Normalmente esto es lo que pasa en los ciclos, ve. En el 2021, vamos al 2021, 2020. Hizo tope en febrero del 2020, volvió a tener un pop en abril del 2021, volvió a tener otro pop en noviembre del 2021, pero ya no fue alto histórico. Entonces, este pop que tuviste, que fue julio del 2025, es parecido al de Coinbase, pero estás por debajo del S&P 200 y todo. Esto es bajista, ¿ok? Entonces, puede pasar un año, una vez más, antes de que caiga, que fue en noviembre del 24. Esto, ponte tú, si Bitcoin cae en noviembre del 2025, no nos sorprendería ya, ¿no? Y Coinbase tiene un poco de lo mismo, pero menos. Coinbase topó acá en abril del 2021 y volvió a hacer el tope en noviembre del 2021, pero ya fue más bajo, ¿ok? Esto fue cuando Bitcoin hizo el tope. Entonces ya tienes tope acá en julio y ahorita que Bitcoin hizo el tope por acá, no alcanzó un nuevo alto histórico. Cuando yo veo estas divergencias, soy más bajista que alcista. Ahora, ¿han cambiado los fundamentales de Coinbase de acuerdo a los L2 y todas estas pendejadas? Sí, pero yo esperaría precio a la baja en esto. ¿No? Ahora estás trepándote en este canal acá por ahora con este cierre. Todavía faltan 2 horas y 5 minutos, así que atentos. ¿Cuál era la que estábamos viendo? ¿La semanal o la de 2 semanas? Ok. Esta vela bastante potente que estamos viendo de 2 semanas va a cerrar en 2 horas y 5 minutos. Esto continúa siendo alcista. Estás en el nivel que quieres estar para poder llegar a los 430 una vez más. Lo único que tienes que asegurarte es no perder esta línea. Si pierdes los 342, siguiente objetivo son 300 y de 300 te vas a los 268. Pero la relación de Bitcoin, Coinbase Lo único que pasa es, si Bitcoin este fin de semana cae fuerte, Coinbase va a caer fuerte el lunes. Si Bitcoin este fin de semana sube, y es por eso que les digo, ve cómo va a cerrar la semanal de Bitcoin. Porque si tienes un semanal alcista de Bitcoin, esta madre va a abrirte para subir el lunes. Pero si es muy bajista, te la va a abrir para irse al piso. Y ahora, lo que Coinbase le gusta hacer también cuando estás tradeándolo a diario, como enfermo, como yo lo hacía. Si Coinbase abre en la mañana el lunes y te da un bajonzote, cómpralo en long, porque va a subir. Y si te da un super pump, te metes en corto. Es normalmente como funciona esta chingadera. ¿Algo más que me haya faltado? No, ya estamos. Perfectirijille. Eso es como dice Ned Flanders, ¿no? Perfectirijillo. No me acuerdo hace cuánto tiempo no vio Los Simpsons, ni en español ni en inglés, mis estimados. Estamos acabados. Bueno, estoy acabado, ya por viejito, pero acabamos ya todo el día de hoy, la sesión del casino. Vamos a estar pendientes, vamos a estar viendo el precio todo este fin de semana. Atentos al cierre de hoy en Bitcoin. Estamos en el rango. Yo diría, movimiento a 112.100 o a 114 podría ser para aprovechar en corto si es el primer movimiento. Si ven que Bitcoin se voltea y cae a los 107.400, que es la parte baja de mi canal, ahí es donde quieres entrar en long porque vas a subir. Recuerda, no quieres entrar en un trade solamente porque está aquí y tienes una idea. Espérate a que dé un movimiento y tú haz lo contrario del movimiento. Es normalmente lo que te hace ganar dinero de la manera más fácil. Ahí tienen los rangos en el Discord para que no haya excusas. Vamos a apoyar ahorita a Pato, que le va a pegar a la FP1 en el McLaren. Y pues suerte a todos. Diviértanse muchísimo este fin de semana, cabrones. Nos vemos mañana o pasado para la Biblia. Cuídense. No lo puedo creer. Si hace un año me hubieran dicho, güey, voy a estar leyendo la Biblia por X o por Y razón.